we see in the FNCS Grand Finals, 2 days, and what we've got added this year is that 1.5 times on day number 2, which really just has these incredible comeback stories. We've seen teams literally in 40th place jump up to the top 5 in day 2.
Yeah, and the difference as well is there's a bit of a skill gap actually in learning from day 1 performances going into day number 2. We didn't have that at the last year's Global, so if teams are making mistakes in day number 1, maybe they're doing some things right, some things not so right, they're going to learn and adapt to the lobby from day number 1, and the teams that apply themselves the best in that day number 2, they're the ones that find the most success. So I'm interested to see how that affects this weekend.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, on the drop spot, Veno, if you guys watched, actually talked about that, right? Day 1, their strategies would kind of come out, and then day 2, all they had to do was have that opportunity to answer, right? So I can't wait to dive into that more. Let's talk about that prize pool, though, as well. $400,000 for the duo that walks away in the first place. However, don't forget, everyone makes something for just making it to this stage.
Yeah, $200,000 per player for getting first place after 12 games of Fortnite is not a bad chunk of change.
I mean, not bad at all. Also, that prestige of winning an FNCS Global Championship. Being able to post that on socials, I am the global champion. Me and my duo, we have done it. Comes with its own prestige as well. So I think players are going to be fighting for that too.
There's so much at stake here, right? These players have really poured everything they have to appear here. 6 regions represented. This is peak Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just showcasing some of the players that weren't able to qualify into the Grand Finals or Global Championships just showcases how competitive the competition has really been over the last 3 majors.
Yeah, I mean, Taco hit the nail on the head right there. You can literally throw all of the teams into a hat, pull one out, and be like, this could be our global champion. There's so much talent on display from all different regions. What I love to see as well at these global events, you get to see different strategies from different regions that you haven't seen before. Lots of other interesting things that the different regions are going to bring, and it all comes together on this big stage.
That's right. We talked about a prize money prestige. Well, there's one more thing the players are fighting for.
Texas! Let the world hear you scream! Wow! Welcome into the main stage here at FNCS Global Championships 2024. It is so great to have you here. As you can see, I'm stood right next to this incredible trophy. After 12 games, one of our duos will lift this high in the air and be crowned global champions. Dallas, are we ready for this? They're really ready. One more time, let me hear you! They cannot wait to get this show on the road. It is time for our players to mount up, because game 1 is imminent. It's back to Zeke and the gang. We can't wait to get the show on the road.
I mean, guys, for y'all at home, can you not feel it? This stage is electric. The audience here already, they continue to pour in. They're excited to see some of the action. So let's kind of talk about what we're going to be seeing here this weekend. They are all here fighting for a title, global champions. There's only been one other duo to do that in Cooper and Miro. So all of these duos have already seen what that looks like. They've seen the prestige that comes with that. And now they're all thinking the same thing. I want that.
I mean, what an incredible moment that was last year. And the interview that we got from Nero and Cooper just really resonated with so many people around the world. So many people that want to be on this stage one day.
Yeah, it just showed us what it really meant to be a global champion. We hadn't had that before, right? That was our first global champions crowned, and you could tell how much it meant to both of those guys. The interviews you mentioned was absolutely fantastic. Now, though, it's a different landscape for Cooper, of course, no longer playing with Miro, who, because the competition is so fierce, he hasn't actually qualified here today. Now, though, playing with Canada. Interested to see how this duo do, of course, landing at the Nitrodrome in the middle of the map. I was speaking to Cooper a little bit, and he was like, I'm a little bit nervous we could get landed on. Teeny and Chap could be shaping up to go there, but right now they're in the center of the map. They have a good strategy. They're playing well, and with the experience of Canada, who hasn't missed an FNCS final, by the way, they should be on for a winner.
I mean, as soon as they joined together, they were able to grab that third place spot in Major 2, and even in Major 3, where their main strategy was taken out of the game the day before the Grand Finals, they were still able to clutch up a 14th place. Canada is one of the smartest IGLs to ever be in Fortnite, and paired up with Cooper, who is one of the most insane in-game players, I cannot wait to see them compete here on this stage.
Absolutely disgusting. I mean, when we just think about them in the year, and it's not just them, right? We've got 50 duos to talk about. Let's bring up that lobby list and take a look at our first 25. We're just gonna put this up on screen, and there's so many different names to discuss. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick a kind of a random name from this lobby list. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this duo before. I don't know, Clicks and Veno?
Yeah, I think, I think the audience has heard of them.
They have some fans.
Yeah.
Clicks and Veno, I don't think there has been a better story than this duo forming in Major 3 when we saw so many players from around the world migrating for that last chance to be able to claim their spot on the global stage. And when Veno joined Clicks, he said, I want to give Clicks his first FNCS win ever. And a lot of us thought he was talking about Major 3. I think he was talking about the global championships.
Yeah, and I think Clicks is the perfect teammate for Veno. Veno needs someone that's just going to listen, that's just going to follow his tasks, just going to follow his lead. And I think Clicks in this lobby right now is probably one of, if not the best player at doing that, following, listening, whilst also bringing some fragging power as well. Now, of course, they're landing down there at Sandy Steps. Originally, we thought they were going to be uncontested. Damo and Resigns actually literally told us on the Dropspot podcast that we actually might be able to land on them. So Clicks and Veno may be contested today, which could play into their favor, getting that early storm surge damage to then go to that forecast tower, but we're not too sure how that's going to play out because it took us by storm, really.
If there is any duo to be able to handle a wrench thrown in their plans, it is this duo right here. We saw how well they performed day 1 in Major 3, then day 2 things change up. They still got 4th place. We look at the most recent Cash Cup finals where Peterbot and Pollo are taking their forecast tower over and over again, and they still get 3rd. This duo cannot be stopped.
Yeah, they are absolutely incredible. And I think that is going to be a key element to their success, right? Is how can they make it off-spawn? What's that off-spawn situation going to look like? Are they going to go for that forecast tower? Because we know that Peterbot and Pollo like to go down to that south area to try and get it. It's so valuable as well. In this no mobility meta, knowing where those future zones are, it's a prize worth fighting for.
And speaking of Peterbot and Pollo, I love the drama that has evolved over this season between these two duos. I think a lot of us are excited to see how this face-off is going to handle.
I know he's been pretty vocal about it, right? What kind of sparked this whole thing? I mean, do we expect it to go a certain way, or what do you think?
I'm intrigued. I think it's one of those situations where both teams have very similar players. You have Veno and Peterbot who play a very similar role. They're sort of the IGL fragger. They like to lead. They like to have their teammate in their back pocket, following them at all times, playing hip to hip in endgame, whilst also themselves picking up some refreshes and eliminations. Gonna be so crucial, that forecast tower fight, though, because that's like two Titan teams, two big names that already have a little bit of history that are going head to head. I mean, that's really where we're going to be focusing in on.
I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty of people that can pinpoint the exact moment, but I just remember Peterbot chasing Clicks into the water very far, and that might have been where really the big rivalry started there. But honestly, it's because they're two of the best teams, both in North America. They want to claim that spot as the best in the world, so why wouldn't there be a rivalry?
That's right, and I mean, you got to think and be excited for Clicks and Veno, right? You heard the audience here absolutely cheering their name, and the fact that, you know, Veno recently got picked up by accident. This is a big weekend for the duo. Can you maybe tap into maybe what they're feeling? How are these guys looking?
Ooh, Clix and Veno, how they're feeling right now. I think, you know, obviously being contested kind of last minute might be a little bit nerve-wracking, but again, this is Veno, who is one of the most experienced players in the world. He got second place at the Invitational. He's a multi-FNCS winner. If anyone can handle pressure, it's him.
And Clix hasn't won an FNCS yet. I know a lot of people in this building, particularly the crowd over there, they were screaming his name. They wanted to see him. I think they'll be vying for him to get his first FNCS title. He will as well. And I think, to be honest, there's no better partner than Veno to take him to that crown, because Veno has won it all. He's done so well in online FNCSs at the Invitational. He had a really, really good tournament, of course, as well, all the way down to the last game. He is just a serial winner, right, Veno? He knows what he's doing. And as long as Clix can play well, as long as Veno can lead well, I'm expecting big things from these guys.
And you're talking about the face-off there. I mean, Peterbot has ridiculous aim, but there was a Bloom battle that happened in the most recent Cash Cup with Veno and Peterbot, and Veno came out on top.
Interesting, interesting. Well, guess what, Fortnite fans? We actually have Adam Savage, who is standing by with Clix and Peterbot.
I really am right now next to Peterbot and Clix, as you can see. Fellas, just for a second, put down the pickaxes. Just relax for a second, okay? This rivalry, just chill. We've got two great competitors here, eager to get out there on the main stage. Clix, I come to you first, dude. It's been a road to get here. You know, you and Veno are looking strong. How are you feeling going into this Global Championships? Everyone out there screaming your name. This must feel like $1 million.
Yeah, I know. It definitely feels good. Unfortunately, we are contested. We figured that out 2 days ago, but we can make the most out of it and see where it goes.
Do you have to train strategy right there in the moment as well? Have you got kind of things planned, how you're going to do that quickly on the fly?
Yeah, I mean, when you play with someone like Veno, you don't need to worry about any of that stuff. He's the brain of the duo, so he knows what we're doing.
Okay, and Peterbot as well. I mean, you guys have come into this back-to-back, you know, major champions. You and Poyo have been dominant. I mean, he's smiling over at Clix. I can see this as well. I can feel it. You must feel amazing going into this as well. I mean, you guys, eliminations, you guys are strong going into this. How do you feel?
Feel good, and I'm confident, and I think we're going to win.
The raft is looking busy. There's a lot of duos going into the same spot. Is that a good thing for you guys in terms of surge and things? You kind of eager to have that happen and prove right off the bounce that you guys are ready to contend for that title?
Yeah, I mean, like, the 4 teams won't really be an issue for us because, you know, I think we are going to be chilling on our side of raft and get the Mythic Hog every game. And we'll be seeing Clix at Forecast.
Will you be going to Forecast? That's the big question. Is that what's going to happen? Clix, what can you give us in terms of insight from you guys?
I mean, you know, he's going to die off spawn, so there's only going to be one team at Forecast. That's me, us. So, you know.
And I want to ask you guys as well. Yeah,
I think you're Triple Con, brother. So I don't know if you're going to make it off spawn as well.
I want to ask you guys as well, fighting talk prior to going into this. I'm going to ask you both, keep it clean, obviously. Going into this, what do you want to say to Clix first? Yeah, well, anything you want to say to this competitor across the way?
I mean, there's nothing to say. He knows who I am, and he knows he's going to lose off spawn. And if he does make it off spawn, then we'll be at the Forecast ready.
Okay,
Clix, coming to you as well. Anything you want to say to this fine chap here on the right-hand side?
I mean, he's new to this game. He's only been playing for, what, 2 years? You know, OG like me, 6 years in, competing in almost every tournament. You know, you already know how it's going to be. Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
3 FNCS wins, and you have 0, and you've been playing for an extra couple years.
I mean, Clix, what are you going to say to that?
You know, when you're at the top, stuff happens that you don't want to happen, like shooting out a vending. I've
got one last thing as well before going back to the desk, okay? Is it true, can you confirm right now that next year we're going to see Clix and Peterbot teaming up side by side?
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. That's a new duo.
That's the new duo. That's out.
And we'll see it, 15K a month, I'm down.
You heard it right there, the exclusive together, Peterbot and Clix. We're going to see it. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adam, for asking the question we all had on our minds. Thank you so much from that. Yeah, you can already tell this rivalry is building, and we kind of talked about Clix and Veno. Let's talk about the other side, right? Peterbot and Poyo. These guys have just had a phenomenal year.
Starting it off, getting a second place in Major 1, and then first place in Major 2, and then the back-to-back first place in Major 3.
Absolutely incredible. They were the first NA team to do that since Booga at late Chapter 2, early Chapter 3, right? So they are doing things that we haven't seen for a very, very long time. And I mean, the way that they're doing it as well, each and every season, they seem to put themselves in the best drop spot on the map. We want the best medallion, we want the best weapons as well. I mean, look at that, Major number 2, they have the Dash medallion, Major number 3, they have the Shield medallion, by far the best medallion on the map. Now, again today, landing at the raft, they are triple, maybe double contenders contested by a couple of other teams. And this medallion, the reveal medallion, is so good. It just reveals all players around you. And for a team that's elimination heavy like these guys, W keying the lobby, it's going to be so vital for them if they can make it off spawn, and that's a big if.
And, well, he wasn't being cocky or arrogant in that moment there. Literally everyone else that's landing on the raft is landing on the opposite side. Peterbot and Poyo do have that southeast side by themselves, getting that mythic, getting the coin as well, and then they immediately, within 90 seconds, rotate to the launch pad and go for that forecast tower. And also, to say that they won Major 2, the Season 2 run that they had, is putting it lightly. They literally won every single Cash Cup final, as well as one of those Cash Cups getting 6 out of 6 victory royales. It has never been done before, and we may never see it again.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are absolutely incredible. I'm expecting big things from them. They condition the lobby a lot as well in that sort of Major 2, Major 3. That's what they do. They don't like anyone fighting them because nobody likes to fight them. They're not a team that is going to be fighting everyone because they don't want to come to them. They have to go and search for those fights, and that's why I think that reveal medallion is going to be so beneficial for them, because they can just find anyone lurking in different situations. They're not going to get snuck up on. It's playing into their hands right now if they can make it off spawn, which it seems like they have a solid strategy so far, and clearly a lot of confidence as well.
And we're talking about Peterbot a lot, but Poyo also deserves so much praise. A lot of the times we think, oh, Peterbot's the fragger, but we'll see Poyo with more eliminations, more times than not. He works so well with Peterbot, just like you were saying, Clix is the perfect support with Veno. It's the same thing with Poyo to Peterbot.
You love that breakdown.
Bro, the trophy looks so bad this season.
Let's bring back up that lobby list. Let's take a look at the next 25 duels we'll be seeing compete here on this weekend. Once again, reminder, 6 regions. We went through 3 different majors, and these are the very best 50 duos in the world. Now, obviously, we've had a few talks.
There's so much
talk about Asia, right? Sharon. We've got him paired up with Zago, and these guys are like amazing. And of course, Zago coming out with already LAN experience. What can we expect for them?
Yeah, I mean,
Zago winning that it'll be kind of unfair because like Asia is so much smaller, and NA, not NA, Oceania.
Well, that was not the case for Sharon and NK Pop, but they got 5th place, beating out some of the
but then if they have more like Oceania or Asia, then there's going to be less EU, but EU is so much harder.
He's a very interesting player to watch because he's always coming up with new strategies with items and things that other players aren't doing. He's always doing something a little bit different with the items, so he's always a great player to watch. Very big brain player as well. He's going to be leading this duo. Sharon's going to be carrying those the more frags, the eliminations. I mean, both of them will be doing that well themselves, but I think this is a duo we've got to keep our eyes on because they have so much talent.
That's right. Okay, let's go on over to Brazil. I don't know if you guys ever heard of King and Phaser. Not a big deal. They're pretty small duo over here, but you know, these guys are just so fantastic. What do we expect these guys to bring to this stage?
What, Power Alex?
King, we remember him all the way back from World Cup, and they
apparently Clix is triple conned.
Really well deserved, and then they tried to take that confidence over to EU. Unfortunately, didn't place that well.
No, wait, do you know what's going to happen? So you know Peterbot and Poyo, you know they're landing for Raft. They're getting conned by 4 other teams, but all the other teams are on the opposite side to where the medallion is. So they're just going to give them the 3 medallion and then just third party the 5. But do you reckon if one of their games goes to like, if a team keeps dying at the Raft, they're just going to land at Peterbot, aren't they? So like, even though they think they're safe, we all know he's going to get landed on, and they're just going to 50-50'd.
In the player lounge over the last few days, 1v1ing some of the biggest names of Veno, Flixie, Peterbot, and winning every single one.
They're looking good, right? They are looking good.
Oh, I'm watching Aussie Antics on his fucking adverts.
I wanted to talk about another duo though. Contested situation.
I've got the YouTube on live, so I can just have it for when it.
Being contested, is this POI? Is this spot big enough to split? Are we going to see a fight break out? What do you guys think?
I definitely think we're going to be seeing some frustrating fights going on. Grand Glacier isn't necessarily the best place to fight off spawn, but when you have someone like Haman and Cal Gamer, the aura that they bring to the competition, and that aura is well deserved.
I'm gonna get a drink quickly.
In the last 5 majors, they have won 4
yeah,
of them.
is it 3 hours today and then 3 hours tomorrow?
Second place, just it's crazy what they're able to do over there in Middle East. These guys are literally the kings of Middle East.
Who do you think's gonna win?
The aura king of Middle East.
I still think Peterbot's gonna win.
shot. Nobody wants to contest him. But over here now, Grand Glacier, CZB, and Nathan, they've been landing here the entire chapter. They've been doing very well from there as well, and their results, their improvement has been noticeable all the way through to Major 3.
Wait, I'm gonna go FK quickly.
Here today. I think that experience is going to be really, really useful for them. Cal Gamer hasn't really had that much experience here at Grand Glacier, so I don't think he's going to be as prepared for this off-spawn fight. But again, CZB and Nathan, they're not necessarily used to being contested at this drop spot. So although they know it very well, they know the ins and out, which we've seen be very, very vital in previous lands in the past, I think they might be struggling in some of these aspects because the fight can drag out for a very, very long time.
Although we have seen CZB and Nathan actually take down Vico and Flixie during the most recent major, and they're really great fighters when everything does go in their favor. But come on, and Cal Gamer have the out of the top 5, they share 2 spots of the most eliminations out of the entire season of this FNCS. So incredible fighters in their own right as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to drill a point home here. This is 6 regions, the very best of those regions, all coming together on a single stage. I mean, how do we manage, right? I'm like, hey, I play in NA, I'm used to NA, and then suddenly I've got a BR team, an EU team, an OCE team. How do we manage that?
Practice, scrim, VOD review, doing anything you can to prepare, as this is the first time that all of these players are in the same room together. They have had a few days to get those scrims in, but even then, we know that some of these teams are holding some strategies back.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they had some practice scrims, they were doing some practice games. I was speaking to Vico, I was like, oh, do these actually reflect what you guys are going to be doing? Is anyone actually doing it properly? They're like, no. Nobody's playing it as they're going to play it. They're keeping all the strats under wraps, making sure that nobody knows what they're going to do. So
Where is it gone? There it is. My life's just gonna be here again.
The Global Championship starts today, the $2 million LAN event, and we had 2 major players disqualified yesterday. And apparently Yomzo, one of them was disqualified because his friend Faxity was inappropriate on an IRL stream. We also now have Clix and Veno being contested coming into the LAN event, and I also want to talk about potentially one of the funniest tournaments I've ever seen, a $250,000 LAN event that you probably didn't even hear about. There's a lot to talk about. Let's jump into it. Let's kick off with the first big team that got disqualified the day before Globals, because yes, there are multiple teams that got disqualified today. First up is Yomzo. Now, Yomzo is not going to Globals because he qualified. He's going as a fill. Cheeps was supposed to be playing alongside his duo Turtle, qualified on EU. Turtle was unable to attend, and Yomzo got picked up. Despite this, Yomzo and Cheeps have actually been playing extremely well. They probably were the best team I thought going into it that was a fill team, a team that didn't actually qualify together. Swizzy and Yapko looked really good as well, but I had a lot of hope for Yomzo and Cheeps. They've been playing all the scrims together. They've been playing cash cups together across region. They were really, really locked in, and now Yomzo has been disqualified. There's a lot of rumors going around as to why this is. People saying, oh, because Faxity was doing an IRL stream and he was messing around, he was being inappropriate. He was trying to pay players not to contest Clix, and yes, Clix is contested. I'll talk about that in a second. And no, Fax wasn't seriously trying to bribe players, obviously, but there was a lot of drama that went around. And while Fax was partly the reason Yomzo got disqualified, it's not the whole reason, and a lot of people are getting confused about exactly what happened. To make this make sense, I need to explain what Faxity even has to do with the Yomzo. So any player who isn't of the age of 18, they're not legally an adult, they need to either have a legal guardian present with them at the LAN event, or they need to have their legal guardian fill out a form and sign it, giving permission for another legal of age person to be their chaperone. In this case for Yomzo, it was Faxity. You've probably heard of Faxity, super popular streamer in the FORTNITE scene. He went along, and because he was Yomzo's chaperone, he had the ability to IRL stream at the event. So he did a stream, numbers were popping off, everyone was freaking out, making crazy content, but Fax being Fax, if you know his content, you know what I'm talking about, he pushed the line a bit. He was making jokes with players, he was talking about who's going to contest who, he was trying to instigate people. He even went up to the OCE team that's now contesting Clix and asked how much he had to pay them to not contest Clix. They obviously knew this was a joke. They were saying he had to pay him $10,000. There was a bunch of jokes going around, but as you know, Epic unfortunately can't take a lot of this as jokes. They have to take it quite seriously, and because of this, Epic then said that Faxity is no longer able to attend the event. He has to go home. Now, because of this, he is now Yomzo's legal chaperone. If he goes home, Yomzo needs a new legal chaperone to be able to attend the event. When they've gone to do this, they've gone through the paperwork, and it turns out Yomzo actually filled out his form saying that Faxity was his legal guardian. not that he was his chaperone. And this is a very big difference. It might not seem like a lot, but that means Epic is now liable for anything that happens to Yomzo. No one who is a legal adult in Yomzo's life has given permission for Yomzo to go to this event, and he's currently unaccompanied. Now, this sounds strange because we're used to FORTNITE pros being millionaires and living out of home, and they're moving around the world and going on these crazy events, but at the end of the day, they are still kids, and especially in the eyes of the law, they are still kids. If something happened to Yomzo at this event, and then it came out, Epic would be super liable, and that becomes the first issue. Why did Epic not check the paperwork? Now, obviously, they have to trust that players are going to fill out these forms correctly, but if they are children and we're going to say that, you know, they're not allowed to be here by themselves, then you have to understand they probably won't fill out paperwork properly. Now, Yomzo did go live on stream to say that he just sucks at reading. He just doesn't read things and didn't even understand the difference between a legal guardian and a chaperone. It's why you do always have a legal guardian adult look over this stuff. I mean, if Yomzo just sent me this form, I would have helped him out with it. But unfortunately, we're at the position where the form was filled out incorrectly. Now, I think a lot of people wanted Epic to allow his legal guardian, his mum, to come sign the form, which she said she would do. She said she would either sign it and send it, via the internet if you can do an e-sign, or she would actually travel from Canada down to Dallas to sign the form or be his legal guardian for this event. Unfortunately, Epic said no. For whatever reason, Epic or Blast, the team that runs the actual event, I don't know which one of it is, said this is not an option, whether they wanted to make an example of Yomzo or maybe for liability, legal reasons, they just can't do this. Yomzo can't stay, can't be in their presence. They're not allowed, to take that on. I don't know. But either way, this led to Faxity getting kicked out of the event and Yomzo officially disqualified from Global Championship. It's just a super awful situation, especially considering the chapter Yomzo's had. And remember, Chapter 5 Season 1, Yomzo and Rise were in first place, set to win their first FNCS going into Game 9, had a huge lead, and then they started getting their internet hit off. Someone started hacking into their internet, making them crash, and then they ended up not winning the tournament and not qualifying for LAN. Then they played the next season, didn't qualify, then they split up. Rise and Ages, again, just missed out on qualifying. They ended up getting the global spot. Long story, I've already explained that. And then Yomzo played with Tayson and they didn't qualify. So Yomzo has had an absolutely brutal chapter, and this really does top it off. It sucks. Yomzo said on stream, look, it's my fault. I didn't fill out the form properly. I should have taken it more seriously. I should have read it. Faxity also on his social media was saying, look, I messed around. I pushed the line of content. I feel terrible. He said, look, I feel really bad. He was trying to do anything to fix the situation so Yomzo could still play. Again, it wasn't because of Faxity Yomzo's now getting kicked out. If he filled out the form properly, he could have gotten another chaperone to be there and he could have stayed at the event. But obviously, because of the two combined, that's what caused the issue. So it's just a really, really crappy situation. But what is the result? What does this now mean? Who is Cheeps playing with? Well, Cheeps is now playing with Crisp. And if you've been following, Crisp is actually playing with Middle Eastern pro Wazzy, or at least he was, until he also got disqualified from Global Champs yesterday, the day before it starts. If you thought the Yomzo Faxity situation was weird, this one is even weirder. So Wazzy is a Middle East pro. Again, if I'm saying that wrong, I apologize. It's WQZZY. I'm just guessing that's how you pronounce it. So he qualified on the Middle East region. He's a 15-year-old, so he was attending the event with his father. His father was actually staying in the same room as him. He was his legal guardian. Now, apparently, this is his words, and I know this is confusing, but this is the most we have to go off. Apparently, some of the cleaners at the hotel said that they were suspicious. We don't know what that means. We don't know why they were suspicious or in any way. Apparently, they then searched their room, found nothing suspicious, but still because they were suspicious, they were kicked out of the hotel, and then because they were kicked out of the hotel, Blast has now disqualified him from the event. That sounds crazy. You're probably thinking, Aussie, please make it make sense. I can't. I have no other information than this. I tried my best. Snowvax, who was a Middle East pro who I'm good friends with, he was actually with them at the time. He was at the airport with them. He asked him exactly what happened, and that's exactly what happened. He said the same thing. He said, look, they thought we were suspicious. We tried very hard to figure out what was suspicious. What did we do wrong? What happened? Nothing. They didn't get any information. I thought maybe language barrier was something of the issue. Apparently, Wazzy's dad speaks fluent English, so I just have zero clue what's going on. Either Wazzy's lying for whatever reason, but I don't have any reason to imagine that he is lying, or some absolutely just ridiculous turn of events has now led cleaners at a hotel to lead someone to be disqualified. I thought maybe this could be a situation where, like with Bucky getting disqualified from the last LAN, a lot of people were saying because Bucky was maybe smoking in the hotel, which is illegal in Copenhagen, that would then mean that he broke the law, which means he has to be kicked out of the country, which means he's kicked out from the event. But if in Wazzy's situation, if they found nothing in the room that was suspicious, nothing's happened, I don't understand why they're getting sent home. Like, they were at the airport like 2 hours after this happened. They literally were getting kicked out of the country. I am as confused as you, but again, it now means that Wazzy's teammate Crisp was left without a teammate. He is now playing with Chiefs, which means there is an entire spot up for grabs, and that has now gone to Visuals and Braids. So we now have Visuals and Braids playing in the LAN just like Rise and Ages, despite neither of them qualifying. This means 2 of the 5 Middle East teams that qualified are now 4 NA players. Don't really know what's going on there. It's obviously a bit of a nightmare. You're probably watching this thinking, Aussie, this is a joke. Why is Fortnite LANs like this? Does any other esport have this problem? It's such a joke. Epic this, blast that. There's a lot of factors that go into it. The fact that the Fortnite pros are all so young, or a lot of them are so young, leads to all these issues of, guardianship, and that's what's happened here with Yomzo. Also, because a lot of the players playing are free agents, they're not signed to orgs. If you were a Rocket League pro, or you're a Valorant pro, or a Counter-Strike pro, usually your org would handle all this. They'd get you your visa, they'd organize all the paperwork, they'd make sure that everything's all good. You were professional, you were there. It's a little bit different with Fortnite. Then obviously you have just the sheer amount of people. There is 100 professional players going there, as well as the fill players. So that's just a numbers game that there is more chance that things go wrong. So I'm not trying to excuse what's happening with Epic and Blast. Obviously, this sucks, and there was a lot of ways to fix this, and I really wish there was more clear communication. That whole, the cleaners found a suspicious situation just doesn't sound right. Nothing's adding up there, but we're not ever gonna know. Just like with Bucky, we never actually got an official statement as why these players get disqualified. We're just left to, rumor and speculate. We just have no clue what's going on. Now, even weirder than this, we only have 2 fill players left now. So we have Curly and we have Mixon as the only 2 official fill players. If somehow we have 2 players disqualified by the time the LAN takes place, there is an official rule in place where someone from the crowd can be elected to play. Now, I pointed this out on Twitter, and we got some hilarious responses from people like Cypher PK saying it was gonna be their chance, but that is the official rule. If 2 more people get disqualified and the last 2 fills get pulled up, if there is another player who needs to play, they are gonna come from the crowd. Now, as far as how this has impacted the actual LAN itself, which is taking place again today, it's impacted it quite a lot. Firstly, Visuals and Braids are now contesting King and FaZe, one of the favorite teams from Brazil, 5-time FNCS champ King. So that's super unfortunate for King and FaZe. They've just now randomly got contested the night before the tournament starts by a team that didn't even actually qualify for the event. And before you start hating on Visuals and Braids, this has been their drop spot for seasons now. They've been going here the entire chapter. This is the drop spot they know the best, not just this season, last season, and the season before that. So they know this drop spot well. Of course, that's where they're going to go, but it just sucks for King and FaZe. Now, another position that players have been put into, Clix and Veno, now getting contested by OCE team Resigns and Damo. Now, this obviously caused a lot of drama because Clix and Veno are involved. But again, similar situation. Resigns and Damo dropped this drop spot last season and now this season as well. So this is their drop spot they're most comfortable with. Because Clix and Veno are involved, there's a bunch of drama, there's a bunch of, smack talk going on the timeline. And when Resigns and Damo were talking to Oliver OG about this at LAN on stream, they said a similar thing. Look, they feel bad. They know how passionate Clix and Veno are about this. They don't think they're an easy team, but they don't have any other choices. They can drop on a terrible split with like 10 chests, or they can drop a drop spot they know where at least if they beat Clix and Veno, they get enough loot to go on and play well. I am super upset. Clix and Veno are one of my favorites to do well. They're in my top 5. I think as a storyline, they're so exciting to follow. I know how much effort both these players have been putting into the game. Veno has traveled all the way to NA now to play with Clix, but just how Fortnite goes sometimes. If you're a Clix and Veno fan, you have to hope they can wipe them quickly. If you're an OCE fan, we got some brutal spawn fights to watch. You got Resigns and Damo versus Clix and Veno. You still got Kazi and Aspect dropping on Peter Pollo, and you got Alex and Worthy dropping on Malabuka and Mustache. Now, a lot of these teams, again, were already going these POIs, so I don't want to make it out like the OC teams is griefing all the good teams. It's just, man, if you're an OCE fan, it's going to be a rough day. They're going to have to pull off some crazy performances against some of the best teams in the world. Now, we do also have some other drop spot changes as well. Again, with the new teams forming, it's not really changed too much. Cheeps and Chris going over at Doom Castle won't really do anything, but the Visuals Braid one is a big one. At this point, as far as what Epic can do to stop this happening in the future, I mean, we already talked about it. We need to have no more LAN events run out of the US. The visa issues are just too much of a problem. I know both these players, it wasn't kind of really related to visa issues. Both of them have had issues once they're at the event itself. But if you include these 2 players now being disqualified, and you add that with the 8 other players who couldn't get visas, that is now 10 players. 10% of the people that qualified for this LAN have not been able to attend for whatever reason. Now, you got to remember also, most of those are solos, which then affects their duo. So it's actually like roughly about 20 teams that end up being affected by this. So it is a bit of a problem as far as like what this means for the LAN. I want to make sure people don't now take away from whoever wins this. If someone wins this and does extremely well, I don't want it to be like, oh yeah, they won, but like, you know, this happened and Yomzo got disqualified. I still want to be able to celebrate the wins. It's been super messy. It sucks these teams and players haven't had a chance to be able to perform, but I still think this LAN is going to be one to remember. The quality of the lobby is still crazy strong, and I'm really hoping with the current meta we have, this is a LAN to remember and we can at least celebrate who wins. Obviously, you can sit there and be annoyed at how this has all been handled and feel bad for players like Yomzo, like Vanya. I fully agree with that, but I want to see if I can have any impact in the FORTNITE scene to try to not then use that to take away the celebration and the success from other people who did earn it. I wanted to finish on a bit of a lighter, funnier note. Speaking of FORTNITE LANs, there was actually what was originally advertised, I think, as a $250,000 FORTNITE LAN event that took place in New Zealand. Apparently, the prize pool ended up being $140,000, and a large chunk of that ended up being peripherals, but the top three were still making money. First place made $35,000. You're probably wondering, Aussie, you didn't talk about this. Why haven't you told us about this? Why haven't I heard about this? It was a little bit weird. It was the Spark tournament. It was sponsored by, again, Spark, which is a company in New Zealand, which is a telecommunication company, like Verizon if you're from the United States, like that. But basically, it was a no-build tournament. I think the qualifier was a single game of no-build pubs to qualify. You had to be a New Zealand resident to be able to even compete in it. No one who was competing in the top 50, yes, they only had 50 players, not 100, even had any earnings above 5,000 in the finals, competing for a share of 140,000. On top of that, they decided to run the tournament in the regular game mode, regular pub game mode, not the tournament playlist. And if you've been paying attention at all to the most recent FORTNITE update, you can tell why that might have been an issue, because exactly what you imagined could have happened, happened. The last game of the tournament, we had the Doom Island go active, which means a player got access to the Doom Mythic. And I'll show you what the end game looked like.
He's made a deep cut once again, but he's got limited eliminations. Hayes, they are drawing attention. King's in trouble. Falcon's up on him. The bunker just keeping him alive for a little bit longer. There you go. Elimination number 7 for FG. Falcon standing for glory. Drop down onto Hayes. He's looking to rip the lobby apart. Wavey's gone. Hayes is gone. There are 4 players left, and it's just fodder for Falcon right now, dropping onto Crusades. Everyone is just nothing in front of the man himself, battling it out for the 3rd victory royale. Chewy against the world, and Falcon seemingly the world. The slam onto him. Chewy, he's trying to play the high ground shots out. You have to be very Chewy is actually playing this very well. He's actually getting impressive damage out right now. No shields though. The slam, no. Chewy into the storm. Wow. And Falcon takes victory royale number 3. What a game. Falcon with the double digits elimination game to round it out.
He went crazy. He went crazy.
I want to make this clear again, absolutely no hate to Falcon who won this. He's actually a subscriber to me on Twitch, and I was talking to him after the event. Again, don't hate the player, hate the game. It's not his fault for going for the island and then abusing this item that was in the game. He had to fight for it. There was a lot of teams going for this as well. Parts of this just felt like OG FORTNITE. I felt like I was watching the Infinity Blade all over again. It was absolute insanity, but again, Falcon has now won $35,000. Congrats, shout out to him. I did want to finish this video on a slightly lighter note. I thought this was hilarious. The tournament was just insane. If you guys want to watch the Global Champs, I'll be live all today and tomorrow, twitch.tv/AussieAntics, giving away V-Bucks, following all the action, all the crazy. It's going to be a super fun weekend. Make sure you don't miss it. I'll see you there.
8 Sleep Pod Cover. It's a liquid-cooled mattress.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid are in the building. What a year these guys have had. And now they're trying to see if they can finish it off in style. These are definitely one of the teams that can go all the way.
That was just our first 20 duos, man. We still have 30 more to go. Let's take a moment here. Zeke, breathe. Okay. I wanted to highlight a duo here for you. Chap and Teeny. Little fun fact here. This is Chap's first time on LAN. And to go like, first time LAN. Oh, Global Championship. The biggest stage possible in FORTNITE. Yeah, let's go.
A lot of people are excited to watch this duo play. I mean, even just disregarding how they have performed over the last 2 chapters, having that teeny strat in his back pocket, especially with what we've been seeing going down over the west side of Underworld, where they're kind of contested, getting dropped on. I think a teeny strat might be coming out over the next 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, Zeke. Chap's first global championships. It was also his first grand finals only in Major 2 of this year. That major, they placed second. Major number 3 also qualified. They also placed second. So it seems like Chap is just immune to any pressure. And here today, I'm interested to see what are they going to do. You know, is Chap able to handle the pressure? He's done very well at that so far. And as you mentioned, Kelly, the big question mark, where are these guys going to land?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. They could land a different spot every single game. We have seen that before. It's not something we're strangers to, but I think for Teeny and Chap, they're going to be looking at maybe what they know best, maybe drop spots they've landed at before. That's why I think Cooper might be a little bit concerned that they might be landing over towards that Nitro ground.
Terrifying stuff. And as we go from one Bugha, we must talk about the other, Batman Bugha specifically, and Rapid. I mean, they just had an unbelievable performance in Major 3.
I mean, going all the way back to Global Championships last year, where they have only played together for 1 major, and then going into their globals for the first time on LAN and getting 14th place really put a lot of eyes on them. Now, the start of this year, not the best, but the evolution that we have seen, Minnie, is just incredible. These are 2 of my favorite players competing here today.
Yeah, I mean, when they came 14th in the globals, they were even triple contested as well. So it just adds to the skill and the ability of these guys. I mean, they're absolutely incredible. They actually moved from sort of high ping at the beginning of the year to low ping to 0 ping, and it's worked wonders for them. They've been able to get unleashed all of their talent. That is just going crazy right now. I'm interested to see what they're going to do off spawn, though. Of course, landing at Grimgate, they have all of those dashes there as well. Interested to see if they can use those in the end game, maybe save them a little bit. Are they contested? Are they not? We're not too sure. It says uncontested right now, but of course things can change.
Yeah, I was chatting with them just a little bit, and they think that there might be an OCE team potentially landing on them. But again, that drop map can only tell us so much. It's really the first game where we'll find out.
And what do they have to do, right? If that does happen, you know, they're going in with a strategy where we're uncontested. Suddenly, there's another duo here. What do we do?
I mean, it's Batman Bugha and Rapid. They're going to be able to handle it so well. They already did really well being contested at the Globals last year. They are incredible duos. And honestly, regardless of what situation they're in, they always come out on top. And watching them on the end game where they typically stick to the low and middle ground, but they're so observant. They're able to tell when the high ground is theirs to take. They are so strong. It almost looked like they could potentially win in Major 3, getting 2nd place. But of course, when Peter Bon Pollo's there, it's hard to really break through those guys.
Yeah, really hard. I mean, even that Major number 3, they placed second. They only played 11 games in that major, which just makes it even more impressive. These guys are so good.
That's right. FORTNITE fam, I think you guys want to meet some more players, right? So make some noise for the next 10 duos.
Let's hear it for Swizzy and Yapko. Coming together for this event, this duo is on a mission to impress the world. They've got the skill, but can they make it happen?
Here comes the pride of Middle East, Adapter and FKS, some of the most dominant ME duos of all time. And it's actually not their first land, but it might just be their first trophy.
It's Trulex and Chicho making their return to the global stage, only this time they are in it to win it. Last year they placed 3rd, and now it's time for 1st.
Let's give it up for K-Shoro and Keiki. The Brazilian stars are coming onto the global stage for their first time in their careers, and it's time to lock in for real now.
Big welcome to Chiefs and Chris coming together for this event, but these guys mean business. Both have proven themselves worthy, but now it counts for real.
Put your hands together for Huddy and Kovacs. Everyone loves a good underdog story, and these guys have shown up on the last EU major. The real question is, can they find that momentum?
Coming in hot, it's going to be Dukes and Sphinx. Championship material right here, but this weekend is not going to be easy for anybody.
All the way from Japan, it's Bobby and Larpex. This duo has managed to pull together so many top placements, and now they are here to lock it in for the region.
Aspect and Kazi, ladies and gentlemen, because FNC FNCS Champions is a title that's already been secured. So next in line, gotta be for Global.
It's your boys, Acorn and Cold! Some of the absolute best to ever do it from the NA region, and now they are looking to get a trophy of their own.
You guys feel that? You feel that cold front in the arena suddenly? I mean, come on, man. That's the first 30. If we just started right, we just said like, hey, launch that battle bus, let's get in the game. I'd be like, yeah, no, this is a Global Championship lobby. There's still 20 duos to discuss. Really quick though, Acorn and Cold, I mean, these guys are just so crazy consistent.
I mean, it hasn't just been a good year for them. It's been a good 2 years for them. They have not placed below 6 over the last 6 majors. In the Global Championships last year, they claimed 7th place.
Yeah, and that was even while splitting a drop spot in the middle of the map there as well. So that just makes things even more impressive. That's actually quite reflective of what their off-spawn situation is today. Landing down there at Brutal Beachhead with Andalex and Sato. It's going to be interesting how the off-spawn battle goes. I feel like Andalex and Sato might dip out in some of the games. They might try and split the drop. I don't think Acorn and Cold want that. They want to try and claim as much of that loot as possible. Right. And I think because Cold is just so good, even if they don't get that much loot in mid-game, Acorn will just go like, oh, Cold, just go over there, eliminate those guys, get me that loot, and we can act like the off-spawn didn't even happen. So I think that's going to be a key element to their success.
Yeah, there's a reason that people say that Cold is one of the best players in the world, and by winning the Global Championships today, he would solidify that spot, joined by Acorn, who is one of the best IGLs in the world. This duo is here. They want to do better than last year. They don't want that 7th place. They want that trophy.
That's right. Now on the topic of consistency, let's bounce back on over to OCE, Aspect and Kazi as well. Representation, these guys are looking to kick off the competition with a bang.
2nd, 3rd, and 1st over the last 3 majors, respectively. One of the most consistent duos that we have seen all year. And of course, their drop spot is a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, but what's really impressive about those 3 majors is they landed at a different drop spot in every single one of them. So you mentioned 2nd, 3rd, 1st. They did that from a different drop spot every single time. Now this weekend, they've marked the raft, right? I don't know if they're going to be landing there. So many people have asked questions. Are they really going to be landing there? Nobody really knows where exactly they're going to be landing. It's a bit of an enigma at the moment. We don't know. But I think this is a team that can cope under the pressure of a new drop spot. We've seen it throughout this whole year, and they've been by far the dominant team on OCE. So let's see if they can bring this here.
If you had to pick a spot, where do you think they might go? Are we just saying, like, if it was Raft's like pretty safe, or you're like, you might have somewhere else in mind?
I think, due to some rumors, that they might be landing over in Grim Gate, a very powerful POI that is currently uncontested by Batman Booga and Rapid. But the raft is huge. It has a lot of loot. There is a possibility of splitting it, maybe, maybe not.
I mean, we'll see. I think if I was them, it would be looking at teams that maybe haven't performed that well off spawn this year, trying to land on them, taking advantage of that. One of those teams, Cammy and Seti, haven't had the best year off spawn at that Cammy split area. Currently, they are uncontested as well, so maybe that could be an avenue that they could discuss or explore. So I'm interested to see what happens there. Maybe they could do a whole teeny thing as well and just land all over the map in different games. Who knows?
Oh, you guys got me hyped right now. I'm also hyped, though, to bring in our next 10 duos. Bring them out.
Everybody watch out, because it's Queasy and Thomas HD. Some of the best to ever touch the game, but they lack a trophy in the collection, so now's their chance to change that.
Put your hands together for Kyoto and Xme Poli. They have been one of the most consistent duos coming out of the Asian region this year, and now they're looking to bring that energy to this stage.
Big welcome to Shadow and Virgo, ready to put their abilities to the test this weekend, because these guys are not here to go home empty-handed.
It's Geras and Shari, everyone, just making it across the line in Major 3. Now they're here to lock it in and make up for that, because they will be hungry for the victory and the trophy.
Binge rolled and Braids in the house. Last minute magic, and that's what I'm talking about. Short time to adjust, but diamonds are made under pressure.
And here's Agers and Rise. take them.
Give it up for Janice and Pixie. This is what you get from mixing experience and talent. Coming together for Major 3 paid off big time, and now they're prepared to take it all the way.
Coming in hot is Ed and Persa, always on top of the leaderboards in Brazil, and now they even took that championship at Major 2. Can they get another?
Coming out of OCE, it's Davo and Resigns. Top of OC is 1 feat of strength, but now it's time to take it to the next level. Globals is a different beast.
It's Peter Bond, it's Mario, make some noise, Fort Worth. Chapter 5 has been theirs with back-to-back championships. Now they're looking to keep that streak continuing.
Man, I don't know how much more my heart can take. We've got another 10 duos here, but let's take a moment to talk about these 10 that came out. We wanted to highlight Asia here, specifically Kyoto and Mapoli. These guys are widely regarded as the best team in Asia, and now everyone else is looking to have to deal with them. How are we doing that?
I mean, we were looking at Aspect and Cassie just a few minutes ago, and literally the same placements over the 3 majors, 2nd in Major 1, 3rd in Major 2, and 1st place champion title in Major 3. And honestly, I am so excited to watch this duo. They have been competing in FORTNITE for a very long time, Mapoli since 2019 Winter Royale.
Yeah, these guys have been by far the best Asia team this year. They've been so consistent. I'm interested to see what they're going to do today. They're landing at the north side of the map by that sort of island area. I think what we've seen from some of the Asia scrims as well is what we think is going to happen. They're going to land on that mainland area, try and third party that Rebels Roost fight, get some early Storm Surge damage, and then play the game out as they like to. And the way that they like to is very low ground heavy, very consistent, not crazy amount of eliminations in mid game, but in end game, that's where they thrive. So I'm expecting lots of consistency from these guys. I'm expecting lots of end games.
Okay. What's this? I got in my notes here. It just says Queasy Thomas HD. They're pretty good. They're pretty all right.
Yeah, a lot of people would say really good. I mean, Queasy getting 2nd place in the Invitational with Venno way back when. And then, of course, Thomas HD, the best to never win a title, literally missing out on 1st place by 1 point.
I mean, and that was 2 years in a row as well. Major 1 this year, missed out by 1 point. Major 1 last year, another point. So it was so unfortunate for him. This could be a really good opportunity for them. They're finally uncontested. I feel like Thomas is always contested when it comes to lands, and it's really troublesome for him. But I'm interested to see what they can do. They're landing at the north, the south side of the map, the sort of southeast area, that small building just to the east of the map. I'm interested to see what they can do because Thomas HD is just so good with that pistol. I was speaking to him, he was saying, yeah, we're going to be carrying one of those pistols, and I was like, yeah, mate, I hope you're carrying that pistol because that's your job in this duo. But no, I'm really excited because these guys have all that LAN experience already. They have all the experience of playing online as well. I'm expecting big things.
Well, we've only got one thing left to do, and that is introduce the 10 remaining duos to Dickies Arena. Y'all better make some noise!
It's time to get loud because Biko and Blixie are here. After displaying their dominance in EU Major 3, now they're ready to keep that momentum going and add a trophy to the collection.
Let's take a look at Asia's powerhouse, Zaku and Shadow. It isn't easy being on top, and consistency will be key for this duo to make their regions proud.
Bryce and Bolts are in the house. These guys are not new to the global stage, but the question now is how far can they make it together?
They are back. Malabuka and Mustache coming back together as a duo this year and taking home an FNCS championship was huge for their region.
All the way from ME, it's Cal and Haman. These guys have been at the top of their region for several seasons, so the confidence is there, but it's showtime now on the global stage.
Let's welcome Paper and Victor V, winning the region's hearts in Major 3 and making it all the way to the biggest stage of the world is not a simple feat, and now it's showtime.
It's the Kings of South America, King championship ready to pop off.
You know who this is. It's Kanata and Cooper. An absolutely lethal duo. We can't see what the reigning champion can do.
Cammy and Seti, your FNCS Invitational champions are in the building. For the second place last year, now it's time for redemption. Second is not an option.
Let's get it for Click Sandino! This is what happens when you combine the best of NA and EU. This is a powerhouse team.
Clicks.
They have one thing on their mind, and that's success.
I'm putting my plate down quickly.
These are 50 of the best duos in the world. Are you not entertained? Let's go! My gosh, to hear the crowd just lose it for these last 10 duos. One in particular stood out to me. Malabuka and Merstash, you guys went crazy for them. These guys, I mean, to see them come out and to see them compete on stage, I'm worried, not for them, but for everybody else.
I mean, one of the longest lasting duos. We've seen them compete together since Chapter 2, and then they did break up for Chapter 4, but they knew that they were the duo to be together. Right. Bringing it back together in Chapter 5, and then getting that first place in Major 1.
Yeah, it's so good for these guys. They've had a really solid year overall. First, 6th, and 4th. I feel like it's kind of gone under the radar a little bit because they are so good. I'm expecting big things from this duo. I was speaking to Mustache as well. Of course, they're landing at that restored reels era. I said, Mustache, are you a little bit concerned about being contested? He said, I feel like we're better off being contested by Alex and Worthy there at Restored Reels. I feel like they feel like they can finish the fight quickly. They can get those Storm Surge tags early. And then when it comes to late game, they've kind of evolved their strategy a lot compared to that Chapter 3 Malabuka and Mustache that we saw. That sort of season, that sort of chapter, they were going for loads of pre-edits. They were going for loads of eliminations in the end game. It seems like they've toned that down a little bit. I mean, in fact, they're actually doing half the amount of pre-edits in end game as they were all the way back in Chapter 3. So it seems like they're playing a little bit more calmly, a little bit more carefully, but of course, if they make it off spawn, they need to make the games count.
That is kind of crazy. Something else is crazy. What was
all 240.
Invitational champions, Cammy and Seti.
It's the same PCs, right? I know I'm pretty sure it's the same monsters they used for World Cup.
Global Championship title. That'd be kind of insane.
I mean, they're already regarded as the land goats.
Yep.
As you said, winning the Invitational, getting second place at the Global Championships last year. And although they may not have had the best major last major, this season is looking so good for them. Absolutely. They love the low mobility meta. They have an incredible drop spot on the middle of the map. Everything is kind of working in their favor, Mini.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice meta for them. It's a really nice situation for them. As I said earlier, as I hinted at, my only slight concern for them is if someone decides to land on them off spawn. They haven't necessarily had the best time off spawn. They had a good Major 3. It was third in that, or Major 2, I should say, third in that major. But in the other majors, they haven't quite had the same success. They've only won 20% of their off spawn fights in those two majors. So intrigued as to what's going to happen there. I don't know if they're going to get contested. We're not too sure yet, but please do not count these guys out, because when it comes to the big stage, when it comes to the bright lights, when it comes to in-person events and low mobility metas, these guys always have some great strats cooking. So no matter what they've done this year, throw that out the window. It's time. Their time is now.
And we've already seen them evolve over this season. We know them to be low ground kings, but over the Cash Cups, they actually won 2 victory royales from the high ground. It just shows how diverse this duo is, how prepared they are, and I'm wondering if they can do it again.
Okay, and we kind of got to look there at Seti. You can tell the nerves are starting to set in for some of these players, right? You can always say, like, yeah, I don't have nerves when I go into this, but when you have this crowd roaring, when you're under these circumstances, there's those nerves, they start to creep up. How do you guys feel like these players are doing? Some of them, obviously, they look locked in, they're ready to go. They're enjoying the crowd, but they're thinking, I've got to win.
Tournament jitters are a real thing. You'll see players that are very comfortable in their own home, playing on their own setup, and here they are in a foreign setting around a bunch of people. Nerves can definitely play a part into it, but there is so much opportunity for these duos to learn over day one, and then with that 1.5 for day two, they can really evolve and kind of get more comfortable with the setting that they're in.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, because I think around a third of our players competing today are actually making their first international LAN appearance. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys do, how they handle the pressure. I mean, the camera was just on Cammy and Seti right there. They seem very chill. Seti, I thought, was asleep for a second there. Thankfully, he isn't. He's awake and ready to go, which is great. But it seems like they're very chill about the situation. They've done it before. They've won it. They had second at the last Global Championships. They've been around the block. They know how to handle the pressure. It's all about how they can transfer that into the game. How can they use that little bit of an advantage that they have over the rest of the lobby that maybe hasn't had the same success, that maybe hasn't had the same experience as these guys, to really elevate their game and set them apart from the rest.
I wanted to circle back. You had kind of talked about the meta a little bit. Now, obviously, being back on a Marvel season, we've seen the meta shift a little bit away from just like massive storm surge towers, DMR shots to kind of get surge. What can viewers at home kind of expect to see with what's in game currently?
Well, with this low mobility meta, we're definitely going to be seeing some storm surge towers as well, because with low mobility, you can't really rotate too quickly, obviously. Although there is the flaming hoops, we still have Fizz and everything. There is opportunities for players to rotate. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of players alive towards the Zone 3, and we're probably going to see some major storm surge.
Yeah, I mean, these are always stacked. These in-person events, these LAN events, they are always stacked. So storm surge is going to be so important for these teams. Getting enough damage, making sure that you're keeping on top of it early on, because yeah, there's so much stress and so much nerves that can come from being in this in-person environment. You can't forget the fundamentals. You can't forget to make sure you hit your shots, getting those thermal scopes on those burst assault rifles, making sure you can get there. And then when it comes to mobility, I think it's those underworld dashes. They're going to be crucial this weekend. I think teams that are landing either at a POI in that area or nearby, they might just stick their toes and get those into the end game, because that's literally the only useful mobility in the end game that can set you apart from the rest. So teams around there, I expect to do well in end game.
There's also certain teams that are around those static launch pads, like Queasy and Thomas. Although they are all the way over on that southeastern side, they do have that launch pad there that will allow them to rotate, as well as the flaming hoop. So there's certain duos that definitely do have a lot more environmental mobility around them that they can use to their advantage. But obviously, where the zone pulls is going to play a major factor in how these teams rotate.
Okay, and you bring up Queasy and Thomas. We kind of touched on them a little bit. I want to circle back. So we bring together two Titans. You know, they've had so much experience separate, and now we bring them together. What does that look like on this global stage, right? Like, are they where they need to be to look and say, look, this is it. This is our year. We're going to walk away global champions?
I think so. Honestly, I think that they've had a lot of practice. Queasy has already proven himself on the LAN setting, getting second place, so close to first. And of course, I love that moment. Queasy, dropping on Cammy and Seti. Really, a lot of people still regard that as one of the best FNCS LAN moments to date. And I think that it is possible that we see Queasy bring out another strat like that. They do not want to get second place again.
Yeah, they really don't. And Thomas is still looking for that FNCS title. And I kind of wanted to pick his brains a little bit. I said to him, does that affect you? Does that sort of linger and be like, oh, you know, I still haven't won FNCS. It's been so long. I played for this amount of time. And he said, no, I don't really look at the performances, my past history like that. I look at every single FNCS. I take it as it comes and try and do the best that we can, which I really like. And that shows the experience of the players, right? They've been playing for so long. They've even played together all the way back in the days in squads and stuff like that. So they're no strangers to each other in this environment. So this is going to be a very experienced duo to look out for, and a very experienced duo that seem to put themselves in the right position at all times. Queasy's really good at that. He's one of those players that is, of course, going to be taking the more IGL role here, taking the lead in this duo and making sure they're in a good situation. We haven't seen them play height too much, so I mean, you know, a lot of people are saying, like, you know, Queasy is the height king. It's been a little bit 50-50 for these guys. We've seen them trying to go up for it, so you might think of Queasy and think, yeah, they're going to be going up on height every single game. I don't think we're going to expect to see that, but they have it in their back pocket if they need it.
Sorry, just to bring out even more numbers, not only has Thomas been missed out on first place by just a single point, he's gotten second place 3 times and then third place 4 times.
Wow.
I mean, when you're talking about consistency, there's a reason that Thomas HD is considered one of the best aimers in the game. Yeah. But he's aiming for that first place now.
Yeah, it's interesting that you kind of like he thinks about it, right?
I'm pretty sure
it's easy to look at those numbers and go, well, he's
really.
One, so like, but no, it's you're so unbelievably consistent that literally season to season you are adapting and like, almost punching up.
You might as well just
like not turn up. They're just coming out saying, we're just dropping 1,000 points. No big deal in a season, but for someone like Thomas HG with that experience. That's crazy to think about.
I mean, if you want to talk about world records, Queasy and Veno getting 6 victory royales out of 12 last year. I mean, these guys just pull out these crazy strats, are able to pull out crazy plays, and I want to see it on the big stage this weekend. I know that it's going to be probably a little slow for game 1, but we know a lot of these players aren't sharing everything with us because they have some strats in their back pocket.
Yeah, that seems to be the common theme when we're trying to talk to players. Like, oh, so what are you going to be doing and when that team contests you? What are you going to be? Where are you going to be rotating? They're like, you think I'm going to tell you? Like, you really think I'm going to tell you? And I can't get anything out of them. So that's what's so impressive and what's so interesting about these LAN events is everyone's in the same lobby. You know, we get to see how teams, you know, we do our VOD review, we do our preparation. The other teams will do that as well. We get to see them in their own home environment, but we haven't seen this lobby ever, right?
Bro,
so
when
it's
are they
going to
gonna
be so interesting to see how they mesh together and how some of the fights go down early on and later on.
Yeah, that's a really scary thought, right? Because even think we've had a number of practice games leading into this, right? And some of these duos have said, even in those situations, I'm not going to reveal anything, right? Someone like Bugha has been like, well, I could play, or I could just kind of keep everything in the back pocket. You will get nothing from me.
Yeah, watching these scrims and not having Bugha's name in it has been a little bit, not concerning necessarily, although I do think practice makes perfect. Getting any kind of practice in before the competition, but it's Bugha, it's World Cup Bugha. I'm sure whatever he has prepared is better than what I can think of.
I mean, I'll tell you who was looking good, though, in the practice scrims was Acorn and Cold. I think they had like 16 eliminations in one of the games. They weren't backing down. They wanted to fight every single person. And just even, you know, maybe they're not bringing out the strats that they're going to use. Maybe they're not bringing out those rotations. Just their ability to sort of fight with each other, have that synergy. You could see glimpses of that in the practice games yesterday. So it seems like they're on top form. I'm excited to see what those guys can do as well.
But is that a bit of like painting a target on your back, right? If you're willing to go out that far and just go like, hey, we're willing to take the fight to you, we're kind of willing to show you who we are. Think of someone like Peterbot, right? Just so confident, just willing to say like, hey, wherever you are, if you want to come contest us, we'll be right here.
Audience has got 40,000 viewers.
That could work against any of these duos.
I mean, it's great that we were just talking about Acorn and Cold and potentially contesting Peterbot and Pollo because they did try that in the Grand Gate era and immediately left because Peterbot and Pollo absolutely dominated the competition. And I mean, this duo right here, Peterbot and Pollo, there is a reason that they have just been so consistent. They have conditioned the lobby, like we said. There was a moment during Major 2 where they were splitting height by zone 10. I don't even understand how that's possible, how you can hold height from 2 different positions, just beaming down the rest of the lobby below. No one was even looking up. I think players, though, are going to be looking up today.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, they've held height for the longest amount of time out of any duo this chapter, so I expect to see those guys up on height. And to your point, Zeke, about how their confidence goes into this, I think they feed off of that so much. I think Peterbot has that aura about him where he wants to feel like he is the best player in this lobby. Nobody comes close. And I think the way that he talks about himself, the way he carries himself, I think really aids his gameplay. You can see that when he's walking out. He's just like, yeah, I belong here. I belong on the big stage. We've had second, first this year. This is our time. And I think that just plays into it. Some people will crumble under that pressure, but Peterbot's got so much experience now at winning. I think he believes in himself, and having that undisputed, undeniable belief in yourself is so vital when you get to this big stage.
Okay, you kind of said something that piqued my interest. We're talking about high ground, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's people that are tuning in, they're like, okay, you've said high ground, I don't know what that means. High ground, low ground. Maybe break this down a little bit for us, because I don't know, like you guys that follow, you know, there's a lot of high ground teams. And there's only one high ground. So how can we expect that to kind of unfold, especially like if we're all looking at high ground going, okay, are you going up, I'm going up, and then we're all thinking the same thing. We're looking for that perfect time.
Cold.
Well, obviously, by having the high ground, you just have such better angles, better visuals of the rest of the lobby. And there's a lot of that goes into kind of controlling high ground. Some teams take it a little too early. They use those mats. And then when they see these high ground teams kind of switch to wood builds, well, that's when teams are going to try and chop them out, try and steal high ground from them. So it's almost a little risky to take high ground a little too early because you're going to use those mats. But with it being a low mobility meta, stealing height is going to be a lot harder.
And I think that's where those underworld dashes are really going to come into play. Pop of Fears, get the underworld dashes, save them to the end game. I think teams that land in that sort of area can definitely take height. And as you mentioned, it's a low, no mobility meta, so a structured height take is more what I expect to see here. When we have mobility in the game, we had various different mobility across the last few seasons and chapters. You can literally just look up, say, I don't think they're too confident up there. Let's just dash our way up, and we're on height. So I think now we're going to see teams like Cami and Seti that have taken height in the past, previously known as a low ground team, then sort of evolve their play style to take height when they need to. They're very structured at that. They're very, very good at it. They know how to get to that front side of zone and then make sure that they can claim height. So it's not necessarily you're going to be a high ground team or a low ground team. For some of these teams, like Kaminseti, they have it all.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that like to take height, Clix and Veno. Clix, when he was playing with Epic Whale and Epic Whale, he was high ground way too early, around zone 9, and then
Malibuka game crashed. That's why the game's not started.
Has reined him in just a little bit. They did such a good job during Major 3, controlling high ground, especially in day 1.
Let's circle back, Clix and Veno. Let's take a moment, right? Let's give them a moment to kind of talk about this duo. How are they performing? You've touched on it a little bit.
So
Can you break down just a little more for me? What has Veno brought to Clix, right? We've seen Clix kind of pair up with a few different duos, and then obviously we had Queasy and Veno for so long. And then you're suddenly like, okay, wait, Veno, you're leaving EU to go compete on NA. You're already used to competing in EU, and now we're going to change all of that up. And you're going to go play with someone like Clix.
No, because they have headphones underneath. They have like AirPods underneath to hear the game. The headphones are only there to like block out the sound.
You have the IGL, you have the Fragger, and then you have the support player. But you just mesh IGL and Fragger together, and that's
so. Look, if you see Veno is wearing AirPods, and then there's another cable for his like big headphones.
In Veno's shadow, Clix was ready to prepare for him, and watching some of these plays that they made in the end game, where Clix would shoot towards the box, the team would get distracted in one direction, and then Veno would quickly rotate into the back and 1v2 them. It was so exciting to watch them play. They had their strategy down to a pat, but even when a wrench was thrown into that, they were able to evolve, they were able to adjust, and I think even though they might potentially be contested here today, I don't think that's going to throw them off their game too much.
Yeah, well, remember, Major number 3, their debut season, they were looking strong to win the entire Major. I think it was the last 3 games where things didn't quite go too well for them. I think for Veno, he didn't have a very good start in terms of EU's performance with Tayson. He, of course, played Major 1 and Major 2 with Tayson. You imagine this is like a Titan duo. I mean, you can see on the screen right now, he is ready and raring to go. He's been in this situation before, but as I was saying, he was playing with Tayson, didn't quite work out. He's looking at other options in EU and thought, well, not really any players that sort of suit me here. This is not, I don't want to be going into Major 3 not 100% comfortable, and I think that's why we saw him move over to NA, and as I mentioned earlier, Clix is just the perfect teammate. At the beginning of their sort of journey together, things were a little bit rough, you know, maybe it was a little bit exaggerated, but you could tell that things weren't quite on the same page. But now though, when you watch them in endgame, the way they play through these tarps, the way they're hip to hip, as you mentioned, making little strategies, little plays in endgame, it's so good to watch, and they're really exciting team in endgame. When they're playing those mid-ground layers, it's so good.
We also have to give a shout out to their coach. Blood Eggs has just done such a good job making sure that they are ready to go, making sure that they are focused, because they are pretty emotional players. When they start getting hype, they are on a tear, and then once they start going down, it's a little rough for them, but they have been able to work on that, evolve from that. And personally, I saw a lot of growth from Clix during Major 3, where Veno was down, he was feeling out, and Clix just kept building it up, saying, no, we got this, we're doing great. And Veno would kind of turn around a little bit and start smiling on stream, and you know Clix is locked in when he turns off his face cam and comms, and that's what we were seeing in the Cash Cup. You know that when he is starting to take away from his stream, that he is serious.
That's right. I love this breakdown from you guys. As we continue to prepare ourselves to kick off the competition, we actually wanted to check in with Adam and get his thoughts on the competition. Adam, it's crazy. I'm hyped. Are you?
I'm incredibly hyped. I mean, I've watched you guys do the walkouts. I mean, the players seem unbelievably up for this. I mean, the last couple of days, for you guys who don't know this, behind the scenes here, the players who have been in the player lounge this entire time have been obviously scrimming, getting together, competing against each other, and kind of testing the waters of what's going to be this incredible competition with 12 games over 2 days here. Personally, kind of sitting back and actually chatting to the players, it's a rare thing you get to do here at these in-person events. Obviously, you see them online all the time competing, and we kind of see their names on screen. But actually meet them in the flesh and having kind of conversations about like life in general, how things are, how they got to this place, is always really interesting to me, kind of the aspirations of kind of what they hope to achieve here in the next season and the partnerships, and you get a real sense of the energy and the kind of like the relationship that the players have in their duos as well here, which is really exciting. Also really cool, which is happens in the player lounge here, you get to meet a lot of the family around the, kind of players as well here, players from all over the world. You get to see their kind of their friends, they're kind of like their closest, who have come to embrace this amazing experience. Obviously the audience, who I love you guys already, like we've known each other for 5 minutes and you're brilliant. The energy in that room is incredible, but to actually meet the kind of people in their personal lives as well has been really special, and something really kind of, I always kind of love learning about backstories and stuff as well here. But actually here in the player lounge, they were here till quite late last night. Everyone was kind of grinding, kind of making the most of their time they actually have here to kind of practice ahead of what's going to be, 12 games, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Don't forget as well, I'm sure that tonight after the first 6 games, there's VOD reviewing, going back, looking and seeing exactly how they can perfect their game going into that second day where things are really going to count, courtesy of the elimination points and of course those standing points as well. For now though, I'm going to hand back to you guys. I'm going to kind of remain kind of cool, fresh and calm back here. It's very quiet right now and there's lots and lots and lots for me to do, courtesy of some basketball and some fun stuff behind me.
Did you say basketball? I'll be right there. Actually, I'll be there in a little bit. Guys, as we continue to talk, I wanted to highlight another duo. Just throw out. I'll go ahead and say this is probably my personal favorite duo. It's Paper. It's Victor V. I mean, come on. We saw these guys compete, and Victor V, I feel like University's won over everyone, right? To come out, to be paired up with someone like Paper, to just kind of take him under his wing and then say like, okay, Victor V, oh wow, you're just eliminating everything. You're going absolutely crazy. Sounds good.
That's like you.
You know, how I was kind of referencing them in Major 3, I was like, oh, Paper, this long-standing veteran, and Victor V, the new blood. And then I actually look back, and Victor V's been competing for quite a while.
It was like 14.
At such a young age, and to perform at the level that he has is so impressive. And I mentioned one coach, I gotta mention another, Victor V's dad. What an incredible coach. That little video that they released before the Global Championships, I am absolutely in love with this whole team of Paper and Victor V.
Yeah, they're like the brotherly duo, aren't they? Even when they were doing the walkout, sort of hopping over each other. Great. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I love them. I'm interested to see how they're going to do. Of course, they seem to be uncontested at the moment towards that central area of the map. Interested to see what happens there. And I was speaking to Victor the other day after their media day. I said, oh, how was the media day? Did you enjoy being on camera? He said, yeah, I was kind of a bit nervous. I was like, are you more nervous for that in the game? And he said, yeah, I'm more nervous for the media day questions and stuff than the actual game itself. So he's looking confident, feeling confident as well. And I like the dynamic that they have with each other. That helps so much, especially for someone like Victor, who is young, he's new to this sort of in-person event. It's just going to help settle the nerves so much.
Yeah, there's kind of this dialogue of how a lot of these duos, a lot of these players, when they do break up, they kind of tend to pick someone that's already been established, a veteran. And the question is, why aren't they picking these kind of young bloods? Why aren't they picking these like young WK Kings that can really evolve, especially if we have a very established IGL? And that's exactly what Paper did. He knew, he already read the strategy book, and picking a Victor V clearly worked out in his favor because here they are on the global stage.
It's just wild. I mean, once again, we just want to continue to remind you guys just how much talent is on this stage, how many majors we've gone through, how many duos fought to the very end to try and make it here to compete on this stage. And now they're going to compete in front of all of you for a title to prove that they are the best. And now that we're kind of like mixing regions, it's not even just like, hey, which region is the best? No, it's just who's got the title and who doesn't.
I mean, I think when you talk about regions too, what's so exciting is that when these smaller regions really do pop off, we were already talking about Jerome and MK Papa, but I want to know who is going to be popping off today. Are we going to have one of these smaller regions really showing up the rest of NA and EU?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was King and Phaser. I thought these guys were going to be the best of those smaller regions. Of course, so much experience on stage. Because they won Major number 3 as well, so they seem to know how to play in their home region as well, as we already know. I think that was kind of a little bit of a question mark now that they might be contested by one of our teams. So they already had a really good drop spot. I'm intrigued as to how that off-spawn battle is going to go, because I don't think it's necessarily going to work in their favor at that particular middle of the map drop spot.
And speaking of other smaller regions as well, we already talked about Haman and Cal Gamer. But FKS and Adapter, that one team to take away that one win from them in Major 2. So another incredible duo here that might be showing up, although they are contested as well.
Yeah, they are. They're sort of like that mini Olympus area, just the north side of that. I'm intrigued about what they're going to do there. Whether one of those teams decides if they do win off spawn, maybe they go towards that north side of that Grand Glacier area. If the fight does take a little bit longer, maybe that could be a good opportunity to get some Storm Surge as well. Even those static launch pads that are nearby as well, they can get up on that hill, base up a little bit as well. So they have so many different options at their disposal. And I mean, Cal Gamer and his teammate as well. What a duo to talk about, because I love the way that Cal Gamer carries himself, right? He's one of those players who's just like, he's so cool. Like, he never shows any nerves, and you can see why. He is so good on Middle East. I believe he's got the highest amount of damage this entire chapter as well. So he is one of those players that can perform on LAN. It's all about what that off-spawn situation is going to do, because we saw it at the last Global Championships, contested in both the upper and the lower bracket, and they didn't make it to the grand final. So I'm hoping now they can hopefully fix a few of those off-spawn mistakes.
Okay, I want to circle back here. Booga of Vive. All right, let's talk about this guy for it. No, but yeah, you guys can cheer. It's okay. It's okay.
Allowed.
Yeah, Booga. I mean, dude, you know, when we think about FORTNITE, if you're someone who's like never heard of FORTNITE at all, but someone says Booga, you're like, yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know Booga is, right? I want to see this guy win a global championship title. To just have like every single title imaginable, like it just would cement him forever, right? He's already regarded as like this incredible player. And when you have as many like accolades as him, like people would just, they would trade it all to even have like even half of those accolades.
And just how, you know, just how strictly people look at Booga, where if he's not getting first, then he's getting last. I don't understand how the community could ever say like, oh, Booga's washed, oh, he didn't win global championship.
I don't get it.
But then he gets the back-to-back wins between chapters 3 and 4, and then of course going for 3rd place in Major 1 is 7th place in Majors 3, and they did split up in Major 2, but obviously they felt some kind of synergy. They understood that this was the duo to make their ticket into the global championships.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out when they split duos. They of course came back together, and that's really, really difficult to do. When you're a team that has had a little bit of success before, split up, come back together, what are the vibes going to be like there, right? It's like, hang on a sec, you just dropped me, and now you're coming back to ask if we can play. So it's nice to see them still performing well. I genuinely think this is a really, really good chance of them getting a top 5, maybe even the win, depending on how the weekend goes, because their situations seem to just work out really nicely for them. I mentioned it earlier, they can go towards that east side, towards that castle. Lots of different teams, even to the north of the castle as well, that are going to be landing there. So interesting to see how they can sort of manage those early storm surge damage. And even if they do get a little bit of their loot stolen from that gas station to the south of their drop, I still don't think they're going to be in trouble. I still think this is a team that can pull it out of the bag. Much like Acorn and Cole, when it comes to the end game, they're still going to be looking stacked because they can find those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, Booga, an incredible IGL, and then Aviv grabbing all of those eliminations as well. And the loot, like you were talking about, the loot that they walk out of that POI is absolutely ridiculous. They are stacked by Zone 2, and no one wants to face them. Although a cute little caveat for the moments that we got to see in the Cash Cups, where he saw Peter Von Poy, Booga and Aviv were currently in first place after game number 5 from the reason was Cash Cups, but Peter Von Poy, you know that they want that win, the win before the global championships. And so they literally left the forecast tower, the only time that Clix and Veno got that forecast tower, and wanted to chase Booga and Aviv. And Booga and Aviv saw the token, saw that little glowing around them. They knew that that was where the coin was, and ran away. But again, it worked out in their favor because Booga and Aviv came out on top.
Just crazy stuff, man. I am so hyped to start the competition. It is almost that time. Acorn and Cold, though, we have to mention these guys, right? We got a little taste of these duos. And I mean, we can't forget as well, Cold also walked away at EWC with a win, right alongside Ritual. So he's already got this confidence in him. You've got Acorn right there, ready to go. I mean, do we think these guys could go? Like, could they make that top 5? Could they win it all?
So before Major 1, before they won, we asked the question, you know, as a fun little thing, who do we think is going to win the global championships? And I said Acorn and Cold way back when. I mean, after their run that they had last year, it was absolutely phenomenal. Getting 7th place in the global championships for 2023 just solidified their spot as 2 of the GOATs of FORTNITE. And then they do it again, winning Major 1 once again this year. They just the way that they synergize together, the IGLing, the fragging, it is perfection.
Yeah, it is. I think it's all about that off-spawn battle for me down there at Brutal Beachhead. Andalex and Sato, these guys are not a bad team in any regard. I mean, they're here, so that says it all. I mean, Andalex being around the block, being a very, very experienced player over on EU. Sato, more of an upcoming player, and he is really, really good as well. He's one of those players that lots of people have got their eyes on as some up-and-coming talent in the EU scene. And I think this is a team that, yeah, they're probably going to try and play a little bit slower off-spawn. They're not necessarily going to try and finish the fight too quickly. As I mentioned earlier, they might try and dip on out. I'm not too sure how splittable Brutal Beachhead is, so if both teams decide to try and stay, there might be a little bit of an engagement there, but I think both teams would be more than happy to kind of just dip out.
I think you're right. I think Sato's going to grab a few chests and dip.
Okay, all right, I like it. We just got word. We're gonna check out the Creator Lounge. We've got a little interview lined up with Blake in Somerset.
I told you guys earlier, the Creator Lounge was all about getting in contact with some of the influencers around FORTNITE, and we're joined by the awesome Somerset and the awesome Blake. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
I mean,
First and foremost, how's the event so far?
Been
been amazing. Meeting the fans, a surreal experience.
Oh my god, adverts. I'm about to...
It's been crazy. We walked in, we were literally getting swarmed, taking pictures for like an hour, trying to find this creator lounge. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited to see the event.
Blake, I gotta ask you, right? You know, you have a lot of experience playing in competitive. You've played against a lot of the players on that stage. Who are you looking at thinking, this is the best player in the tournament right now, these are the teams to beat?
I mean, obviously we got to look at Peterbot and Poyo. You know, they won back-to-back FNCSs. They're coming off into this event looking like the favorites to win. But, you know, there's 4 teams at their POI. Another team I want to look at is Clicks and Vino. But they're being surprise con by some OCE team. So we got to see how it plays out, but I'm excited.
Somerset, listen, an event of your own coming up, right? Big competition on the horizon. How are you feeling for that?
Stressed, happy, sad, I don't know, everything, mix of emotions, but, you know.
Awesome to get that insight, though, from a competitor's standpoint, because we got all those competitors out on the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the venue so far, people packing in, do you yourself even, you know, remember back when you used to play a lot and get nervous about, you know, just how many fans are there waiting for you? Like, how does the nerves factor in when you're up there on that stage?
I mean, I feel like most of these pros on this stage are experienced, and I don't think the nerves are really affecting them. And for the new timers, like the one-time land qualifiers, like they're gonna feel it game 1 dropping in. Once they land on that map, they're gonna be good. The nerves are gone, they're locked in, they're ready to win.
And obviously you both are just awesome content creators. Any content going to be coming from you guys from the event? And if so, let everybody know where you guys can, or where they can check them out.
Somerset with an O, know you, but anywhere on any social.
There you go. Yep. We'll be doing a meet and greet in the main lobby at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. I'll be IRL streaming it at twitch.tv/Blake.
Awesome stuff there, guys. Thank you guys for joining us. And for now, we got more coming your guys' way.
Got like 8 minutes.
Come in. I'm going to FK for 8 minutes, man.
Come back stronger every time. Told you I'm the warning sign. I walk through fire to the finish line. They all missing, I'm immortal. Got a hot drop right out the portal. I'ma climb up the fear that I pushed down. Better watch out, cause I'm on the way now. Cause I'm a legend when I'm in a storm. It's redemption I'm fighting for. Got a taste and it hits the core. And now I want more, more, more. Fight for glory, change the story. Better watch out, better
cut back to back. Oh, oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. And watch me get this gold. Oh, I just want it all. I just want it all. I'm gon' bounce. I'm gon' bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. Said you want it all. Bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. I can have it all. If you knock me down, I will feel the fall. I just got back up. Oh, bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'll keep bouncing. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back.
Hello. Oh my god. Trashy threats, People Polo, Swizzy, Jack Poe, Kazi Aspect, all landing the raft.
FNCS is the biggest tournament of the season.
100 players, 50 teams of 2, players all around the world. They all travel to one place to play on a stage in front of everyone.
One weekend, one map, the last one standing wins the game, 12 games, and they crown the champion. That's how I'd explain it.
No other game's doing it like FORTNITE. The esports here is crazy.
So the most consistent duo this year,
I mean, it's obvious.
Best duo in the world right now. I mean, placements speak for themselves.
they got second, major 1, first Major 2, first Major 3.
And they won like a lot of dual cash cups, so.
Well, the first season in general, they were dominating. No, they're looking really strong.
I don't think anyone put them that crazy.
Like 100% the most dominating team of everyone.
I mean, there's no one else more consistent than us, I would say.
I'm not sure that it will surprise anyone, but I'm pretty sure that Kami and Saitsu will do good, as they always do on LANs.
They kind of just have everything scripted. They have the entire game scripted and how they're going to play it.
They're always just one step ahead of everybody.
I'll say Epic Whale and Mars impressed me with their performance. We just stopped playing with them last season to play with Veno, and I was really hoping he quals for Globalist, so them getting, I think, 7th, it was impressive for me.
And then another team which is like also pretty underrated still is Batman, Booga, and Rapid.
I think they're also kind of underrated.
I just think they match really well together and like they know how to play the meta. They're good like fighters and all that.
Rapid's a super smart guy. They've been doing really well these last 2 seasons and they've kind of proven to everyone they're like as good as the rest of us.
They're on a come up this year. They're doing good. I think they can sneak in a top 3 here if they play their best.
So one person that I've been watching to like that I would really love to incorporate some of their game into my own is Seti and Cammy as a duo. Actually, every single land they come to, they come from more prepared than anyone. They have more strats up their sleeve.
They just create new strategy and new metas on their own. Basically, everyone watches their games to see like what they're doing, and then they can learn from what they do to implement it into their own game.
I say probably Acorn and Cold. I think Acorn, he has a really good understanding of the play style that I try to play as well. I think we both kind of do the same thing.
I want to see how he thinks about some situations.
And then Cold, I mean, he's just a good fighter.
If I want to do good that's not us, probably be Kanata and Cooper. Good friends with them, and I think they have a really big shot.
I think Swizy and Yapko, because Swizy can play with his duo. Also last year he couldn't play on the LAN.
Maybe we can Mirsash because it's my friends.
I hope Swizy does good at it, like he deserves it. I think he also deserves to play a good tournament too.
I want Clays to get a top 3 for the first time in his career.
I would want the Middle East teams to do good.
Yeah, for me it's probably Region with DA, Janus Pixie, like all the Germans basically.
Honestly, all the OC boys, I hope they do good.
100%, all my friends, you know, Kanata, Paper. I've been helping them out on the side, just trying to see them do good. You know, when I thrive, all my boys thrive too type thing, so that's just how it be.
Sigma. Alright, Sigma. Alright, Sigma.
cut back too fast. Oh, oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. And watch me get this gold. Oh, I just want it all. I just want it all. Bounce, oh, bounce back.
30 minutes. Oh my god.
He's learning. Why is he learning controller?
So is?
This guy, look on the stream.
You streaming?
Yeah, I am streaming.
Yeah.
Look,
Who's?
Hayden. Why is he learning controller?
I can go on Google.
Google.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then search up Smart Schoolboy 9.
No, that's
Why?
He's actually going around with TikTok because all damn catfish.
Callum used. I'm gonna join your activity, Callum.
What's the activity I'm on?
Listening party.
What do you mean listening party?
You linked your Amazon. Oh, I don't have Amazon. Boo.
Can we do something else? How do you get off this? Oh no. I want to do. What do you want to play?
But that's just no, there's no point. Wait, where's Deco?
Do you want to play chess with me?
Chess?
Yeah, let's play chess.
I've never. I used to be good at chess, but I can't remember how to play it.
I want to play a game.
I can Deco rush still no? I can.
On the white.
Join game. Wait, should we join one?
Who's starting?
You are.
Wait, is it rivals?
Oh, I can't say this.
Ah, sick.
Well done.
Rodri goes to a 99. Way down. Ooh. Ooh. Down. No. Aw, I can't put Dino in this one. Oh. About Cruz.
Can't do that.
Ooh, he's better than Van Dijk he is. Jeez.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do either. What about you? Why does he smooth, dude? Why can't I?
Hey, did you take one of mine?
I don't know. I don't know.
Right, I don't understand how you took 2.
Why can't I move this? I can't move that because yeah, that's why. Oh my god. Oh, okay, that's back.
I'm playing.
Are you kidding me? Oh, I just gotta get one of your bloody ones on think of one. I need to get your queen out.
What was that?
Your top lie. Excellent. No, I didn't mean to do that. I just can't take your horse out. Why just move it sideways?
Tell them. Who would you do?
I don't know. Are you actually kidding me?
All places cat.
We nearly made a circle.
Mm.
Because he has not hit defending, not hit physical. He gets 96, 96.
Have we gone yet? You how many of them did you actually get in me? How long do you have left? How much do you have of mine? What do I need? I need to get rid of your queen, I think, and have one. I think you got. Oh, of course you need that. But I can't move that because you're.
I wish she's done what to do.
Cool, we've got 19 minutes left.
Where's my joke? Wait, can...
Oh my god.
Wait, that broke.
You can't get to that, to be honest. can't move up. You're blocking me to get up.
Yeah, I win.
Yeah.
How?
You went on a streak just killing my things. You're 16.
Well, you couldn't have moved anywhere.
Yeah, I know. How come
I'm gonna share this. Although it's my
No, it's counting.
I don't know what to do.
Join this one, playing checkers. If it works.
Laying a cat. Oh, I don't know what to do. I might just do rice. This is that. Not. Why not?
I'm so confused. What Discord's?
Oh, I'm doing deco rice.
bro.
Jesus, cat, mate, you're hairy, fam. Seriously?
Oh, I'm back on Chester in the park.
What?
Have you joined?
I don't know how.
What's this?
Brother, what's that?
Thing. Oh, pirate.
Who shot Veiwing to come off?
What?
Join.
I
I don't know what these are, by the way.
There's deco rice.
14 minutes.
Look at that.
It's your time, by the way.
You miscalled me? Yeah, I'm not. Well, it's not my fault. Everyone kept coming at me in their corridors, alright? It's not my fault. I have to defend myself. I was in my one as well, right? Imagine they missed holding at me. Let's imagine that.
11 minutes.
Alright.
Jesus Christ, what's that?
Yeah, pretty much. I've got Mark 4 installed. Go on. No, it's not.
That was a really good play, Callum.
Oh, Rice was that was it. Don't hit me on home, I'll answer the phone. Called him twice, but did he answer?
Steps. Wayne Grenade.
Crispy Wave, creamy hazelnut, delicious chocolate. Why be basic when you can be well? Crispy Wave.
Does that look alright?
I don't even know what any of your things are.
Maybe let's try over here. Does that look better? Sounds good. Alright, guys. Love you all. 3, 2, 1. See ya. Does that look alright? Looks pretty good. Does it look like a green screen? I think so. Alright, well maybe let's try over here. Hey, remember, God did not. Others you money inside. Maybe let's stand it. Others you money inside. Maybe let's stand it. Others you money inside. Maybe let's stand it. Yes. Fighters coming soon, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys tune into Amazon Prime 168 Haggerty versus Super Light. You're coming with me to the shower.
Bro, what is that? What is that? What you moved? I don't even know what it is.
It's my queen, I think.
Oh, of course it's. Bro, what is that?
Same one that it can go just one straight line.
No. Wait, how do I put it back?
You've got 6 minutes by the way.
Right, Fiona ain't that big, mate. He's not. How? Is he out jumping him? That's a foul.
Have you been to anyone yet?
The passing him. How is overrated twat. Where's overrated? He is.
How many on to do? Oh, I'm winning by 1 by the way.
What?
I'm winning by 1.
Okay. I don't even know what any of your things are there.
These mushroom looking things, there's your circle ones. You don't have, what's on my number 2, you don't have, my chicken things are your horses, and I've only got a queen left.
Excuse me, but anyway, what you doing? Name my shit.
Hmm?
Name my shit. No, just
What did I choose?
Name yourself.
The fuck is that?
I had a choose of something, and I had a choose of that.
Oh shit.
Can't get us use that rice. I love my bro. Sing. What?
Oh, so
3 minutes.
Ready.
Your turn, though.
I think I've lost.
I love him for 8 days. Because I was starting to be a naughty boy, go back in basketball.
No, I think I've lost. You're gonna probably checkmate me. Whatever. When I only got 1 spot moved yet, and you're 1. I've literally, you won. You should knock my queen off. What? You're gonna knock my queen off any second. circle and stuff. Can you see that? I've got 40 seconds, by the way.
Oh shit.
I haven't won.
What?
Oh, I haven't won. What?
I mean, how? Yeah, no.
I'm on your side. Seconds, by the way. Just quick fire them. It should not be acting scared. I've got one thing there.
Oh god. Oh no. But I found a woman out of the way.
No, I've lost.
What was that about? Hey, what was that? Hey, dog.
We are very excited.
Come on, just give up.
On stage. There's some Reason fans out there.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Yeah, that's the joke. There's a lot of me included.
I mean, there's a reason to like Reason, and when
No.
you look at the run that they've had this year, getting 7th, 4th, and 5th from Majors 1, 2, and 3 respectively. I mean, it's crazy talking about the consistency that all these duos have brought here today, and to see them being competing together. I am so excited to watch Reason and Vidil.
Yeah, really interested to see how these guys can do. Of course, they're landing at the Doom's Castle towards the northeast side of the map. They have a couple of teams there as well, so they're not going to be uncontested there. But this is a team throughout the whole year have performed really well. As you mentioned, Nick Kelly, they had a really nice year with a 7th, 4th, and a 6th. Really, really consistent placements, and they're able just to find really solid games when it matters. They're able to get into that situation of endgame, finding elimination. It just seems like whenever you look at the leaderboard at the end of a tournament, it's like, oh yeah, Reason and Vidil, they're in 5th. How did they get there? We haven't really seen too much of them, but they sneak their way up, and I hope they can do that this weekend.
And you talk about them being contested, although the north side of Doom Castle, they're not necessarily contested.
Yeah.
They kind of have that north side to themselves. They're going to have that siphon coin to themselves. They do have 2 sets of duos that are contesting to the south and to the north, which honestly sounds like the perfect storm for them to third-party these other duos, especially that duo that's landing north of them, which there isn't much to go for there.
Yeah.
I can imagine Reason and Vidil focusing that duo to get some of those Storm Surge tags.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier as well, Booga coming in from that west side, they could have to deal with that situation as well. I mean, that drop spot is it's such a big drop spot, so many different little nooks and crannies where you can sort of hide and try and sneak around. I think we expect to see a little bit more of elongated fights happening there from teams that are coming on in, and I love that. I mean, this is the star of the show right here. This Peely, we've been looking at him. I love it. I love it. He's been doing some emos randomly. I don't know if he's doing it for anyone or he just naturally does them. He's just pulling out emos.
He's doing it for everyone.
He's doing it for everyone in the arena,
right? Peely right now. This Peely is giving us all the energy we have, and hopefully the energy to the players as well. As you can see, they are starting to come back into the stage, get onto their setups, and as we get ready to get into game number 1.
That's right. We are just so thankful for you guys, the fans. We really do appreciate your patience. We are sorry about that, but we'll be getting back into game very, very shortly. I wanted to also talk about Bryson Bolts. When the players came out and Bryson Bolts came out, the arena went kind of crazy, and it's a little unexpected because I don't want to say like, hey, there's duos here that don't have fans. It's just like sometimes the arena will be like, Bryson Bolts are like, rah! I'm like, yo, you guys are, what's going on? I'm down.
I mean, they've had this interesting dialogue all year long where they're like, oh, who's the underdog? A lot of people ask, and a lot of people say Bryson Bolts, but again,
I don't know what I'm meant to do.
Necessarily underdogs. In Major 2, they got 6th place. In Major 3, they got 8th place.
I'm trying.
To what we saw from Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they got 8th place by only playing 11 out
When-
of 12 games. Who knows where they would have been if they had all 12 games?
I remember last year Globals as well, Bryson Chubbs, they were a team that took us by surprise.
Right.
They did so well. I think they won a couple of games as well on the Grand Finals day. It was one of those where it's like, where did these guys come from? But that's what this global championship stage can do. It can put you on a little pedestal. It can be like, look at me, I am a professional, and I'm a very good professional player at that. And I think that's what I look at when I'm looking at this duo. This is a duo that have that experience of doing well, Bryce in particular. So I'm intrigued as to what they can do, particularly with their drop spot now. They're wanting that forecast tower. We broke it down earlier on. Vico and Flixie are trying to not let them have it, but they're more landing towards the forecast tower. So what we've seen, some teams like basing up on that hill, trying to stop Vico and Flixie trying to come over. I'm intrigued because we haven't seen Vico and Flixie have too many problems going for that. So I'm intrigued as to what they're going to bring.
Yeah, it's a Dolphin House and Split, and they kind of have this little lake where there's a crash plane. They get tons of metal from it, and then they get to go to that quick rotation over to the forecast tower. Honestly, it's a bit of an underrated split, and I understand why Bryson Bolts have been there all year long.
That's what we need, right? Is another fight for another forecast tower. The observers are going to just be in just a handful of spots across the map. Is there a forecast tower? Yes. We're going to go hang out there. Another duo here.
Bro, it's so boring.
Pixie, another EU duo.
And
of course, I mean, Giannis. I mean, come on. Fans of Fortnite, if you've watched, you've been following, you know this guy's incredible.
Hey, what?
Going all the way back to 2020, winning the solo invitational of Giannis. And then Pixie having a great performance in the Globals last year.
No, that's a win. I can't
really,
win.
Really great. I mean, that was a duo where we're like another one of those teams where these guys just came out of nowhere. It seemed like they'd been performing well going up to that, but now Pixie was one of those players that was kind of a commodity, if you like, going into this last, of course, by Giannis. Uncontested red line rig. Interested to see what they can do. I think this is another team where, yes, it says they're uncontested. If you're one of those teams, Kazi and Aspect, for example, maybe they might look to land on them. But the experience of Giannis and, of course, Pixie being such an important player within this duo, they performed very, very well in Major number 3 where they got 8. So I'm interested to see what they can bring here.
You bring up the fact that, like, you know, they kind of look out and go, hey, this is an opportunity. But that was kind of what this year of Fortnite was, right? Yeah. So much of the landscape changed after Global Championships last year, right? It was kind of like, yeah, we're kind of going back to LAN, we're kind of doing things. But once we got there, it was like, okay, this is different, right? Like, now that we're here, next year has to be different. And so many of these duos just looked across the board and we're like, maybe I should pick up that duo, I should pick up this duo. Like, it's been a crazy year.
I mean, I always say that there is only one thing you can predict in Fortnite, is that it is unpredictable, regardless of if that's the map changing, the meta changing, duos literally changing between qualifiers and semifinals. We really don't know what's going to happen until the games start.
And what I love about these global events is no matter what happened in all the majors, you know, as you mentioned, different metas, different teammates potentially, it all doesn't really matter because this is where it all goes down. These next 12 games are going to be absolutely electric, and I can't wait to get into it.
That's right. We've got another duo here to talk about Epic Whale and Muzz. I mean, you kind of highlighted them at the start of the show there, Muzz being one of the first duos to kind of win in multiple regions, and Epic Whale, I mean, when we had NA West, when it was NA West and NA East, he just couldn't stop winning. He didn't know how to, like, stop winning.
Yeah, it's funny because I was literally just talking about how duos will split up between qualifiers and semifinals, and I literally was referencing Muzz and Epic Well right there. They actually had different duos getting into the qualifiers, and then once we hit the semifinals, because both of them did qualify, they were able to switch duos because there was a little caveat in the rules there, and obviously it worked out well in their favor, finally punching their ticket into the Global Championships. And beyond Epic Whale being, you know, the 5X, however many X's he has in his name, regardless of the back-to-back-to-back, regardless of the Gamers 8, looking back all the way to the World Cup where he got 3rd place, he has been doing it for so long. And then of course Muzz, the powerhouse from OCE, now representing North America. This is definitely a duo to look out for.
I love watching Muzz play. He's such an impressive player to watch. Some of the things that he can do, the mechanical ability of Muzz is second to none. And I was speaking to him the other day in the hotel. I was saying, you know, are you feeling confident? How's things with Epic Whale? He said, yeah, I'm absolutely confident in Epic Whale. It's all about me. Can I make sure that I'm going to play my best game? He's a little bit nervous that he might get awareness check. He said, if I don't get awareness check, if I'm playing my game to the level I know I can play it at, I think he's feeling like he's going to be successful, and there's no reason why not.
I love that. Self-reflection, though. A lot of the times, these players will kind of look to outside sources as to what's going wrong. Oh, well, it was this duo that focused us. Oh, it was Greece over here. But players that can look inwardly and understand where they could have gone better, not necessarily what went wrong, but what they could have done differently, that's what makes or breaks these champions.
Yeah, that's a mark of maturity, right? For someone like Muzz, again, like you said, to win multiple times, That's how he got that far, right? To be able to stop and go, okay, now what could have I done better? Because it's very easy to point fingers and go, yeah, well, my duo or this thing or this pod or POY or this thing got removed or whatever. But to stop and go, no, what can I do to really minimize that like almost RNG we experience?
Yeah, and there is definitely a level of RNG. Obviously, the most notorious is where is that zone going to pull? And if we have some teams landing on the south and the zone pulls to the north, well, how are we going to be able to handle that? What rotations are we going to be prioritizing? What teams can we potentially face against? Being able to it's what these Fortnite players are able to do with how much goes into it is honestly uncomparable even to some of the other bigger esports out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you mentioned the zones, particularly now in the low to no mobility meta, particularly that sort of 8 zone, those later stage zones, maybe not in endgame, but it's those rotations where you have a maximum pull zone. It's those teams that have the forecast tower. It's those teams that have got their storm surge early. It's those teams that aren't trying to fight on the rotate. They're the teams that are going to try and put themselves in the best position and find the most success, but it's so difficult to do. It's so easy. It's so much easier said than done. Just be like, oh yeah, just go front side, go around teams, don't get shot, don't go into another team, don't box fight. But it's so difficult to do in practice because there's so many different things going on in your head. Oh, we need a bit of damage, let's hop in there. Maybe that's not the best decision to make. So the low mobility meta really shakes things up. I'm interested to see how the players can see how they do the affection of that, I should say.
Yeah, I love that balance, right? Kind of striking, okay, we're starting the game, let's say we're uncontested, great. We know we have to hit 555 materials, right? Wood, brick, metal. Yeah. We have to go and we have to get our loot. What weapons are we doing? What's our surge strategy? Now it's zone 1. We got to start getting in position. We are low on surge. Surge is on. What tags are we getting? Oh no, someone's boxing on us. It's all just so dynamic moment to moment.
And what's been so exciting with this season is that usually when we see loadouts from major to major, it's the same weapons in everyone's loadout. But this major, between the shotguns that we have, the ARs that we have, the pistols as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of variety, actually.
Yeah, there is lots of different loadouts. He spoke about Thomas HD earlier on with that Monarch pistol, expecting some big damage coming out of him this weekend. There's just so many different varieties, even the new shotguns, of course, you mentioned. Lots of different ways that teams can not have necessarily just one best shotgun, not one best assault rifle. Lots of ways to express yourself in the game. Are you more of a close box-to-box player? Do you like to play a little bit further away when you're taking fights? And that's what I'm interested to see a lot of our teams doing. How can they show their identity this weekend, applying themselves in the new strategy and the new season?
Do you guys feel that, like, in that moment to moment, right? So let's say we're going to have this surge strategy. We're going to need this loadout. Does that change moment to moment? Does that change zone to zone?
Yes, 100%. Obviously, you need those long-range tags. You're going to go for the ARs, having to get those storm surge tags first. But once you get closer, once you get to the end game, you're going to go fighting box to box. You want to make sure that you have your favorite shotgun. And really, depending on the player, you might see Sovereign, you might see the Gatekeeper, or you might see that Hammer Pump.
Yeah, or even those dual-wield SMGs. Those things are absolutely crazy. I think a lot of teams, a lot of players will be looking to pick those up towards the later stage of the game. When everyone's a little bit closer, you don't necessarily need that range of the assault rifles, of course. It seems like the burst is the most common one for the players that are trying to get the storm surge tags. It's not quite as good in box, so expect to see a lot of teams trying to switch that up going into the late game.
Is there maybe a weapon or two, or an item, or anything that, you know, if these off-spawn situations don't happen, oh, you know what? Oh, guys, I'm getting word. Getting word. It is that time. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, we're so thankful for your patience. That's right. It's game time. Let's send it up to our casters for game number 1. When you see us, we want to see W's because we're ready. It looks like the game is just about to kick off here. Let's jump into match number 1.
Dickies Arena.
All right, Fort Worth, here we have it. We are kicking things off here at the FNCS Global Championships. And of course, we know what is in store for us.
Already getting a close-up pay-per-view of what's taking place here with Queasy and Thomas. And you have to keep in mind, Duke's Sphinx, not too far from this location here at Research Rock. Brawler's Battleground, I think, providing a decent opportunity for a little bit of early clashing, potentially.
We'll talk about those early clashes. We already know what's going to happen here. It's Malibuca Murstache versus the Power Alex, the Power Worthy. First tags are going to go to Carmine Corpse Murstache, though.
Yeah, that was a big shot implemented there by Murstache. It's going to provide a lot of pressure as well, just enough for him to be able to group with Malibuca. They've already found a Flowberry Fizz.
Yeah.
They're getting the shield online. Worthy and Alex know that they've got to be
Power
fast on
Alex
these
and
Avengers chests.
Worthy
Yeah, this is
versus
not the
Malibu
only
Mustache.
contested team, right? There are going to be other fights happening here. Play close
What?
attention to what's going to go down, though. Power Alex and Worthy do have a little bit of a disadvantage here, playing the low ground
Nada.
as the standoff starts to develop. Meanwhile, a quad contested drop spot for Peterbot and Boyo, who have control of their side, where Trashy and Threat seem to be in a little bit of a head-to-head.
Well, hold that thought, though, because for a moment it seemed
But
as
the
if
OC
we were going to,
the
potentially
OC
deal with
team
a Kazian
didn't,
aspect here, but I don't see them anywhere in sight, MDF. I think right now, Swizzy,
the
Yako,
OC
they're
team
just
didn't
trying
go
to do what
back.
they can to prevent themselves from being the victims of Trashy and Threats currently, but also keep in mind what Peterbot is
They
saying.
might have
That
Conclex.
bot is always going to be ours. Emma Frost's
Where's-
medallion and that
Yeah,
mythic
Peterbot and
striker
Boyo
burst,
just got the
that's everything
medallion.
they're after, and he's already collected it.
No way, they just get it. That's so tricky.
Great start here.
Look at
Clearly,
Boyo.
they have the advantage. Clearly, they even have the respect.
Bro,
of
this
the
is gonna
teams
happen
laying
every
here
game.
Not to step center foot into their location.
Look,
It's
and
only a
now
matter
they've
of
gone.
time, though.
They've gone.
As
They've
soon
dipped
as
from
that
that.
reveal medallion actually procs, there's going to be 15 seconds that Swizzy, Yapko, Threats, Trashy, they're all going to be marked here at the raft. So escaping might not be the solution. They're going to have to fight their way out of this.
We've seen the interviews. We've seen, Trashy and Threat's perspective on this. They already know that they're going to have a problem with Swizzy and Japko, and that
Right,
Peterbot and Boyo will
Aspect
just
and
be
Kazi dying.
waiting for their opportunity as the time continues to tick on. You can see they're doing just that, ready to possibly pounce here in the coming moments. But Vino and Clicks, y'all, are here, and they are indeed
Clicks.
contested.
The moment these names lit up on
Yeah.
screen, you can just hear
Ba-
the crowd
basically
going
everyone is. Clicks
crazy.
is.
I mean, a clear fan favorite for good reason. And I think the most incredible part about it is just listening to Clicks talk about the fact, hey, we just found out a couple days ago, yeah, we are going to be contested. But for Damo and Resigns, you have to also factor in, this is familiarity for them. Sandy Steps has been their home as well.
Just in case,
Yeah,
they don't
this
know where
is a lot
everyone
of
is.
respect coming from both sides. Clicks and Vino, of course, just feeling out the playing field right now, playing the outskirts, meaning that no team can, rotate from behind them, whereas Resigns and Damo are content with their side of the map. But Middle Eastern teams are on the set here. Haman and Cal
Z7,
Gamer
man.
now up against the likes of CZB and Nathan, who's underneath them.
And CZB and Nathan, I think, definitely one of those teams that I
Grand
think a lot of
Glacier.
people would view as that potential underdog story. But the interesting aspect is knowing that they are going to be contested here at Grand Glacier. And what we're seeing a lot of right now, MDF, players that are just having these small, mild interruptions to their traditional loot paths, and what kind of dominoes effect that might have after the fact.
And also, just look at how many players are alive. This is about as intense as it can get. When
Right,
there's
just-
this much money on the line, when you have this much time, right, to wait, sit, contemplate your strategy. What are you going to do when the call comes? You have to answer it. Chap and Teeny here pushing the pressure, pushing the conversation right now. Ager's not looking good for him. He's going to be the first to fall.
Chap and
that's
Teeny
one
were meant to go
team down.
underworld, but they conned
Bit of a tragic start there
Aegis.
for Rise and Agers, but their downfall is Teeny and Chap's Uprising. Bound to be super happy with the elimination damage that they just secured there. Surge tags are always going to be so crucial. And in a lobby like this, MDF,
Yeah.
we know that we have so many heavy power hitter teams.
Get Surge.
That's going to be insane to think about. You have to connect on every single shot.
Well, here's someone who's going to do just that. Thomas HD doing an excellent job holding his high ground. He's got the angle down on the teams there in the distance.
Yes,
I
to get
saw
Surge.
Boone and Quanti as well, still at Mount Olympus. We know that they have that drop
There's so
spot.
much loot there.
Not for free, but again, that southern side is theirs at the moment. Queasy and Thomas HD are going to be happy with these tags, right? This is the bigger picture of hyper-competitive Fortnite. It just doesn't get more difficult than this. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to Cammy and Seti. This is a team that is a favorite and a favorite for a reason, as is Vico and Flixie, some of European
is he quite
coming
good?
up, and I dare to say part of the new era.
Sparks already started to fly though. Vico trying to see if he can get an overhead view
NASCAR.
onto Virgo
Fisherman
and
of
Shadow.
fast car.
A little bit of a wraparound. Virgo now trying to see if he can switch, but Shadow, he's left too exposed. Vico, Flixie, they take the opportunity. They try to collapse. A nice connection, but at the same time, Shadow still standing. Virgo
Imagine
knows
actually,
it's
imagine
time
fighting.
to bail.
Vico and
And they're
Flixie.
going to force themselves into a disengage, but Flixie, he's not interested in that. Flixie wants more.
Oh yeah, this is a storybook kind of conversation. conversation right here. This is something that
Yeah, they just jumped
we
on him.
expected to happen. If you're going to
Oh,
go
they
against the
just
likes
shit
of
on
Flixie
him.
and Vico's pathing, you just have to get out of the
4
way or
points.
get ran down. In Perko, in Shadow,
I mean, tomorrow
are
it'll
gonna
be 6.
Another NA team to fall here to the hands of a European juggernaut. And, you know, this is, again, I have
It makes it more interesting.
start for Flixie and Vico.
Because, like, I think even if you're 10th, still have a chance to win.
Do not want to have to deal
Unless Peter Boy and Poyo win every game.
They've also found themselves in a little bit of skirmish here. Clone, alongside Kremzu, trying to make
Oh
sure
my
that they
God.
be careful. Look at the stealth opportunity here. Gone and Quanti, absolute ninjas.
They're getting really close here. A lot of danger
You're
lurking
copying
nearby,
your aura.
and Brazil, of course, known for what they're capable of when it comes down to jumping in and playing aggressive, and they do just that. But no, the ambush was unsuccessful. Paper, oh, so
There's another one.
Talk about Brazilian teams sneaking up. It's Persa and Ed also on the prowl right now.
Everybody just crouch
The
walking
Brazilians
up
just
to
crouch
all
walk
of the
up to them.
commotion that this box fight is bringing just outside northwest side of Mount Olympus here. And the most important aspect, though, Paper, you gotta respect that 180 turnaround, throws up the middle wall, makes sure to protect himself. But Persa, they've now found
What is this scrap,
it's gonna
haven't
be cut short. Victor V, Paper, all these teams starting to congest here, and a surge base on top to boot.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Persa and Ed are recognizing we have to get in a fight. Like, whether we want to or not, Storm Surge is going to become an issue.
Oh, it's
And if
because
you're
of the bolt.
unfamiliar what that means, when there's a certain amount of players alive, the game is going to force you to fight other teams. Damage will start to rain in the visual of lightning bolts and take you out the game if you're not being active.
The real thorn in the side right now, though, for Victor V and Paper is it's evident that they want to get inside of that bunker.
We're trying to get
Clone
Surge
and
all of them.
Kremzu, though, they are doing everything in their power to prevent anyone else. They might find themselves trapped at the bottom of it for a time being, though, because keep in mind, teams do like to hold whenever they find duos inside of that bunker.
Quanti and Gone also setting up, looking back inwards. Trying to see what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper really wearing the results of this drawn-out fight on their loadout right here. You can see ammunition starting to run low, builds even shorter than that. It's only going to be a matter of time before this starts to go super south. So if Paper and Victor V can't step up and finish this fight soon, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, but at this point, they have to find closure. There's no opportunity to retreat. You are all in at this stage. They've invested too much time, and they know that they need more surge tag damage as well. Clone, Kremzu, more than content to sit this one out, though, because the weapon bunker is sounding, and they're going to have the advantage once it opens.
Yeah, if they get to jump down there first and, of course, secure the goods, there's going to be a lot of loot that's going to be given out to Clone here shortly, but Paper and Victor V don't want that to happen. You can see how much more urgency, right, is put behind these shots now as they're trying to push in.
Clone, Kremzu,
There's no
the opening
jetpacks.
has arrived here, but Victor V, Paper,
That's what the whole
I don't
thing
wanna
was
call it
about.
hesitant, but definitely
There was
wary
jetpacks in
of
the
what
pre-games,
awaits them
like the scrims
when they
before,
tried to catch Clone
and they were
Kremzu
trying to
exiting
remove
that
them.
bunker.
They
Malabuka
couldn't
Mustache, though,
get
they've
them
encountered
out.
some early
Yeah.
difficulties here. It seems like at Restored Reels, last we checked in, they were getting a couple of decent tags onto Alex and Worthy, but
Yeah.
now, knowing that Malabuka is in that solo position, it's gonna be tough to make his way towards a reboot man
Who did
with
he
this
kill?
much traffic around him.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Look at Kanata and Cooper, though, on the move right now, trying to continue to find their way not only to the new zone, but play for this high ground, right? Looking for tags off in the distance, and very different strategy for Kanata and Cooper, where we see a lot of those other duos looking to get box-to-box fight, you know, very close quarter. They're keeping their distance almost exclusively now from other duos and other paths.
No, and
duos.
Cooper, they
But I
need
really
a
love
tag.
this
Needs to
positional
get
check, though,
Surge.
from Kanata and Cooper, because they've taken over a hill just northwest of Restored Reels, and they know all those duos that are far west on the map, far north, they're going to have to rotate through Cooper and Kanata. They're just, Kanata is notorious for setting up surge bases in positions where you have ample opportunity to deal some damage to other teams.
Oh, look at this. This is the clash we all expected. Vino and Clicks versus Oceania's Damo there, who just rotated by. They're going to be the first to get a couple of tags and start to get the lead here. You have to be really careful. Vino and Clicks are going to recognize that if they stay in the storm, what's going to happen, those other teams are going to have strong positions to give them
Exclude his
even more of a
ass.
problem later. but it seems like they want to continue to press the action here.
Kashoro, though,
Not really.
kind of
Me and all of Sunday,
here.
just some
Not sure if
shitters.
Flix and Venom have spotted him out just yet, but Kashoro, the moment that he tries to break through,
Yeah, I know.
that's when
They
Flix
always storm fight.
sees small opportunity to try and pounce in here, but again, MDF, this is getting a little bit more drawn out than maybe what Clicks and
It's not
Venom
good
were
fight.
after.
Yeah, because Andalix and City
Now
were
many
still here.
what?
They thought it was just a solo, but now they walk into almost
Dude, this is a
spider's
HM
web
fight.
here. Sato and Andalix do have heals as well, so they can kind of
And
sustain
Kami and
themselves for
Seti.
quite some time, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much Andalix has to
Happen.
work with. Meanwhile, the goats of the region,
Yeah,
the
but
kings
they
of
could
EU,
have ran
the most
behind it and
consistent
fizzed
duo
into
in
the.
the world when it comes to LAN performances in the recent years are here.
Every view we pan over, it's like sharks in the water currently. The fact that Cammy and Seti have now decided to just stroll on over.
Okay, so I'm gonna 2v1 that kid.
recognize there's no real openings for us to chase this one just yet. Let's prioritize
Oh.
our positioning and set because they can always set up
Yeah.
to intervene.
Alright.
Kashoro trying to do what he can to escape, but Vano's gonna shut that one down in no time. His first elimination goes to Clicks.
Vino's gonna be the first to claim it alongside Clicks here for a big elimination, and that's gonna set themselves off in the right pace here. Still, pay attention on the other side. Kanata and Cooper, completely opposite situation now as we talked about them keeping their distance.
Yeah,
Visual
but
and Braids are gonna step up to the plate. Let's see if they can hit this swing at bat, but nothing just yet.
Something important to consider though, Visuals and Braids, this is our duo that came in at the final hour. Just last night, they discovered that they were going to be participating on the global stage. What's their prep time look like in comparison to everyone else? But more importantly still, Braids, he's trying to make sure that he brings the fight to Cooper and Kanata. They're not willing to fold. A couple of armored walls already expended from both sides as well. Kanata still able to find the shots that matter though. And him and Cooper doing a decent job at just trying to forcibly create space.
And this is not just any backup duo here. This is a team that is
you know that Braids
very
guy?
much tenured.
This is
and
his first
familiar
time
with
ever
one another.
playing
They, in
0
fact,
ping.
duo
You know he's normally at
with each other
50k.
throughout the year. So again, not your regular backup team. This is a very, very scary team to be fighting right now, and a huge opportunity like this is not going to be taken for granted. You can see the fact that they
it is close to 0 ping.
you know, these great players.
No, it is 0 ping. It just 0 ping on a laggy lobby. If that makes sense. Because no, because it won't feel like 0 ping. But it'll feel better for what because he'd be on 40 ping plus the server lag. But now they're on 0 ping.
Merstash is going to have a chance to really get back into the swing of things as the Rift Island's already gone up, and we already know who's playing for it.
Peterbot and Poyo did not even wait a moment's notice. As soon as the Rift Island spawned in, these two were prepped and ready to go.
He doesn't have his hackers on at the moment.
Taking
That's why he's not
advantage,
hitting
putting some
anything.
pressure onto teams that are just trying to rotate at the bottom of Rift Island. You know teams like to try and utilize some of those rifts along the bottom, but again, when you have a team like Peterbot and Poyo, and they're not the only ones lurking either. Trashy and Threats as well, making their presence known, but keep in mind, Poyo Peterbot, they've got that reveal medallion.
Yeah, they're going to be able to scout them out in just a couple of moments here. So Trashing and Threats will have a big, big problem here. The hold up King and Phaser talked about problems are pushing down into the EU duo. Now, there's something that we know about King is that he's not someone you want to face in a box fight. What he's managed to do all throughout this week is instill fear into every duo. He has challenged players in the practice rooms. Too bad it has been the most successful.
But the way that you're mentioning that, it's all about the solos, and this is a duo's game here at the
he was scared. He was
trying to see if he
was
can
scared
get a
of
little
your
bit of
Orba.
revenge damage onto Reason or Badil, but currently, Germans, they're the ones holding height, and
No, Reason was scared of your Aura, Callum.
some of these
He
small
didn't want to
potions,
1v1
and
you.
the
He
real
was
issue
scared.
is once those shields crack, Badil, Reason, more than close enough to hear it, but they also need the damage, so the key is inevitable.
Yeah, both sides are extremely aware that this is a fight for Surge right now, and should King's team get a tag, the Surge is gonna flip. They are the team quite literally above them, and it doesn't really get much closer than this, and this is the most opportunistic
below
time
Reason
for
and Badil.
King to take down a duo here. But Reason, there it is. Opportunities start to shift here. Reason and Badil now. Pressure starts to loom on them.
Craziest part to think about too is that they've still got to watch their backs because Rift Island just lurking in the distance. slightly higher elevation than themselves. Peterbot Boyle, they were definitely trying to see if they could track down anybody for some additional tags, knocks, elims, ideally, but one of these teams has got to get a go on here, and they can't afford to just sit idle. It's either fight or get eliminated.
Here it comes. I'm seeing 2 shots coming from both sides. Freezing goes for it first. Vadiel on the other side doing an excellent job, but a trade comes out. King's weak, and he's going to be the first to fall. Reason and Vadiel come out on top, and even then, it's just enough to stay alive for now.
Crazy though when you think about how many teams are getting caught inside of these box fights inside of the Storm itself. Mustache, Malabuka, they're just on a recovery tour currently, and it's incredible to think that they're still 156 above that damage threshold, despite that hiccup of Malabuka having to make the reboot van play in the first place. Wax and Ping though, they seem like they're primed and interested potentially, but instead it's just going to be heading to the top of Rhode Island. Malabuka might take base though, he wants more damage.
Little does he know, though, there is Trashy and threats up here. Xset right now, still lurking nearby. I'm very curious as to why they haven't gone yet. And we might just find out here soon if they end up opening the box and taking fire. But no, Malabuka takes flight first. And he's going to get pretty far off. Will it be enough, Taco? It's not looking like the math is going to math here, as Malabuka is going to be the first to fall. He tries to get as far as possible. Mustache will have to land on him.
Imprisonment first.
The problem, though, is that we're looking at 2 tick zones currently. Monster, Mustache, he can try his best effort, but I fear he might meet a similar fate, because even if he makes it into this next edge of zone, he still has to deal with all the teams that are already based up, situated, and ready to take advantage of the players that are late straggling in.
He just stole some guys' loot.
Now, as they manage to find themselves a little bit of a cachet from some leftover action between Casper and Prism. Prism now not being in this fight, and still you have OCE's Damo and Resigns almost on this warpath with them, continuing to be that thorn in their side, if you will, for lack of a better phrase. But back on over to the focus here as Clix is looking for action here. Those are his walls. It's Acorn, it's Cold on the other side. A very scary team to go against. In the warm-up games yesterday, in the scrims, right, in our practice lobbies, they pulled off a incredible 16 eliminations just to show the lobby what they're capable of.
The real issue is just knowing that for Clix and Veno, Clix, he just needs some fight heals. And you're not going to get that at this stage unless you're able to take down another team successfully. Mustache and Malabuka, though, have pulled off a miracle at this point. And it does seem, even though they're a little bit worse for wear, they're battered for sure, but they're still kicking, and that's all they need at this stage.
They do have big shields as well to work with. That headshot that he picks up right there is going to make a huge difference there as far as their survivability is concerned.
No, because Mustache Mr. Brez in zone, I mean,
it's Peterbot and Boyle staying active here. Down goes Cheats from the high ground there, and they are doing what we expect of them. Very healthy, extremely material capped, and now picking up points. That's a runaway train potentially starting to take form.
Yeah, I've seen, yeah.
Meanwhile, other teams like Cuddy and Kovacs just trying to see if they can find an angle. Rise under a little bit of duress here, but it's back to Clix. Veno trying to see if they can finagle their way out of this awkward position that they found themselves in, boxed up right next to Acorn and Cold. But again, Acorn and Cold, they've got decent amount of materials to work with. More importantly still, though, I think that they are certainly willing to jump into a fight if it calls for.
Oh yeah, yesterday has absolutely proven that they can take on any team without a problem. Talk about good teams that are still standing right now, teams that we've been kind of following the story. Victor V and Paper. Paper a little worse for wear. Seems like a bad peak's going to go ahead and put him on the backside of this engagement here. And Vino facing the struggles of taking a lot of damage here as well, not being able to recover now as they don't have whites.
Still has a couple of flow berries, but again, will that really be enough? Queasy, Thomas HD now starting to surface as well near their area. Ritual, though, takes some big tags, left that wall open just a moment too long. But Ritual, come on, coming out of Doomstad, they gotta be dealing with
a stacker.
Early on. The fact that this dude already has 3 elims.
It's 7 zone cattle,
as well, still holding his own. Shari's got a
cost more zones.
Advantage, so
there's still 50 people left. And it's the best fighters in the game as well.
Meanwhile, Mustache, again, just trying to make sure he doesn't take another tick from the Storm, but it's too little too late. Just barely makes it in. And
No, it doesn't matter.
You know, all things considered,
Now he's gonna get places point
he went down, so it's not all too bad here, but it is definitely time lost. The surge is active. They need to find a couple tags. Into the box they go.
Malibu's gonna die.
Behind him is another duo as well, and if he doesn't hit this shot, he's gonna be sent back to the lobby, and he hits the one that matters.
Oh my god.
And Mustache are clawing their way out of this hole here, and unfortunately, it might not be enough here. It's so close.
Alabuka is doing
My
everything
lord.
in his power, but I fear they have finally met their end. Zero business making it that far in the first place, though, but that is the kind of power that Malabuka and Mustache can bring.
Well, here's a couple things to celebrate. Placement points has been reached. We are inside the top 25.
700
Anyone
above.
alive now is going to start to be rewarded with more and more points. This is where things start to almost compound for you, so you want to stay up. Vino is down right now. Clix has a very important decision to make here. Do you save your best mate or let him get sent back to the lobby so you can just focus in now? Seems like he wants to go for the save. Armored Wall is going to be the saving grace here for a moment, though. Instead, Vino makes the call. Leave me. Continue to play the game here.
Veno knew there was just way too much pressure coming from the other side of that wall. A fully intact duo, and that duo being Queasy and Thomas HD. There's just no realistic opportunity for Clix to bring that one back. But Queasy, he's actually looking a little hurt here. He might have been desperate at that point, and Clix finds himself in a similar situation. Only has small shield potions to rely on, 2 below. When it comes to the damage threshold, he's got to make a move, and he's got to do it now. But I don't think anybody's giving him an opening.
Well, he's still inside the top 20 now. The more teams that fall, this would be excellent for Clix here. He just has to hold on a little bit longer. And he is doing just that. A little bit of a zone pull towards his side, more or less. But High Ground has Cammy and Seti
He's got a
looking
massive
from up
refresh.
above, and it has never looked better for this duo.
Kadu and Cia.
How is he still alive?
Eliminated. And again.
Oh my, how's he still alive?
Oh my god.
POV, but Clix is just crazy with the movement. The fact that he managed to escape.
Still alive.
Still
He's punching. Almost a top 15
Oh my,
now.
he's got some.
And he's
Sorry.
inside the top 15. Could he make a top 10? It's
Peter Bot.
down he goes.
Poyo's dead.
There's a Peter Bot. He takes him down. Peter Bot is also a solo.
It could have been anybody in this circumstance, but of course it had to be Peter Bot. But take a look at the high ground. Chapentini. And they're looking for even more still. 5 eliminations already built up here, Monster. And they've got a really strong grasp on this high ground.
What an incredible view for Chapentini. This is coming off the mountain here. Seti seems to have lost his teammate now. Has to do this on his own here. But still, anything can happen. But Muzzen Epic Guerrero inside the box, inside the lane. He's throwing armored walls down. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. Excellent plays here from Seti. No time to play with this Storm, though. He just cannot afford it.
Said he's doing everything he can to try and scale his way up this mountain face, but things are just going to get all the more vicious the higher he climbs. The more pressure he might encounter. Muzz is going to find himself into a similar situation. Peterbot goes huge there, though, off the Seti.
8 eliminations now for Peterbot and Boyo here. Peterbot still going, nearly finding another one there. Just moments away now from a top 5 here. Can he do it as a solo? He's getting
oh my.
comes down. Another weak
oh.
It was so close, but now the focus comes into who will win game 1. We have just 4 teams remaining. Make that 5. Acorn and Cole find another.
Duke simply too sabotaged, losing his duo.
This is good because I thought Peter Boy were going to win first game.
5 armored walls as well to work with here for Acorn.
But I'm surprised they didn't go. They must have like were going for it and Boy just got sprayed.
Well, look at this. High ground starting
And then Peter Bart's played low ground. Because they always go high.
The team that I knew, you leave them uncontested. They're just going to put in dangerous work here on the field.
Like the team on when you see a team on high, you just think it's Peter Bot Boyo. Everyone's practice as well.
Japan's best. Rise and Yuma, who also has 7 eliminations. Yuma sends up against Acorn, finds a beautiful tag there. Loses his teammate though,
Yuma?
finds another exchange. It's back and forth here. Anything can still happen.
All these teams scurrying in the low ground, though they're
Kills Acorn.
Acorn's gonna go down. Yuma's still standing tall, but now Chapentini from the high ground, they're just gonna collapse, and that is just another elimination to add to the count. Vico, Flixie versus Chap and Teeny. It's a battle of Europe.
A battle for the ages indeed here. 5 eliminations still for Teeny and Chap. Things are starting to rack up. Teeny, the first to go down. Chap's also weak. They jump in. They close the game. And game number 1, the Victory Royale will go to Chap and Teeny.
They don't care. It doesn't look like they give a shit.
You could tell
That's
that
Callum.
they were aiming exclusively for the Victory Royale at this stage. But granted, you have to keep in mind, there's somebody on the ground that can help out even more so.
Dallas, would you please give it up for your Game 1 winners? Chap and Teeny, do you want to step up for me here, fellas? So everyone can see your glorious faces. Let's kick things off here. What a great start. I mean, you guys, obviously, Game 1, a lot of pressure, a bit of waiting around the beginning, but in front of these fans, to walk us through the end game, how did things pan out for you guys?
Good. We're the best players, so it's easy.
Best players, easy. I mean, I love the confidence there. For you as well there, I mean, your teammate here, you guys worked to get Vico and Flixie in the last seconds there. You had the high ground. Is that what really counted there?
Of course, we're only playing for height, and that's how you win games. That's it.
Coming into this competition, obviously a lot of expectations, things that might happen. Did things pan out in that first game as you thought they might, or was it very different?
It was different. We took forecast, and then we just played out.
Those forecast towers are playing very pivotal in this as well. How important are those in the rest of this competition with 11 games left to go?
The most important thing, if you get that, you win the game. It's easy.
Would you please give it up one more time for your Game 1 winners, Chap and Teeny, everyone! Oh, things have started beautifully here. There is loads more coming your way here, courtesy of the FNCS Global Championships 2024. A short break from us here on the broadcast, but do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. There's loads more coming your way very, very soon.
Size matters in God.
Versus RTT.
Let's go. I'm back. Hello?
welcome back to the FNCS game number 1. Chat by themselves, the victory royale, and that first game was absolutely crazy to see these guys come out on top and to get that interview, right? Hey, we're the best team. You just get forecast, you get this, you got it. We're the best team. That's it. That's all that matters.
I mean, if you look at Major 2, Major 3, when they both got second place in both majors, yeah, they're kind of one of the best teams right now. And showing up today and showing up early as well, eliminating Aegis and Rise right off the bat.
Yeah, really, really interesting after this first game, because we were sort of talking about it going into the first game. Where are these guys going to land? What's their strategy going to look like? We didn't quite know, and now we get a little bit of an insight into what that's going to look like. It seems like they're really prioritizing that forecast tower. Another thing that we focused on at the beginning of the show. They want that forecast tower, and that's the reason why they're able to get height right here. You saw Cammy and Seti sort of shaping up to try and take height and holding it in that sort of 8-9 zone, but they didn't get that next zone. So Teeny and Chap took that opportunity really well because they knew where it was going.
Also, to be able to hold height for as long as they did, all the way from zone 9. Once again, the forecast tower allowing them to know where to move that height and use or save up those much needed mats towards the end of the game there. Absolutely phenomenal. What a great way to start the competition.
Just again, cold. They're just ice cold, chilling there. Yeah, we're the best. Not a big deal. Man, that is a statement game out of game number 1. But there was just so many things that transpired in game number 1. Just so many solo performances that all took place. I mean, we saw there for a moment, even Rise and Yuma making a top 3. 8 eliminations? That's terrifying. We can't let that happen.
Yes, we can, and they did. And I want to see it happen again. Rise and Yuma representing Asia right now, showing that, oh, yeah, it's NA versus you. You got to watch out for Asia as well.
Yeah, these guys are really looking good right there. 8 eliminations clutching up there in the end in those final few moments. The crowd erupted as soon as they got that final elimination. Wasn't quite enough to get into that first or second, but they've got to be happy with that start, particularly on this stage.
That's right. I want to highlight Peterbot, man. I don't know what Peterbot is about, but I do now. In those final moments, you know, Poyo goes down and you have the solo clutch, and he pulled it off.
And for Peterbot to take down Clicks in game number 1, you know that there was definitely some emotions going high right there. But Peterbot, if he is down into a solo, I mean, he's honestly a duo as a single player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these players have the ability to do this, solo clutches. And in big events like this, 12-game formats, these solo clutches are going to be so vital in getting these guys into a really nice position. I must say, this burst assault rifle ex Peterbot is a crazy combo. It shouldn't be allowed because he's so good with that. And then even towards these endgame situations, taking out Seti there at that final few moments just to keep himself going. Of course, too little, too late towards the end, but really great start from him.
I mean, their strategy is just so clean from the start. Landing ref, getting the coin, getting the mythic AR, going over to the forecast tower, and then getting the Rift Island as well in that game, allowing them to just have a little bit of height, a little bit more mats, and more importantly, getting that mod weapon bench so that I saw Poyo kind of modifying his weapons there, getting exactly what they wanted so that they were prepared for the end game.
I love seeing their 3rd place. Vico, Flixie, a 2nd place. They didn't even need the Victory Royale, right? The fact that they made it to 2nd place, you've already done too much. You've already let them get too far in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they started it off so strong as well, getting eliminations onto Shadow and Virgo by zone 1 there. And then, of course, just dominating the low ground as we know them to do.
Yeah, exactly. Another really solid performance of these guys. We've seen them do it previously. This is exactly what we expected. Low to mid ground, finding those eliminations. And towards the end there, where it was the final 2v2, it was kind of like Major 3, where it was 2 of the best teams in EU going head-to-head. Of course, 2 different, very different play styles. These guys are not necessarily going to be going for height every single game. But, of course, what I noticed there was a little bit of a change in rotation. They went towards the north side of their drop spot. So interesting to see whether that's going to change throughout the day, whether the forecast tower fight's going to affect that. But really nice start from these guys.
That's right, guys. I know you want more action. We can talk more about this, but let's just jump back into it. MDF, the best taco. Back over to you.
Yeah, that was a very intense game. Obviously, as we're coming out, you know, I couldn't even believe it. I almost, you know, just threw the whole mic off the headset. I was really into it for a second there.
Yeah, and the craziest part still, of course, we have 2 EU teams duking it out to close off our first lobby here. And match number 2 is ready to go.
The battle bus has left the station. Match number 2 is here. What do we have in store for us this game? I mean, last one was surely a surprise with the Middle Eastern teams taking a top 10 position. One Asia team up there as well. And of course, those that you expect. The best from NA, some of the greats from EU.
Yep.
Yeah, and Acorn and Cold, they haven't necessarily had an easy time about it either here at Brutal Beachhead. You know, you get like the soft contest coming out of Andalix and Sato, and this could prove to be very difficult though for Andalix and Sato, because you can tell the commitment is there, but if they want to take this fight to Acorn and Cold, it could be a really difficult one to actually close out in quick fashion.
We have to give all credit to not only Clix and Vino for Clix's performance to stay alive and secure a top 15, but Damo and Resigns, who found even more placement points, ending just closer to that top 10. So a very impressive performance for teams that were contested that game, actually. When you start to do the math on that, that is almost unprecedented.
I know, it's because they land the best side of a raft.
The entire match, and if they
Get it on
hadn't
comms.
actually stumbled upon Kishuro as a solo, I almost wonder if things could have
They're
maybe
Polo.
gone a little differently there,
Did
because
you
that's
call
what
him
really
Polo?
got them tied up into a rough position. But again, hindsight's always
Polo.
2020. Currently, we are focused on the now. Chap and Teeny lingering around the Nitrodrome, but Kanata and Cooper close by means that all they can really look for here is just trying to prioritize their mat count.
Yeah, we do know Kanata and Cooper like to rotate closer to Agers and Rise, whom was taken out pretty early last game, so they didn't get to secure that fight, and they found themselves in a completely different battle up against Visual and Braids, and it really didn't go their way. Shortly afterwards, Braids ended up falling to Epic Whale Muzz, so pretty interesting, you know, zone dynamic starting to take shape here, and that's really part of the high level of Fortnite. Game to game, micro adjusting, right? They all know what
Wait,
went
the
well,
point's
what
not
went
showing.
wrong, and it's about adjusting in the real time. But here's Sayun, here's Kadu against Casper and Prism. Little standoff here, so it seems like this game, similar to match one, is gonna kind of take its time rolling into the eliminations.
Yeah, Janice almost seemingly happy about the fact that these teams kind of caught wind of each other, because that allowed for him to just slip on by, head on out, red line rig, make sure that he doesn't get caught in the mix. He's clearly just trying to make a play for that reboot max. I didn't see Pixie anywhere near, so almost makes you wonder at the same time. It's going to be a difficult situation for a lot of these teams.
Here's Cammy and Seti. They have angles, they have a little bit of high ground. Meanwhile, King and Phaser getting active right now just outside the Rebels' roost. What is happening here? They seem to be finding their groove right now. It's Visual and Braids once again who are giving some of these duos a really difficult time, making them all second guess whether or not they should be sticking around and fighting them. So, you know, that's impressive.
Yeah, but this is also a really smart disengage from King and Phaser, recognizing the fact Sky Scroll still nearby as well. Rebels Roost just a little bit too poppin' for their interest at the moment.
Oh, wait, you know, King,
could pose some issues.
they're getting cons by, because, you know, if your teammate, like, got disqualified, so one team is, to like, half of their team has been disqualified, so that means two filler teams, like two filler players are a duo, and they're conned King. So they did none, like the team didn't qualify, not even one of them qualified. It's just a filler.
Everyone's marking them up towards the top three as far as the NA teams are concerned. And talking about top three, it wouldn't be one without Cold and Acorn. They're just putting teams down. This time they do finish the fight up against Andalex and Sato. They don't let them escape.
But now something that Sato and Andalix are potentially going to have to start considering is, if this keeps going in favor of Acorn and Cold, if they continue to take the fight to them, do you switch for day two? But I think we still got a few more lobbies to work through before that really starts to become the real question mark here. For Stash Malibuka, though, starting off somewhat on the right foot here at Restored Reels. One elimination already. Curious if one of those is onto either Alex or Worthy.
Yeah, something happened there, but Bolt and Bryce are in a fight right now. Little build-off happening here. This is a pretty intensive early game fight for, given the situation, a Zone 1 Sky base going on here. This is going to be a full-on reset if it doesn't end fast. It's up against Biko and Clixie. You know, obviously, our second place coming out of game one. very much fired up, very much confident.
Bryce and Bolt are not going to fold here, though. The forecast tower, the weapons bunker that spawns nearby Dupenhazen, where Bolt and Bryce like to land. And this is something that, you know, they were willing to contest Reet and Ritual for when it was Reet and Ritual at Reckless Railway. So now Vico and Flixie haven't taken over that position. And it's funny because you asked Vico in the player lounge last night, hey, what do you think about the forecast tower? He's like, that's my forecast tower. You ask any of these players who are actually trying to contest, they'll always tell you the same thing. That's my forecast. And yet, Vico, Flixie, they find themselves stuck because Bryce and Bolt either need to get eliminated or forced out here. Whoever controls the NPC is going to win.
And it's pretty incredible. You got to talk with Vico. I got to talk with Bolts and Bolts' brother, and they had nothing but positive things to say and honestly confidence about the fact that this is their forecast tower, and he's here, and he believes that paired up with Bryce, they are a perfect combination. So very interesting to see that both teams very much feel like they're entitled to this drop. Vico and Flixie seem to be the first to force boots on the ground here. They're going to secure the card, which means they have everything that they need here to go ahead and be the ones to get the first dibs. Bolt comes in,
Flixie.
takes down Flixie from up above. Whose tower is it?
Vico might have that key card, but how long can he really hold on to it? He's trying to just get out of Dodge at this point, creating as much space as possible. But you know Bolts and Bryce, now that they've isolated Vico by forcibly eliminating Flixie, they're going to chase him. They do not want to let him escape with that forecast key card.
And this is not just an elimination. This is not just a player. That is someone who holds the keys to every single storm for the remainder of this game. It is worth so much more than just a set of points. Bolts and Bryce have to think long and hard, and they end up easing off for a second, but it's because Clone and Kromsu is waiting for them, and Bryce is going to be one of the first to fall now as he gets ambushed.
This was almost like an unexpected gift. Clone and Kromsu were situated exclusively for the bunker, and yet when Vico tried to escape because he recognized the fact, hey, I've just got to play for the reboot. I just need to get Flixie back into this game. We'll deal with the forecast later. But Kromsu and Clone, dude, too slick with it.
That was just dirty right there to get boxed up. But look, Bolts has the card, so he actually ends up finding Vico potentially here, or no?
Vico dropped it.
He ends up dropping it just so that he doesn't, you know, bring that heat with him. So very, very interesting turn of events here.
But sure, you might have forecast secured, but at what cost? Because realistically, if I'm Kromsu, I'm not letting you escape. And that's the thing, Vico knew that there was no reason for him to continue trying to hold on. He did not have the materials to feasibly escape unless he gave up that key card.
I actually love that we got to see him drop the key card as well, right? Just saying, hey, look, you can have it, man. My hands are in the air. White flag is waved. Go ahead, take it, and he plays for another day. That just really shows you what this tournament means, right? That's not an interaction you'll have in any regular game, right? There's just something so prestigious about the FORTNITE Global Championship that even the players give respect to one another like that. It's incredible to watch.
Wow, this is looking like a menacing situation building up currently, though. Clicks, Veno, Acorn, Gold, Chaptini, Gammy
Oh my
Seti.
gosh.
I don't think we could ask for anything better at this stage, but fact of the matter is, all these teams are just fixated on one thing, and it's likely the weapons bunker.
And you hear it. It's opening up right now, and Clicks and Vino the first to fold as they recognize, hey, there are 4 teams here. This is not the greatest idea. They double back to the campfire. They'll get their chance at the bunker, right? They'll be able to pick up some scraps, get their attachments. But first, sit things out, let things settle.
I like that flyby, though, Janice and Pixie, so it looks like Janice's rescue mission was a success. He was able to make his way towards a reboot ban, but again, you have to start to wonder what kind of damage was he able to collect prior to losing Pixie. And now, Reckless Railway is heating up one more time because Vico doubled back, brought Flixie into it, but now Shadow and Virgo trying to see if they can pose a threat.
Listen, Shadow, someone I've known for a long time. I've followed his career closely. He is a very, very scary player once he starts to get situated. Game 1 jitters are out of the way now. Him and Virgo have been nothing but successful as a duo here. But wait a second, Vico and Flixie, as we know, again, are EU's best right now. Clearly some of the strongest fighters on the region. And then you have OCE's Dayanith and Tinka, right? Champions of OCE lurking nearby, seeing what's happening here. Trying to put OCE's stamp on it.
But Vico and Flixie, I mean, we're talking about EU Major 3 winners at this stage, right? You've got to imagine the level of confidence. Even when you talk to either of them, they are just reeking of confidence, essentially, and for good measure, because Vico, Flixie, they've been successful. Despite the fact that Vico was incredibly low on material count as well, he's still able to stave off Shadow and Virgo, and that is not an easy feat by any means.
Jumping to the other side here, Dukes and Sphinx trying to figure out what's happening down here south on the zone as things are just starting to develop. Clearly shots are coming in from teams in the distance. Meanwhile, Queasy has that high ground. Chap though lurking up, trying to see how he can possibly get involved. Teeny already sitting on the base for a moment there. You couldn't even tell.
I don't even know if it's Queasy that's in danger nearly as much as what it might be Thomas HD when he tries to work his way back towards the surge base he has with Queasy. You can hear the Monarch pistol, shots flying out overhead. Thomas making his way back towards him, but he scouted it out. Managed to throw up a wall just in the nick of time. Queasy also on high alert now. But Chap, Teeny, they've made enough noise. Other teams in the distance actually trying to take side shots at them.
Gotta respect Thomas HD's ability to not only see them and react faster than they can land a shot on him, but to also get up to high ground.
Nothing too.
Before it was too late. And look, they're gonna just go ahead and get off of there. They're like, wait, that team, they wanna fight? No, we don't need that. They give them the respect. They back off the restored reels. They play for center zone now. And this is a very, very good early rotate to go ahead and find a new position here, find some new real estate, if you will. Meanwhile, at the Grim Gate, we have another Rise in Yuma coming out of Asia, representing here last game. Phenomenal performance, ending up towards the top, 8 eliminations as well. This game off to a hot start with 2. Look, we look away, we blink for a second, and the double headshot onto Phaser.
The lineup is just nasty. You can just tell that Thomas HD and Queasy probably ecstatic about that loot llama they essentially just picked up from the knock.
Yeah, I don't even know if they want to cross over to pick up the loot at this point. It would end up being all too risky with King nearby, but Chap and Teeny haven't stopped their pursuits onto different duos. I'm feeling like maybe they're not getting enough tags in these fights.
Can also be so disorienting to other teams in the lobby when you're dealing with the likes of Chapentini, because they're just barreling down onto anybody that they encounter. They could care less about the caliber of player that they are dealing with in the process. All they want at the end of the day is the points from the eliminations and to clear out the space to make sure that their rotations maintain their smoothness. But Yanis, layer below, Chapentini are currently boxed up, and they are not the only ones. Kremsu, Clone, lurking overhead. Persa, Ed as well. Close enough that they could definitely tango if they wanted to.
Chapentini, 130 below. Just mentioned that they're not finding the tags. It's very clear, regardless of how many teams they've managed to fight, it just hasn't been successful. But this, so far, looking like the best here. Double armor walls come out. That's going to slow down all of their momentum here. And if I'm being honest, I think they have to keep pursuing it, find a new angle, do something else. They can't afford to stop at this point. Teeny's got a new angle here. He's behind Pixie now. The other duo, basically, that's there is Ed and Persa, who are also very, very weak. It's just not looking good for the Brazilian duos. Not looking too good for EU's Jonas.
But every
behind
time.
him, Chap's hurt. Back against the wall. He needs to find the one, and it's so close, but he's going to be the first to fall.
Pixie kind of reminding Chap, hey, we're familiar with each other for a reason, but Jonas and Pixie, they just had too much of an advantage, knowing that the Storm Surge was trickling in, essentially. It just put too much pressure onto Chap and Teeny. They were just taking recklessly aggressive fights, not methodically calculated ones.
Reminder, Falcons, Teeny, and Chap were your first place team coming into match number 2. They are now down and out, effectively opening up the leaderboards for other teams to start to climb on up now.
Casper and Prism as well. I think that this is a duo that has really caught some pretty big attention given their recent performances in EU. Casper as well finds FKS that flashback moment, but Janice, Pixie especially is in a really rough position, trying to deal with Quanti at the same time as well, but these two know they've just got to disengage. They need an opportunity to get that mech hit off, so Pixie will find a moment here, but Quanti still could pose a pretty big threat. All depends on how Janice and Pixie actually choose to leave from this current position.
Take a look at Epic Whale Muzz right now. Also below the Storm Surge here, they just need a little tag. Bring your focus down to that bottom right, that map. We're in zone 5 out of 12, right? So we're getting into the late part of the game. Things are gonna get to real small with the circle, and it's only gonna become more and more difficult if you're one of those teams that don't have heals.
The problem is when you're also a team like Muzz and Epic, you had the shield, you had the white heals, but you're losing all of it because you're just underneath that Storm Surge. Finally, they'll manage to catch a break in the form of damage. And they'll look to try and see what they can scavenge here at the top of Rift Island. Surprisingly enough, mostly undisturbed.
Little update there as Adapter and FKS fully eliminated, so 10th place is out, first place is out. Cammy and Seti not looking too great right here, below the damage threshold as well. Again, what that means is that Lightning Bolt is going to start coming down from the sky. They're going to start losing 25 HP over the course of time. Periodically, it'll start to add up. Footsie and Vico, this is why they're fighting all the teams, because they need to. Otherwise, they will be sent back to the lobby for not doing enough damage. Here it is. Vico gets slammed in on from 2 angles, but Cammy gets crushed by a devastating shot. Vico hits the one that he needs to. Meanwhile, Rise and Yuma jump into the mix here. This is our team in the lead here. Vico, though, is so good that he is putting up numbers up against every single region right now. It's still defending for his teammate.
He's just trying to make sure that he can throw Flixie into a safe position. Revive is clearly on his mind. Armored walls are going to be sent out. Yuma, Rise, they're hoping that they can try to collapse, but I fear the moment has left them. Vico doing so much when it mattered most to hold his ground. And sure enough, the revive is a success. Flixie has been brought back into this battle, and that's going to cause Rise and Yuma to reconsider whether they actually want to take this engagement.
And that was our current first and second place teams basically to be going head to head. But let's jump in with Clone and Kremsu right now. Another team very, very desperate here to find a fight. Clicks and Epic Whale are the team not so desperate, but ready to defend. But no, they lose the walls first. This is not looking good. But they end up finding the shots, and Clicks is so fast. He hits one in, then the second before they can even notice what happened to them.
Yeah, you know this guy's been taking some tips from Menno. I mean, he's been forming his own kind of masterclass at this stage.
The edit in, caught by Vino there. The trap was delayed. So good.
That's exactly the kind of bounce back too that you would hope for, especially when you consider game number 1 probably got a little bit more messy than what they'd initially intended. So moments like that can really captivate a lot of momentum for players on the big stage.
You know, you make a great point. The first game was really difficult for them. They spend a little too much time inside the storm. So look, already micro adjustments starting to come in, but Muzz and Epic Whale here. Muzz is down. Epic Whale's down. Muzz is by himself. He finds the tags that he needs, doubles back to save his teammate as the Storm Surge was doing damage. And Vadil and Reason are recognizing, wait a second, why did you stop pushing here? Something clearly went wrong. Muzz now has to back off. I don't even think he got to pick up his teammate in time. No, Epic Whale gets finished there. And the development now for Muzz is that he is left by himself with nothing to really work with. I mean, it's all but over for him at this point if Vadil and Reason want to push.
At the same time, though, Muzz is definitely a bit of a solo mastermind. If anybody could look for a clutch opportunity, the real issue that I'm seeing right now, though, MDF, Baka, Pars, right behind where Muzz is currently fixated. And if he wants to press forward, Vadil and Reason on the other end of these walls, it's going to cost Muzz so much if he's able to escape this as far as his builds are concerned. He's already looking low on that material count.
Yeah, you saw him look through the
What?
wall. I was like, wait,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
left there? Nothing.
14.
And I think that was a mistake because now Varial and Reason can tell, wait, he's still pretty close, and they definitely know he's a weakened solo. But hey, if Muzz can stay alive, he has the zone, he'll be okay for a little bit of time. Placement points are just moments away. Take a look from the other perspective, how the damage ended up racking up there. An excellent tag by Reason, and then the Surge finishes the job there in the end. So very, very close. Had, you know, they not had that problem, they definitely were the team ahead. But here's a team that hasn't really found their footing just yet. Peterbot trying to figure it out in match number 2 right now.
Well, you say that, but Peterbot was kind of on a rampage in our first lobby. But this time, obviously, hoping that he can do it alongside his duo, Pipoli, Kyoto. They are met with an armored wall. The moment that they try to aggress onto Pars and Baka, and be forced to drop to the low ground, seeing they could try chop out these floors from underneath, but Pars, Baka, they recognize there's too much desperation from this duo. We don't need to take any sort of risky peeks. We're just gonna stay them back.
They kind of have to though, but no, Pipoli goes up to the box by himself. Baka and Pars are some of the best to do it though, and they hit their tags. Literally granted a huge, huge opportunity there to get comfortable and situated in this game now. Meanwhile, Clix and Vino on a huge rotate here across the map. Talk about a night and day position to be in. Eland, material, and much more to work with right now. Clix, though, has to buy some time. Get a little healthy here. Starting to run out of shields to work with, though, but still, they get time to regather themselves, to compose themselves for a moment.
Hey, Rising
The most
Yuma.
important part was
How are
looking
they
at
in
both of their
first?
material counts. That is a strong build count for them to work with, and they're going to need every bit of it, because when you look at Titans like Thomas
Who was
HG,
Rise meant to play
Queasy,
with?
up on the high ground already, just trying to take advantageous shots, and any of these teams that are starting to trickle their way in, trying to see if they can suppress as many duos as possible to those mid and low ground layers.
Well, here it is. It seems like they've been able to catch a little bit of extra information there. Now looking for teams nearby. Bryson Bolt's going to be one of the first to go ahead and be in the line of sights here. But the zone hasn't popped just yet. They know it's got to go north. They're working their way through this build here. The cover's been blown, and they back off. Happy with the few tags, but still, they need more eliminations. Surely more placement points if they want to jump up to top 5, as those teams are still in this game. Meanwhile, Queasy still ramping his way across the high ground, right?
And that's for sure. Queasy, Thomas, they're going to try to hold on to hype for as long as possible. Ideally, the entire game, if possible, like what we saw at Chapatini in the last match. But Acorn Cold, very efficient, found a slight dead side rotate despite so much congestion having pooled in the real center of that last zone. But everybody's got to get a move on now. Poyo, Peterbot just doing what they can to stay ahead of the pack. That reveal medallion as well, going to help them pinpoint some of these solos that might be running through these pre-existing builds.
Yeah, those extra layers right there. But look at this, Clix and Vino catching up.
First
They
page just
tear
got killed.
there. Peterbot and Boyo find Yuma as well, effectively taking down some of that immediate
Clix and
competition,
Vino,
right? You want to start
Team
dropping
Vino.
those players that are
I mean,
up
no,
at the
Clix
top
and
of the
Vino,
standings.
team.
If you want to
Oh,
jump
they're
over
maxed
them,
out, bro.
it's not going to be easy. It's going to be very, very hard to do, but they are doing just that. Meanwhile, the wider shot tells us the whole story. There's an indestructible bridge separating the high ground layers from the lows.
And Pico, Flixie, they didn't manage to find the victory royale the way that they would have hoped in match 1. And now, staring down their own demise here. Flixie gonna get knocked. Vico not gonna have an opportunity either to recover this one.
Warrior's dead.
Just too much
And
pre-existing
Acorn.
pressure. But Peterbot could go massive here. Acorn's gonna get
Oh.
caught out. And Peterbot gets the shutdown.
Oh, but someone comes from behind. And
Foul,
down
hold.
goes
Get it?
Peterbot. Just like that, it's Cold to the rescue basically here, making up for lost time there. And at the end of the day, the real winner here is Cold. He gets more placement points. He gets to heal out now and kind of wait this one out. Meanwhile, Clix is still alive here, working his way through the game. Queasy and Thomas make their way up to the Rift Island. They are looking better than ever. There is so much material to farm back up here as well.
It's looking next to impossible for anybody to try and effectively challenge for high MDF, but we see great things happen. Clicks, on the other hand, alongside of Benno, they're gonna fall back to back. Trulex and Chicho now seeing if they can try and finagle their way into that top leaderboard placements, but Deal's gonna be the next one they knock. Reason forced to play this one out as a solo.
Game 2 already looking kind of crazy. Reason takes down Stash there, and he gets to secure the medkit. That's a medallion pick up right there. The medallion as well to give him that little bit of extra push here. And look at that. Of all the players that came into the game inside the top 5, Chicho and Trulix are one of the only ones standing here now. With 8 eliminations, they have ran their way up the standings and put themselves into this incredible conversation of a team to look out for right now. Rise and Agers, a great performance. Booga and Rapid show up and get put down, and now it's a top 3, but it's just Pars and Baka down here. Queasy and Thomas have all the time in the world.
Queasy and Thomas are sitting like kings right now at height, just watching all this catastrophe unfold underneath. Chicho, Trulex, they know they've got to deal with this team on high ground. All you see is the armored walls stacked in the sky. Trulex gonna opt for the medkit play instead. Hope that he can outlast Baka in the process. But again, at the end of the day, he's just staring down Queasy and Thomas on height.
They're starting to look down here. They're starting to put some tags in. They see what's going on. It's just a matter of moments. 8 eliminations for Queasy and Thomas. They look up. Who's trying to land on us? And of course, it's the one and only coming out the storm, Baka there, who just went with a desperate play. Meanwhile, Trulex down low. If he starts to focus in here, he falls so fast. And Baka has high ground now. This is a little scary, but the tag is so good for Queasy.
And the incredible part about it still, MDF, Queasy already had the record for most victory royales in FNCS finals, but he extends that from 25 to now 26 with this last victory royale. Incredible stuff. I want to hear more for what Ada has to say.
That's right, yeah. Would you please give it up Fort Worth for Thomas HD and Queasy? Hop up for me, fellas. Everyone wants to see those faces. Let me see those faces. You know, 8 eliminations, a great start to proceedings there. Queasy, I mean, what is it like playing with someone like Thomas? He's got the eye of the tiger. He sees things that no one else sees.
I don't have to worry about Surge. I literally did like 200 damage that game, and we were 600 above or something, so it's pretty easy.
I mean, Thomas, you've been there. You've got almost every single T-shirt, but the FNCS Global Championships, that would be the icing on the cake. Game 2, it's now yours. What have you felt out there so far? What do you feel in the lobby and players around you that are kind of causing you a bit of concern?
I mean, it's like really nice to play on the stage again. Like, we only have like 2 lands a year, so yeah. I'm just happy we won a game, like, and we can prove ourselves finally.
I'm seeing as well, Queasy. I mean, there's a lot of fans out here. Hey, you got cheering you guys' names all the time. Let them hear Fort Worth. Queasy and Thomas HD. Let them hear you. Come on. Right. How does it feel to compete as well in front of an audience like this as well? Obviously, there's 10 games left, but are you embracing every second of this alongside your partner?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I got some important people in the audience that told me that I should go high and not die, and that's what I did, and we won the game.
Okay, I'd love to see it. And one more time, would you please, Fort Worth, give it up your Game 2 winners, Thomas and Queasy! Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good here in the Raw? You guys have been amazing. You guys at home as well have been fantastic. A quick break from us again here on the main show, but do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming away. 4 more games today. Don't go anywhere.
that guy's coming, and he knows how fucking dangerous Ilya is. And so he doesn't take that fight, and then he goes in fresh against Ilya, and you have a much better fight.
Yeah.
He knows what it was, but you gotta think he was compromised from that knee. He got head kicked.
Yeah.
Head kicked. Shin to the dome, which is just, for sure, it's gonna rattle you for a long time.
When you're just getting put out cold like that, and especially probably cut a lot of weight to get to that point, because he looked kind of flabby at that Islam fight. So you're taking a fight on 10 days notice. There's not a lot of guys that are around their weight class anyway, so they're cutting a lot. Then you have to go, all right, now I'm gonna fight Islam, #1 pound for pound, and then that head kick.
Islam looked like Michelangelo sculpted.
He's so big. He's so strong. So
what does he weigh? What does he weigh? Like right now, if you called him up, what do you weigh, brother?
I would say at least minimum like 185, 190.
Fuck out of here. He's 210 pounds.
No, it's like
that guy's 250 pounds.
His strength feels like 200 pounds. That's what I hear. But that's the thing with them. They're always training. No matter what they're doing, they always at least run once a day or grapple.
So he's losing roughly 30 pounds to make 55.
From the start, I would say. Yeah.
I'm ready for Ilya to win.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS Global Championship. We just wrapped up game number 2. Queasy, Thomas, HD get themselves the victory royale.
Swarms.
And on top of that, 10 eliminations. They are looking for that global championship title. We interviewed them. You saw the confidence. They're here to play.
Well, Zeke, you went ahead and said on top of that. What about being on top of the Lob 11? I mean, Queasy, typical, finding himself up on the high ground. But the most impressive thing for me that game is, it's been very, very hard throughout the entirety of the year to play these metas from 8th zone, maintain the high ground throughout the entirety of the end game. But they did it.
I mean, look, you say typical, but if you've been watching the EU this year, it's not been typical of Queasy, right? This year, we've had to suffer and watch Queasy do this whole... I'm willing to see him up on height. I think everybody expected to see them sort of be playing on all sorts of layers today, but seeing them up there, right, they looked comfortable. They looked like they're in their element. All throughout this game, Thomas HD, another level when it came to shots he was able to hit, and you saw them just wiping out people below in this game. A top game from Queasy and Thomas.
Just wild to consider, right? Like, the fact that they took height around like 8th zone and they just held it, and no one thinks about contesting them. They head on over to Rift Island, flying above. They're like, hey, we don't even have to build. And if anything happens, we've got launch pads out if something were to go crazy. Them getting this victory royale is very, very scary, right? Because now they're kind of setting a precedent. You give us high ground, you give us a victory royale.
Starting to see the effect, right, of some of the other teams be impacted earlier on in the game, right? Like, we haven't really seen a Peterbot and Pollo alive in either one of these first 2 games yet, right? We know Clix and Veno also struggling throughout that early game, not really able to find their footing either, which are typical names that we might see go up there or apply pressure. But right now, I mean, when they find themselves up there, if there's no pressure being applied, it might be a little too easy for them.
I mean, I think the great thing for Queasy and Thomas here is that, of course, a lot of people saw that they were going to be landing towards that southeast, and they wondered, landing at that base, are they really going to be able to cook, especially with far zones, right? This zone pulled all the way across the map, and we saw that they were able to play out of that spot with relative ease, causing problems in the mid-game, really nice surge-based positioning as well. They clearly have a game plan locked in here that seems to be working, Zeke.
Absolutely, and we actually have a listen-in from that moment on height. So let's take a look at this.
Spring.
You don't have a dash?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
1 or 2. I can't
74. Goes far. I'm single layering. We're gonna have to dash and fight though. Top 3. 2 duos. Maybe we fizz and drop down right now. We fizz and drop down right now for sure. I have armored still.
Bring that up.
Yeah.
I'm dropping late, okay?
Yeah,
dropping
yeah.
Down late. I have no ammo. We drop the low ground or what?
Yeah, okay. Well, we
come,
can...
Fizz.
Okay. Yeah. Fight this guy, yeah.
Look up,
Kill
look
last
up.
one, yeah. Get high, don't die! Get high, don't die! Come on, man. It's too easy. Bro. It's too easy.
You heard it. Get hyped, don't die. That's all their concerns. Just 2 things. We got to do this game. And man, just to see and like get to hear those comms is really special, because we kind of get a little sneak peek into how they're choosing to operate. So calm, right? Very little comms. They're not like, hey, we're top 2. Don't freak out. Don't panic. It's just like, hey, here's the information. Top 2. Let's drop. Let's do this.
I mean, it was a great example of just dynamics of that team, right? Queasy with very clear communication, that strong leadership. That's why he's considered one of the best IGLs this game's ever seen. But still having the trust in Thomas. When Thomas made a call and said, I want to do this, let's do this, following that and sticking to that, committing to that, great teamwork.
Resource management, planning out the rest of the game before it even happens. But that little thing that I saw at the end there, you saw Thomas, he was editing out the floor. So that way the tarps above them actually would fall, right? They would break away. So that way Baka had nothing to kind of land on that was actually inside of the zone. Took away every single advantage possible from the competitors.
Those little things, right? Those little nuanced decision makings. Yep. So incredible. We saw there in the first place. Trulix and Chicho in first place by a massive margin there. And to think in this, they picked up 8 eliminations, right? So remember, we don't always need the victory royale. That helps, but if we're placing top 3 with 8 elims, y'all better look out.
Listen, me and Levin, we were sitting down in the practice area yesterday. Shout out to Reed, was having a little bit of a conversation. And he was like, Trulix and Chicho, they're just so annoying. They just build ramps up. They get all of the storm surge in the world. It's just so random. And to see them make it into the end game is really no surprise when you kind of take that sort of strategy into account.
I think the big surprise here for anyone that's familiar with Trulix and Chicho is they're not the type of team you want to see or expect to see having 9 eliminations, right? There's a low elimination players. They play out their mats really well. They play out their med kits like we saw them do there, right? Had the free med kits. Once they ran out of the mats in the end game, you play your med kits, clutch up some extra placement points. But if they're going to be able to do that, Zeke, popping off and getting high elimination games, we could see them repeat the success they had last year at the Global Championships.
That is so crazy. And a final thing here to call out, Peterbot once again in a situation he's left as a solo. This game, though, was a little bit different from them. They were kind of in shambles there, which is a little bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think still kind of finding the necessary amount of surge, I think, towards the later part of the game, right? I know we tuned in with them towards the earlier zones, like 3rd and 4th, and their storm surge seemed very, very fine. But as you can see right there, a little bit of struggles led to some material deficiency right there, and just the fight going for that. Pollo goes down, and yeah, again, Peterbot kind of left as a solo, but we've kind of seen those performances throughout the year with Peterbot, and these are the type of games that Peterbot pulls out the enough points to kind of hang on for the duo.
Exactly.
The worst it gets.
Right. Exactly. You love to see it. Guys, we want to talk more, but we're getting right back into the action. There's more Battle Bus action to go, so this is game number 3. Casters, up to you.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, MDF, we are approaching the halfway point here in day 1. But what's even crazier to consider is still, sure, it's match 3, but tomorrow 6 more games to work with and a 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where teams start to hit the drawing board. I mean, Vino has expressed this before to us in his interviews. Day 2 is always the hardest, especially for players like him that focus so heavily into that day 1 prep. So this foundation that has to get built here and now is extremely important. Let's jump on the battle bus one more time.
And just like that, match number 3 is upon us. The battle bus is departing one more time here today. And I think also, MDF, one thing we're really going to get a chance to see is how the micro adjustments continue to unfold, because at this stage, you really want to make sure you're setting yourself up for the best recipe for success heading into day 2. But this halfway mark could really be the telling tale.
Yeah, and we're kind of jumping back to match 1 vibes right here. Cal Gamer, Haman versus CZB and Nathan. They won the first fight. Kind of fizzled out the second. This one now is all up to Cal right here. Cal finds the first tag and no duo in sight yet. Kind of runs off to a safe spot. Very smart position to put him in. Meanwhile, Nathan has more time to go ahead and start healing up, but no material. We all know Fortnite's a game of builds and attrition, and if you have the mats, you usually have the fight in the bag. Cal Gamer comes on top for the Middle East.
That is a big clutch opportunity there for Cal Gamer, because him and Amon definitely need to start rebuilding a little bit more in terms of that leaderboard. But again, they're not the only ones with that vision in mind. Merstash, Malibuka, Restored Reels one more time. Oshi, Worthy, and Alex. I love seeing them lurk in the horizon, but the way that they've chosen to split that POI is pretty interesting.
I want to see more Worthy perspective in Alex there, but we have to see what's happening here between Oshi and Middle East here. This is a really big fight for FKS and Adapter. whom are winning at the moment. Tinka goes down, Daneth is down as well, and FKS and Adapter collapse from both angles so perfectly. Look at it from Adapter's perspective, just catches him in the nest there, in the danger web, and it is over before they can even put down a build.
Have to love that supportive fire coming in as well. Perfect timing. Phaser and King, though, slight world of hurt here. Phaser trying to do what he can, but at the same time, we'll have to just check back in with him, see how he manages as a solo for the time being, because we've got action heating up here at Restored Real. So many medkits getting tossed out, but Merstash and Malabuka manage to take this one over yet again. 2 eliminations in the bag, plenty of heals to work with as well, so they'll be able to recuperate nicely.
Take a look from Merstash's perspective there. He lands a great tag on the board so fast. Then Malabuka finishes off Alex, who's a little weak there. Almost finishes Malabuka even with the HP disadvantage, proving that he definitely had the better shot, but just gonna come up short there. Meanwhile, Threats and Trashy have gone up against Peterbot and Boy, and you can see the results of that. Not very good for Trashy at the moment, but Man City Threats, if it's one thing that we know, is that he's a veteran of North America. He's gonna stick around and try to put down some numbers here.
And a lot of players, definitely big fans of that thermal scope as well, but it's gonna take more than 1 or 2 nice shots for Threats to work his way out of this position. Keep in mind, he's still possibly gonna get sandwiched here if he's not careful. Peterbot Koyo still close enough that they could continue to play spoiler there for Threats. The Yapko and Swizzy also on the wraparound here. They're gonna choose to just try and work their way through Charon's Crossing. Not really interested in sticking around.
Garrison Shari, center zone right now, chasing down Phaser. Phaser gets inside the tunnel. We've seen some very fun plays go down here, but this dynamic not too exciting. And I mean, it's just simple math, right? There's only so many places you could be. Kiros takes down Shari. They already took down King, and that's going to be quick wraps for that duo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Queasy and Thomas HD right now, very much situated, coming off of the victory royale. No one, just like no one in sight either, right? Very, very comfortable as far as the spacing is concerned right now.
Hey, we already heard what the comm sounded like for Queasy and Thomas and what their intention is as far as the matches here today. Just get height, don't get eliminated. It's as simple as that, or at least it sounds like it on paper, but taking height in the first place is the real challenge.
It's so easy, right? Just do it, basically, is what Queasy's trying to say here. Keep the mentality locked in, and they do just that. And honestly, I think the more important insight, how much he depends and relies on Thomas HD, knowing that, hey, Surge, we got it covered. I have one of the best duelists, right? Like in the game right here, in the world. Thomas HD, no stranger to hitting those shots when they matter. Meanwhile, Flixie and Vico, they have to make up for that shortcoming in game number 2, falling in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's all gonna pop off here yet again by the Forecast Tower. One that's situated in between Reckless Railways, Mount Olympus, and realistically, Bryce Bolts, you have to keep in mind, Ifanazen in their backyard, and that's exactly what they're after. They find Job and Michael trying to just sneak around the low ground, but it's not gonna work this time as Bolts and Bryce find their first elimination. That's a nice amount of surge damage as well, so they can afford now to stay engaged in this fight for the Forecast Tower in comparison to maybe Vico, Flixie, depending on what their surge tags might look like.
Yeah, and you know, Job and Michael had that strategy. They were to come in with this surprise contest, and it just seems like things are a little difficult for them. But Swizzy and Jocko, right, talking about coming over insurmountable difficulties just to make it this far. Swizzy finding his footing here. He's gonna take down Ping and Walks. Just one of the 2 for now, but still, elimination starting to fall their way. These are critical points now for the tournament standings. On the other side, Clix and Vino make it out of the drop. And now they're on their way to the north side of the zone here. Still cold, so dangerous on the outskirts here.
Cold making sure to just use the natural terrain, keep himself as concealed as possible. But again, Clix and Vino are more than aware of just how much attention the forecast tower is bound to draw towards them and their initial rotates, but it seems as if Veno and Clix were a little bit more fixated on trying to deal with Shari, Giras, but now having to look back because of the tags that came into play from Fold and Acorn, and Sherry probably a little bit happy about having some of that pressure alleviated temporarily.
I saw Vino saying, wait, is that a solo rotating back here? So he's a little bit more keen now to rotate towards that duo. Nice find on the Cactus here. This map awareness from Clix and Vino, given that this is their natural terrain, is flexing right now. But Giras and Shari, they let up the pedal a little bit, and all of a sudden now they're perched up above them. Flixi and Vico here do not want to give this one up here, though. They have chased Michael into the storm, who Michael just wants to save his teammate job, but no. He's pushed the wrong way. First through Bryson Bolts, now through Vico and Flixian. Just like that, it's over.
One of the beauties of LAN, I wish you guys could have witnessed it. Vico's mom getting a chance to see him in action, just shouting the moment that they find those eliminations. Love to see that kind of cheer forward. As Reet and Ritual, they're gonna depend on each other here, trying to power through the likes of Toyota and Mipoli, but Ritual, he's lost his shields entirely, has more than enough to recover though, but what he needs is for Reet to continue to buy him time. So much pressure. Both Mipoli and Toyota choosing to take the same angle, at least for right now, but that could provide the wiggle room opportunity here for Reet and Ritual to get a wraparound effect.
Really get to lock in right now. Asia has had quite the appearance so far. As I'm looking at the standings on the side, but things are starting to get updated here. I'm seeing teams fall, players and teams get eliminated as things continue to develop here. And talk about Asian teams in the distance, you have Zagu up close, you have Bobby getting closer and closer. So it's almost like Re and Ritual are just getting surrounded by this entire region here.
And it's not just Asia either. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like Booga and Aviv are also kind of moseying their way over towards this action taking place by the weapon bunker, but Reet shredding through Mipoli's shield. Not enough to crack him just yet, but still forcing him back. It's clear that Reet and Ritual just want box control, take over the space overlying that bunker so they can make sure that they defend it with their own builds.
Oh, Kyoto and Mipoli trying to situate themselves for the first stab at the bunker. Bobby and Larpex trying to do the same there as they lurk nearby. On the other side, though, high ground here for center zone. Looking for any teams off in the distance. Chicho and Trulix. The surprise pop-up in that end game last round really showing up for themselves there. Team Falcon and Valiant.
If he hits someone,
proud of that one.
If he hits someone from right there, man.
Ooh.
Okay, Chicho, we understand. The Monarch pistol, clearly one of your preferences for a reason, but still, I don't expect Chicho and Trulix to leave this position anytime soon. This is their bread and butter. Surge base up, take control of teams that are going to be forcibly rotating from those outskirt positions on their drops, and just funnel, control the way that they're actually moving on the map.
Oh, look at this. Unfortunately, second place Rise and Yuma now down and out. Once again, opening things up for a second there, but so far, that Asian team has put up quite the performance, right? Representing for their region. That's really the best part about this. We play all year to get the best players from every region globally together in one space to compete against each other. What a flagship event here, but on the other side, Vico and Flixi continuing the story here. They have the bunker now.
Probably rather content as well, knowing that they can take their time, but there is another team starting to approach their position, but it might just be a duo that's gliding overhead. Doesn't seem like they're gonna bother stopping or recognizing the fact even that there's a duo still lingering inside of this weapons bunker. Chapentini, on the other hand, dealing with the likes of Baka and Pars, outskirts of restored reels, and this could be a rather dangerous position because keep in mind, Trulix, Chicho, they've got a surge base nearby as well. They could look for prime third-party opportunities, get some good tags in here.
Chapentini now on the run here from Baka and Pars. Smart disengage given that that low ground terrain is going to be a lot more difficult to play from. Baka and Pars, honestly, not in such a strong position themselves. 28 builds is nothing for a player like Baka, especially in this type of lobby. He really has to start to, piecemeal something together, or their end game is it's going to crumble. It's going to crumble.
Part of the problem for Baka and Pars, though, is that landing by the ship at station, their intent is to try and make a play for one of the forecast towers. We've seen them throughout the majors in the regular seasons, right? And they've tried to consistently make plays for forecast, but they've got to deal with the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, who are also making rotates, and it can be difficult for Baka and Pars as well to just maintain their map position because they have so many teams kind of surrounding them, looking to cut them off at every position.
Although it's only game 3, I do want to hit the VODs and see what's going on with Batman, Booga, and Rapid there, as they haven't quite really popped off up to the expectations. But hold up, Rift Island now officially secured by Baka and Pars. This is honestly a very, very good pickup here if they, of course, can get the loot, but an elimination would be even better. Teeny gets hurt in the process here. Chap secures the high position here in defense for his teammate. Singles out Baka. Baka down to just wood builds. They need to get some of the outskirts here. And already Chap and Teeny secure the center of course, what will be the cache, right? All the loot that's going to go in and spawn out of that.
Capture point could be a really big advantage here for Chap and Teeny as well. Baka Pars recognize more than anything else, they need to try and rebuild their material count. Granted, Rift Island can definitely provide, at the very least, ample amounts of bricks, but that's only if they're not disturbed in the process. And seemed as if there are a couple more duos trying to make their way towards top of the Rift Island. Veno Clicks also still hanging out inside of the storm. Comes as no surprise, though, really, when you consider the fact they like to stick in the storm a little bit longer than some of these other teams. They're usually pretty consistent about getting those surge attack damages, but they can also be very dependent on the vending machine to accrue the heals to make sure that they can afford this time inside storm.
Vending machine makes a massive difference. Bunkers make a massive difference as well, as far as having the heals to string together a strategy like this. Cammy and Seti clearly have a stronghold on their area. They're playing deep into the storm, and this is, again, a team that is no stranger to staying in the storm on these invitationals, on these LAN events, right? Like, we've seen it happen every single time. They almost welcome the storm, right? To stay away from the other opponents there.
Cammy and Seti, they were probably cheesing the moment that they found out the hover jets wouldn't be an option for players, because everyone knows, historically speaking, they perform incredibly well, if not possibly even best, during these no mobility or low mobility metas. So, comes as no surprise, really. They were able to find their surge damage, a little bit to work with at least, dead-side rotations, but Malabuka Mustache, jam-packed action potentially here at Restored Reels. Finding some decent shots, but more important aspect still is that Casper and Prism are under some heavy pressure. Those Storm Surge tags trickling in now might cost them all their splashes.
82 below. Pressure starting to rise here. Giannis gets pushed in, drops down to low ground. Just letting the Storm Surge kind of do its thing here for now. But Casper doesn't stop. He eggs on solo here into the wall of Pixie and Giannis. We've seen what happened to duos before. It normally doesn't end well. Malabuka and Mustache also lurking nearby, hearing what's happening here.
And again, you can technically out-sustain the damage that's dealt, but 25 a tick, not to mention the other teams taking notes, shooting at you as well. Shield cracked has gone out. That might be the go sign here for Giannis and Pixie. They recognize the fact, though, this duo looking a little bit too desperate for him. Mustache, Malabuka instead gonna strike from behind. Casper, Prism, they were so fixated on Giannis and Pixie, they had no idea the real threat that awaited directly behind them.
Yeah, now Mustache and Malabuka have nothing to worry about. They have so much damage. The refresh is there. They're going to be fully focused in on likely getting to the new line of the storm here shortly. And they saw, like, this team was fighting another team, so clearly they're very much aware. But wait a second, Pixie knocks on the wrong door. This is a full duo. Little did he know, He was likely thinking this was what was left of the other team that was just there, and Giannis falls for being out of position now. Murstache and Malabuka really racking up the eliminations this game.
Devious work there by Murstache and Malabuka, though. The way that they were able to separate Giannis and Pixie in that moment. Keep in mind, Pixie definitely still trying to do what he can, but yeah, that is just some very tactical play coming out of Malabuka and Murstache. Their chemistry definitely aligned. Pixie still trying to do what he can, but Malabuka and Murstache, they know it's a solo hidden somewhere amongst the rubble of these pre-existing builds. Pixie trying to hope that he can maintain a little bit better position, but he's just getting shredded. The builds are not going to withstand all the shots coming in. Malabuka and Murstache with yet another elimination. 807 damage above as well. They can take their sweet time now on the rotates.
And you see it from Murstache's perspective onto Casper. Say, huge shot there in the replay. Very well executed. Well, that's going to set themselves up for success. They have nothing to worry about other than get to Storm now. For Vino and Clix, a little bit of a different story here. Still a successful game nonetheless. 2 elims, plenty of material to work with, especially in Clix's reservoir here. However, the damage will start to become a problem soon. But talk about problems here. Kanata's got a big one. He's got XZ Trashy on the other side of the wall. And no teammate, Cooper, who is the returning champion from last year, paired up with Kanata right now, is now found himself watching Kanata having to root from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, the Ship-It station has just been fully skeletonized at this point. All the walls practically torn down. Other player builds replacing them, but Kanata has done a decent job, at least at forcing Trashy back. And in fact, Trashy so low, Kanata not going to be able to get the outright elimination just yet, but he's hunting it down. Trashy just hoping that he can buy himself a little bit more time, and Kanata's got to be careful, because Queasy and Thomas, they're also nearby.
We already know Queasy and Thomas have the confidence coming off that last game. Big rotate coming out on the other side, though. It's Agers and Rise who are on the move right now. Rise going to be the first to fall in this exchange here to the hands of Bolt. It seems Bolts and Bryce to get the elimination credit here. And Bolt and Bryce are holding on just barely. And Bryce willing to stay in the storm. He needs these materials, trying to pick up what he can here to go and get himself a foundation to work with. And this is a congested side of the storm. Look at how many teams, how many players are sitting around this general area.
This is a lot of our northeast-based teams as well. And Bryce, at least with that refresh on the material count, he's going to be able to at least dictate which direction he wants to head next. Might be able to protect himself on the disengage as well. Agers, though, might not find himself in a similar fashion. Still, the armored wall will at least prompt a forcible disengage for the time being. Everyone recognizing the fact they've got to scale over this hillside as they approach the raft.
Well, time to make a decision. Agers goes for the fight. And now he's in the storm, but a tag is going to set him off here. The clock is ticking here. Just a couple moments left, and he jumps onto Muzz and Epic Whale. Tries to go for the axe through the wall, but instead delivers the loot to the hands of Muzz and Epic Whale, who really needed that, but the storm ends up doing the rest there on this back edge. And it's just one problem after another now since match 1 for Epic Whale and Muzz here. It's going to be difficult to ask Epic to do much more at this point, given the situation.
Epic just hoping that he can survive, but that dream is shut down instantaneously. Just domed from a distance, and not much left to do except sit and wait for match number 4 to begin. Trulex, on the other hand, though, no Chicho again. Some of our teams that are just trying to lead, unfortunately finding themselves in these compromised positions. If Trulex goes down now, MDF, that's going to be a heavy hit to placement points.
Yeah, definitely will set them back, given that they set themselves up with such a strong position now after that first game. Obviously coming in with a little bit of a lead, but how long can that lead last when you have people like Peterbot and Boyo putting sights on you? And looking at that update there, Cold and Acorn are down. Yuma and Rise are also down. This match 3, almost a defining moment for some teams here that had a real chance to break away, but as all things balance here, it's almost like we're brought down to reality. So Trulex, really the only player now in the lobby that has a 30-point gap, but for how much longer?
He's just trying to stay as concealed as possible and hopefully connect.
An elimination, really?
Yet again, Dukes now forced to play this one out as a solo. His box gonna get collapsed upon. Hiko though loses Plixie. Another one of our teams in the top 5 wiped out.
That is actually going to be very, very important for everyone who's on the bubble now, looking to jump up into that top 5 spot. And even better for the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, who are very much there. Thomas, HD, and Queasy, who have been running their way up the standings here. Look at this late rotate, allowing them to have this much visual. Not even need to build walls on the side is a sign of confidence on its own.
Look at this Thomas now. He was just taking shots at the lobby leader. He's still got his sights set onto Trulex. Might have even identified him as a solo, but they're going to find themselves chopped. Malabuka, Merstash now trying to make their approach towards Queasy and Thomas. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Pollo, they're currently sitting inside of top 3, third place to be specific, and they're going to instantaneously take over the hill. Prime position, also catching shots, tags, connecting onto Queasy, but the hill height is the real W here.
Well, I hate to call it early, but it is not looking good for the lobby if you're rooting against Peterbot and Pollo right now, as they have got themselves the natural elevation, the material count, and the base already set up. Meanwhile, Queasy finds himself in a bad rotate there, taken down. No Elims earn this game. No chance that Thomas can survive there if he doesn't fight his way up. He doesn't even have mats here, the shield bubble, the saving grace, but also the flare to the lobby. Hey, I'm over here.
There's only so much that Thomas can do from this current position. And first, he's got to break through. Yapko and Swizzy throws out the shield bubble. It's his last hope at this point, hoping that there isn't a duo underneath him. But unfortunately, he won't even get a chance to reconsider where he wants to go next. Peterbot and Pollo more than content to take the shutdown.
And they're the team up top, looking down on the rest of the lobby here. Other NA players still here, Reet and Ritual. But you have EU's Huddy on the front side with Kovacs there. Peterbot looking down, putting tags onto the roofs of these builds. Huddy and Kovacs have 7 eliminations, but very little material now. It's gonna get super scrappy down here. They're in that conversation of top 5 here, though, as they've managed to nearly fight their way into a top position now. But things are slowing down. Everyone really thinking about what the next move's gonna be, what's best for their situation here in the tournament. Merstash, Malabuka look up, they say no. Peterbot and Pollo are still there.
Huddy and Kovacs, they're actually gonna opt to play from inside Storm. Now they're gonna make their move, but they're so late on this rotate. Peterbot and Pollo are bound to catch wind of this. Immediately, the shots rain in. Kovacs trying to scurry around, but he won't escape. There's too much pressure. Peterbot too accurate as well. Another duo life getting flamed here in the mix. Merstash, Malabuka now caught wind of Reet. Unfortunately, front side of zone is not going to be controlled by Reet and Ritual much longer. Malabuka, Merstash here to play.
Yeah, and they did all that for a top 5, right? Look at how slow things have gone here, because everyone wants placement points. But the problem is now you're giving Peterbot and Pollo so much more time to decide about how they basically want to win this game here.
Ritual still trying to work his way through. He's crouching, he's breaking the builds, but Peterbot and Pollo MDF, I hate to call it early, but they are looking primed to take over here in match 3. Unless Merstash and Malabuka have something to say about it. Currently contesting Yapko and Swizzy. This could be a massive refresh for builds.
Swizzy and Yapko, 8 elims. What a monstrous game for them here. Top 3, breaking his way through the builds here. He still has a lot of gas in the tank here to work with, but Malabuka and Merstash put up such a strong defense there. A great tag onto Merstash to go on and set things up, but he steps in now. It's time to throw it all down. It's all or nothing. Right hand peek here for Merstash is going to work well. Peterbot and Pollo jump down from the high ground to go ahead and get in the mix. One of those goes to them. Merstash is down. Malabuka's down. 2v2. All they got to do now is find the last shot, and Pollo, hungrier than ever, is going to get one. They just need the second now.
Peterbot, Pollo, they're tracking him down. Swizzy staring just a layer above. Pollo's gonna fall though. This could be massive. Swizzy could actually take it, but Peterbot trying to shut that tree down. Peterbot, oh my God, is all he needs. Swizzy takes it home.
Peterbot and Pollo get taken down to the hands of Swizzy. Phenomenal job there in the end. Just when you thought it was over, just when you thought he didn't have a chance, they clutched it up. They pulled through.
I have to put a little bit more respect onto Swizzy's name here. Keep in mind, he's a powerhouse player coming out of EU, but Adam, close on sight.
Thank you so much. Give it up for your Game 3 winners! Swizzy, wow. That was that one-on-one. Peterbot there, right at the very end. You managed to start that out perfectly, but walk us through the final stages, how that all went down.
I don't know, like, it was actually not as hard.
Not as hard, not as hard. Peterbot and Pure have been very strong throughout the competition so far, but Yapka, you guys are looking very good too. Walk us through the first 3 games of this competition. How has it felt for you two as a duo? Is everything panning out as you expected?
Yeah, we just adapted very good, I think, and we're just playing our game. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty confident we can play good.
Obviously, we got a bit of a halftime break now. What do you guys do behind the scenes? Do you kind of go over tactics, strategy? How do things go now? Or do you just rest and relax for a second?
Yeah, we're just gonna take some break, like relax and think about the next 3 games.
And I'm gonna ask you as well, watching that at the end there, you watched Swizzy in that one-on-one. Are you feeding anything through on the comms then, or are you just keeping quiet and just letting him do his thing?
I mean, I'm just going behind him, you know? I'm just telling him everything. Because I was still alive, so I could see everything on my screen.
Love to see that. One more time, give it up for Swizzy and Yapka, everyone! Thank you very much, guys. Now, obviously, you know that I've got a voice of an angel, okay? No one booked me for the halftime show. I can't believe it. I'm devastated. I don't hold grudges, but I actually blame Zeke. I could have done a repertoire of my Fortnite Festival classics, and I couldn't do it. Zeke, I blame you. It's over to you, buddy.
That's okay, Adam. You can blame me. Most people do. My gosh, Swizzy here. You could tell in the moment that like Swizzy's in like almost like a state of shock. Like he was literally shaking. And it's because he 1v2s Peterbot and Poyo. How many people in that exact situation? You're literally just like, it's that's it. These are the guys that I don't want to be fighting. This is it, the final moments of the game. And he answers the 1v2.
One of those games that you go ahead and you're like, yeah, this one's over.
We all thought.
Peterbot and Poyo, yeah, they got it, right? Up on the higher ground, and then it comes down to the 1v2, and it's like, yeah, they got it. And yeah, I don't know, Swizzy just hitting incredible shots from the low ground. Peterbot just not having everything reloaded right there at the end. Makes all the difference.
We are in the Swizzy era, man. I can't believe it's taken us so long to see this player on the big stage. And if this is what we've been missing out on, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see what we have in store. This guy has been performing at the highest level of Fortnite for about a year now, right? We saw towards the end of last year in Chapter 4 just how impressive he was when he won FNCS with Putrick. We wanted to see him at Globals. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Even this year, they qualified. They've been dominating EU. We couldn't see him with Vanya, and we thought, oh my goodness. I mean, cool, we get to see him, but it's not going to be the full power duo we thought we would. But Swizzy and Yapko been looking good, man, and Swizzy in particular, shining as always.
I just cannot believe that 10 eliminations onto that duo. And again, on the flip side, right, we still have to give props to Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, right.
They just absolutely dominated that game for so long. And those final few moments, right, when there's 3 duos remaining, you just wait. You're like, okay, when they start to fight at the bottom, we look to strike. Unfortunately, though, Swizzy was on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually one of those games that Peterbot and Poyo pretty much secured second place, or it, could have been that victory royale way earlier than that. It was actually the 6th to 7th zone pool where everybody was actually northeast of Grimgate, but then the zone pulled southwest. It pulled all over that green river that gave everybody the dashes. But the difference there was that Peterbot and Poyo, they actually saved those dashes for 9th zone. Once they were able to rotate in the 9th zone, they used those dashes. They got ahead of Queasy and Thomas. They built up on the hill, and they had high ground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, from there, you just expect it to be easy street. And for the most part, it was. Unfortunately, those final moments, we know just how tough they can be. But it's such a great sign for Peterbot and Poyo. Right? We just talked the game before this about how, look, those games we saw earlier are probably some of the worst games we'll see them have. And yet they were still racking in big points. It only gets better from here.
We got to take this to a listen in from those few moments because that was just a crazy run from Peterbot and Poyo. Let's take a look.
All right. We can get all left and get height. We can get all left and get height. Come. 35. They're looking, they're looking.
30.
Look here, look here. No
Refit.
builds, no builds, no builds.
Yeah, yeah. I got it. We're good. 13 alive, by the way. Everyone's stacked.
Yeah,
I think everyone's stacked. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going. Yeah. Just look at the team's frame.
Yeah, I'm looking. Duo. They dropped. They dropped.
It's this team right here. This 60, no builds.
360 wood. Give me coin. Give me coin.
Yeah.
Give me coin. Right here.
He's reloading. Nice.
Always great to actually listen into the comms. 11. We were actually having a conversation about Peterbot's comms. You were listening to them over at EWC. Compared to there, what's the comparison?
I mean, at times, right, in some of those games, you maybe was getting a bit quiet. I remember some of his teammates on the key, they were complaining, you got to talk a bit more to us, Peter, but the communication, much more in his element here on this big stage.
Nice.
I love to see there in those final few moments as well. In that situation where they made that beautiful little rotate up the hill, right? At that point, second place through, they're gone. And now they're thinking, okay, we have an opportunity here. We can really look to pull away. And again, just kind of telling the lobby, we are on height. You're not going to get to play the game. But when we're ready, we'll go ahead and pick you all up at the bottom.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, they're in first place. No surprises there. I think it's interesting how even with their success, if we're going to be critical here, I think we're seeing the effects of the whole RAF situation where they're not getting that whole POI to themselves. It feels like in some of the NAF and CSs this year, they would have gotten a POI like that all to themselves and been able to run with it, have cap loot. But the lack of loot, you'd argue, means, again, he doesn't have as much ammo, he can't spray as much towards that back end. When he runs out of shotgun ammo, he can't switch to his AUG, right, and use that. Small, fine margins, but it's, you know, causing a difference here. But if they're going to stay in first place, I mean, he's not going to be too bothered at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm happy you actually brought up the point of the RAF, because that game we actually saw something a little bit different. For first two games, it was very, very passive. No elims were kind of happening over there. But this game, Peterbot actually picked up Trashy very, very early on. So that could be the adaptation that they're kind of looking for to make sure they just get that extra little bit of an edge coming out of the RAF.
And Cammy, right? They also find another impact over on Cammy to just disrupt them and their plans. So just crazy. Malibuka Mustache as well, third in that last game. Dude, I don't know. Like, think back to game one. Malibuka Mustache just had this horrible game. They're just shambles the entire time. They're going down in zone. They're picking each other up. And now they come out swinging third place with just an unbelievable performance.
Well, Malibuka and Mustache, that game number 3 right there, they actually took it to Alex and they elammed them very, very early on. But they didn't leave their POI. They did not leave reels at all, right? It was remained in the zone. And I think they picked up like 3 more eliminations from the POI alone, just picking up stragglers, picking up rotators. So awesome to see that they're very, very familiar around that POI, so much so that they can find elims even later on in the game.
I mean, when you look at Comp FORTNITE this year, Vivid, it's been a matter of surge basing here and there.
Yeah.
That is not Malibuka and Mustache's game, right? They want to go into places where people are going to rotate into them and they want to fight people. And they did that so expertly here. And it felt like a vintage game for them, even towards the end game, right? Just causing havoc on lower layers is what they were always known for doing. And so it's great to see them in their element here on LAN.
I wanted to call out their 6th place chap in Teeny. We see them just go up a few points there. They managed to fight that Rift Island, fight for that Rift Island and claim it. But we did not see them in that end game, right? Think back, they won game number 1, and then it's kind of, they're not necessarily stalling out, but there's something that is kind of keeping them from hitting these final few end games. What's going on? What do you think?
Well, maybe it's the giant surprise of them not landing where we were kind of expecting them to land. They're actually landing over at the Nitro Dome, right? Which, you know, very, very like them to kind of just randomly land somewhere. And maybe we're kind of seeing the effects of that, right? Maybe now that players around them have kind of adapted to how those rotations are kind of being made by them. They're like, oh, so this team's going to be doing this now. We're obviously not going to allow them to do that or something like that. But I'm sure there's adaptations being made by some of these players.
Absolutely. I wrote down a whole long list of like effects of them switching up their drop and the team's effects. Before we get to that though, right? Them landing on Nitrogen, some added context. It was the spot they landed at, right? Last season, right? When they were playing. And when you actually look at where they were deciding to land, they never really committed to a spot, right? At one point, they wanted to go reckless and they were going to go towards the underworld. And it's funny, I spoke to Kanada and Cooper a couple days ago, and they were like, for sure, those guys are going to go Nitro Drone. They knew, they were like, 100% those guys aren't committing to whatever they're saying they're going to commit to. They're going to land on us. And I guess they were very prepared for it. But even then, man, Chapentini is the kind of thing you expected them to do, right? Have some sort of switch up in game plan.
I love that the casters going into that game called out micro adjustments, right? Game to game, we're just thinking these little nuanced things. How do we get the upper hand on all of these duos? And of course, now being the halfway point, it is more important than ever to do so.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you actually brought up that halfway point, right? And quote unquote adaptations, because now that we are actually in that halfway mark, the players are off the stage. Right. They're actually behind the scenes right now. And right now they have the opportunity to not only talk amongst themselves, right? Kind of get refreshed, kind of reboot back up into the competition, but the opportunity to also talk to their coaches who are hopefully seeing things that they are not.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to some of the coaches that are here, right? We were talking to Sven and Razari, right? Those guys coach a bunch of the players here, a bunch of the top teams here. And there are some top teams, I think, who have maybe had a quiet first 3 games. So there's going to be plenty to talk about behind the scenes.
That's right. Well, you heard it here. The players are currently on a halfway point break. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away. When we return, though, game number 4 from the FNCS Global Championship.
Well, hello, Fortnite fans. Kelly Link here in the Creator Lounge, where I am just surrounded by so many incredible people, and 2 of my favorite people are going to be joining me right now. Panda, Jacob PR. I feel like we're bringing it back all the way to NA West on the FNCS. It is so good to be talking with you guys. How you doing, Panda?
Hey, listen, it's the Global Championship, so you better believe we're loving it. What's going on, Texas?
It is so exciting, so electric, and I know that so many people here are excited for Game 4, but we do have a little bit of a break, Jacob. But when that break comes back, I'm ready for Game 4. What about you?
Oh, I'm definitely ready for it. Even though there's like a little bit of a slow start and some hiccups, including that last way the game ended, Peterbot and Pollo, oh my God, this is a legacy in the making, and there's 9 more games throughout the weekend, and I couldn't be more stoked.
But man, I thought that was going to be Peterbot and Pollo's game. Everything worked out so well from them on high ground, where we've seen them time and time again. but who was waiting for them on the low ground? Swizzy. Is that something you could have expected, that 1v1 going out that way?
Honestly, yeah, I can't lie. I predicted that was gonna happen. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But no, honestly, really it is the nerves, right? That's the biggest moment that Peterbot's had of the day. He came down, he tried to take the fight, and unfortunately it just didn't go his way. But that's how it happens sometimes.
But even without the victory royale, Peterbot and Pollo are currently sitting in first place, and I think that's something a lot of us kind of expected today. Do you think they're going to keep this going?
I 100% think they do. Consistency is key, and in a lot of their big wins throughout the course to get here, it's been their consistency. And Pollo, I think, has been a huge backbone for this roster that doesn't get enough credit, so just a big shout out to Pollo.
Well, speaking of giving credit, Swizzy, absolutely incredible. Not even playing with his main duo of Yapko and still taking the victory royale. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, honestly, listen, you can't count out Swizzy. He is a phenomenal player playing with Yapko. Obviously, shout out Vaniac for not being here. But honestly, this duo is special. They still have a very, very good shot at taking that top spot. So just because Peterbot and Pollo are there now does not mean they've secured it. I'm telling you, there is still a lot of games to play.
Guys, I am so grateful for you to chat for me real quick. And before I let you go and go back to the desk, where can people find you? What do you have planned for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, listen, we got a ton of great stuff going on this weekend. Make sure to check out Life with Panda, Life W Panda on all socials. Jacob and I are hosting a post-Global Championship live stream, so make sure you tune in. I can't wait. And of course, the lovely Kelly Link. I'll let you send it off.
Oh my goodness, thank you. But real quick, Jacob, where can people find you? I know as far as watch party goes, you are constantly streaming FNCS watch parties. Where can people find you?
On Twitter and Twitch, you can go to Jacob MVPR because I'm the most valuable Puerto Rican in this place.
Thank you guys so much, and let's head back to the desk.
No, Jacob. What?
Yeah, that's Jacob.
Dude, I love Jacob PR, bro. I'm honestly thankful he's not here because if he was, he'd be so tall. Anyway, thank you so much to Life with Panda, Jacob PR. We love you guys. And I like that Panda kind of called out one thing specifically. There's still like a lot of games left to go. Keep in mind, we still have 3 today, 6 tomorrow, but under that 1.5 times multiplier. We're already seeing games go crazy. Things kind of unfold, maybe not in ways we expected. What have you guys been seeing and that maybe excites you about the last 3 games?
Why don't we go ahead and start with the early game here, Levin, right? There's big questions around, well, pretty much almost every single spot on the map. Yeah. But I think Brutal Beachhead was a big question mark. How was Acorn and Colden and Alex and Sato going to go? And right now, you know, game number 1 is a little bit passive. Games 2 and 3, though, Acorn and Cold have come out with 2 eliminations each one of those games.
Yeah, and that's huge, man. I mean, Acorn and Cold, if they weren't uncontested, would have been a favorite to win, right? So seeing how they did there was going to be crucial.
That's right. I actually just got word. We have an interview lined up. Adam Savage is standing by with our duo in the first place. Adam, what you got for us?
Well, I've currently got with me the leaders of our competition right now. Peterbot and Pollo join me here in the player lounge. Fellas, it has been an unbelievable start of proceedings. Peterbot, 23 eliminations. Looking 23, I think so. Both you guys so far, yeah. Leading it. He was like, just me? 23, so... but he expects that. He expects 23 straight up off the bat. What's that?
I gotta have 17. My AR aim right now is looking crazy. Like 16 or 17.
Okay. Well, I mean, whatever happens, it's looking strong, and you're very much in the lead here. Pollo, walk us through the first kind of like couple of exchanges on the forecast towers first and foremost. You guys got it 1 time so far. Does that kind of does it concern you at all? Is that a real issue, or are you guys just kind of like heading through whatever happens regardless?
No, I think the first game, like, we were getting held by a team, Baka Pars. They were sitting in like a bush. But after that, like after we were able to get to the forecast, we were fine. No one contested or anything. The next 2 games, we weren't able to get it because they didn't spawn.
Well, we saw as well, like the zone shifting left, right, and center for you guys. How has it felt in those first 3 games, adapting as well? I mean, we saw that you're going to be a lot of players going to challenge you guys. You saw an elimination feed clicks in that first game as well. That must have felt real good too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it felt good. It was just like I was like, so he got eliminated, and basically, I just got like 5 eliminations in 1 zone, and then like the win, like that are expected to win, and yeah, I mean.
Talk me through that exchange as well. There was Swizzy right at the very end of that last game there. Does those kind of moments get under your skin at all? Do you kind of feel those? Or you just going to move on to the next thing?
No, we got a 12 elimination second, so it really doesn't matter to me. We're in first by 40 points or something.
You're looking good. Poyo, I've got to ask you as well. We have the crowd as well going wild. Obviously, you guys. Peterbot gets I think home court advantage to a degree. How does it feel for you as well? We're playing alongside Peterbot when you kind of hear the hype around from the fans here in the stadium and at home too.
I mean, it's amazing. It brings me up as well, like with Peter's fans. I mean, it affects me too.
Yeah. Well, you guys have had an unbelievable year thus far. Will they make it another win under their belts? We're 3 games in, and so far it's looking very, very good for Peterbot and Poyo. For now, it's back to the desk. These guys getting back to their seats. Game 4 is imminent.
You know, I think one of my favorite things about Peterbot and Poyo, I'm going to say something and let me get the whole thought out, okay? I love that, obviously, they're amazing. They play so well. And I love that Peterbot talks so much because Poyo is like an amazing player. And he's just like, yeah, Peterbot, you just talk for the team. I'm just going to sit way over here, talk for the team. Yeah, things are great, and they're amazing. I'm good. Okay, bye. That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
No, I mean, but I think it really, really works for them, right? And that's what you kind of need when it comes down to duo dynamic, right? Somebody's a little bit more vocal. Maybe that's how it kind of goes in game as well.
I mean, yeah, I think when you look at the dynamic of that team, anybody that plays with Peterbot is going to have to put their ego to the side. I mean, that guy's got enough ego for all 3 of us on the desk here. You know, he could talk for days, that young lad. But I mean, look, he's a top player and he backs up his talk with performances in game. And it was interesting there, you know, how Adam sort of asked him, like, do you sort of let losing that 2v1 affect you? And I think it's good that it doesn't, right? And he talks about how it doesn't matter, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think it's that sort of mentality to just keep going, even when things don't quite go right, is the key to why they're so successful.
Yeah, I mean, saying, look, 12 elimination, Victor Royale, or second place, it isn't the Victor Royale. Now, if tomorrow, 1.5 times, you definitely want that Victor Royale. Those points are going to matter, but bro, 12 eliminations and a second place, that's still a ton of points. Right. And as he called out, he eliminates the 2nd through 5th teams. At that point, you're like, cool, I'm just creating a gap for me and Poyo.
Yeah, instantly looking towards the positives of the situations, not necessarily the negatives, which is really, really good. Now, we were kind of talking about something prior to the break, right? We were like, okay, now they have the opportunity to go ahead and converse amongst themselves with coaches, everything like that. What can we kind of expect going into game number 4 to maybe change, if anything at all?
I mean, one thing I think I noticed throughout the first couple games already was there was a bunch of teams actually switching up their spots. I felt like we were seeing a bunch of different people in areas of the map in early game where they just shouldn't have been. Like King and FaZe were all the way in like the southeast of the map. I think Michael and Job was somewhere there as well at one point. We're like, I thought you guys were landing all the way on the other side. So clearly there's been big switch ups already, and I think we'll probably see a couple more.
Absolutely. You guys have kind of started talking about Acorn and Cold. I kind of wanted to circle back to that conversation. The duo, how are they performing? Are they performing the way, I guess, you kind of, in your mind, envision they would on LAN?
Yeah, no, I think Acorn and Cold definitely are going to find themselves within the top 10. I actually predicted that they were going to be in first place at the end of day number 1. Right now, after 3 games, you know, Peterbot's got quite a lead, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think they're performing very, very well, handling the all-spawn situation perfectly.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I think most people who know me know I'm a big Cold fan, and I'm a massive Acorn fan as well, and I really do back these guys to do well in every given situation. I think we know with 1.5x points, we saw them in Major 3 and NA not having the best day 1, but with the 1.5x, the comeback that they had to place as well as they did, they're always going to be in the competition. No matter how far down the leaderboard these guys are, until we get to maybe game 11 tomorrow, right? They're going to be in this competition, and when you have that ability, that's a real big strength.
That's right. We've seen their off-spawn situation. We actually have a list in from this last one, so we'll see how this goes.
They're ahead of us, but
are they?
I see their squad.
Should we swerve? We swerve?
I mean, yeah, but I swerved far.
Swerving.
They're down in this middle here.
Okay. I'm like lurking around, okay? 100.
61 or 60 another.
Just take our time. Take our time. Take a minute. Take a minute. Right here. 34.
Don't be tough. You got 3 builds. He has no mess.
Cracked him.
He has no mess left. I'm on his own. 81. Let's
You're
go,
him.
baby.
My God, let's go, bro.
That's so much, bro. We're chilling. We're literally vibing.
You are the best, bro. Good work.
We love getting those listens in, right? Really getting to hone in on how are these duos communicating? What are they kind of calling out? And I just love these like little sneaky tactics, right? Really utilizing those third angles to kind of just sit underneath that little stair and go, yeah, I'm lurking, come around the corner. You're like, oh, it's just one person. Just kidding. Acorn's right over here. I just get shotgunned, I'm down, you're on your own.
Yeah, it sounds like there was actually an adaptation happening there, right? Should we swerve? And actually, they went ahead and did it. So there was actually a different idea going into that game. But still, even though they had to go ahead and adapt, they still executed on whatever they have planned for when something goes wrong on the drop. And, I mean, you saw the situation in terms of loot. Cold had almost nothing, no shield, and Analex and Tato were all geared up, ready to go. Still won.
Right, that was one of the things I actually spoke to Sven about, right? Their coach. He talked about the prep they've been putting into Osborne situations. I think they got a really bad reputation for Osborns after what we saw in season 2 of this year, where they got bossed at Grimgate by Peter Bottomboyo.
Yeah.
You know, we'll sweep that under the rag, right? Pretend that never happened. Right. And I think they've come into the Global Championships much more prepared, better ideas, different options, right? And they feel comfortable regardless of which option they have to take.
That's right. Our players are making their way back onto the stage right now. We are preparing to kick off game number 4 of the competition. As we continue to kind of talk about this micro adjustments, Levin, you called out something before we went to break here recently. The fact that Chapentini, they kind of, the single decision they made sent ripples throughout the game. I'm really interested to kind of tap into that and kind of discuss how one decision could kind of change a whole game. Can you talk me through that?
Absolutely. I think you see instantly as we kick off game 1, the effect on one of the teams nearby to the Nitrodrome. Rise and Ages, right? They get taken out, wiped out by Chapentini of Spawn. They're a team where you look at their game plan, things were so set in stone, so clear for them. That would have been a big shock for them. Again, that ruins their momentum in the start of the competition. Yeah. You look at Chapentini, they're a team that wants to have good loot. They're a hungry team. What they're going to do, they're going to play for that bunker towards the windmill south of Nitrodrome. Who else in the lobby likes to play for that bunker? Clix and Venom, right? So they went there in, I think it was game 2, and Chapentini are sitting on it, right? Again, now that affects their game plan. They go into the end game with a bit less loot than they probably would have had Chapentini not switched things up. So all the teams around them that don't even land at Nitrodrome are affected by the fact that Chapentini have chosen to land there.
Yeah, and sometimes those are kind of like the instant effects, right? The loot, the bunker, those type of positions. But these zones so far have actually been pulling up slightly to the north. And whenever that happens, teams like Clix and Venom, they actually spend so much time out in the storm. And that strategy is actually used by a bunch of teams here. But when you add in that extra team, right, as kind of adding like, or acting as like a blockade for some of those rotations, it can really throw all of those team strategies off, because when you are actually sitting in the storm taking all of that damage, sometimes those rotations are actually down to perfection, and those little adjustments like new teams landing in the area can make all the difference.
And I think too, when we kind of remind ourselves of previous majors, I feel like in those situations, a lot of the duos are kind of have like a big ego, right? It's like, I'm losing the situation, I've got to commit, and then we're eliminated, and now we're waiting a game. I think all the way back to even Vika, right? The fact that his duo goes down, he's got card in hand, and his options are, I go for forecast, I just run away with the card, or I drop it. And that's not even something I would have even thought of, but he does it. And so those little decisions, once again, really rippling through the game, so interesting to me.
Yeah, that's one of those fights that keeps happening consistently, right? Vico, Flixie versus Bryce and Bolts, so much so that now it's a consistent thing that's happening. Other teams are like, whoa, this is happening over here. Let's get involved.
I mean, the big difference there, right? You know, for Vico and Flixie here versus on EU. On EU, they would have just rolled the teams who were landing, right? That's what happened when you... point where at, you know, Major 3, teams weren't even landing on the forecast. They were just getting it for free. Here, Bryce and Bolts aren't going to be pushed over. They've dealt with Reet and Ritual. They've dealt with top teams there before. They are going to fight, and they will be successful at times. So how do Vico and Flixie adjust to that in their game plan?
Is it just like such an easy decision, right? Like, because you're saying on EU, we look at Vico Flixie, we go, just, that's fine. Forecast is yours, but everyone here on this land, they're just like, nah, we're going to let you have it.
It's just a combination of two regions, right? Like you mentioned, I really like that point, actually, as both of these teams have experience fighting teams over at the Forecast Tower, right? And typically, if you're on your own region, you're just kind of fighting one team, you're winning. But now it's two players or two teams that are kind of used to winning, used to fighting, meeting on the international stage.
Ooh, the breakdown. Crazy, but it is that time. Once again, we are ready for more action. Game number 4 is upon us. Casters, take it away.
We're a quarter of the way into this 2-day competition. Let's not forget, this is just the start now.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way that things have been going, it is just absurd to think, MDF, that Vivid Shirt is still holding strong, at least for the time being, because Peterbot and Pollo have technically put NA on top.
And they're doing it. They're putting up the performance. It's a pretty EU-heavy top 10. We always expect that, though, right? More teams, more chances. But let's see it for match number 4. Game number 4. the pivotal moment, the critical moment in your tournament day for the first day of the FNCS Globals. And you might be asking, why is that? That's because after the last 3 games, after you get this halfway break, you get to reevaluate your situation, possibly talk with your coach, possibly look at something in the background, right? Try to figure out, what have I been doing wrong? How can I adjust?
Possibly reconsidering whether or not you want to go for the 50-50 contest. And as far as Huddy is concerned, he's already out of the conversation. Sky and Scroll, though, a little bit beat up, but they might be able to still close this one out. Kovacs, though, understanding the dire situation, the consequences if he's not able to pull through. He's trying to do what he can to scramble, make sure that he keeps his duo with a realistic opportunity for the revive. And he's done just enough to push back Sky and Scroll, even for a moment.
Now Kovacs and Huddy are in 4th place, but it's not looking good as they get taken out. The first team to fall now to Scroll in Sky. And it has to be a crushing loss there as Huddy and Scroll went head to head, and Huddy just didn't have a weapon.
Just didn't find enough damage when he needed it most, but again, that's part of the nature of those direct 50-50 splits. You can test at Rebels Roost inside that building. You know where the FORTNITE spawns are going to be at, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pick up something worth going for in the first place. Malabuka, Merstash, on the other hand, restored reels. Saw that little flash by Merstash of the drop map. Love the printout, but Merstash, he's got his eyes set onto Alex's head right now, and that's going to be his first elimination here. Oceania, things are looking a little bit grim there at Restored Reels.
Up against EU, not so much up against NA, as honestly, Resigns and Damo have managed to really hold their own up against Clix and Vino, but you know, Clix and Vino have played very passively, if you will. I think they are recognizing this opportunity before them, and they don't want to just throw it all to the wind because they're being contested. They're willing to play a little bit smarter, and we actually love that because we've seen very different engagements go down when a team's contested. Sometimes they want to headbang right into one another and see what happens. So the results of this drop spot have actually worked out relatively favorable, even for Damo and Resigns there.
Yeah, but at the same time, how much better still would it be if Clix and Veno had it all to themselves by Sandy Steps? Cold, Acorn on the other hand, we saw the differences during the halftime preview of Andalake Sato's success in comparison to Acorn and Cold's. And Cold, alongside Acorn, they are looking to keep the streak going strong here at Brutal Beachhead. Andalake and Sato, they need to come up massive if they don't want to end off with a huge point differential for day 2. Even with that 1.5 times point multiplier, it's still a big ways to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the stats. It's a pretty significant gap between Andalex's capabilities and Sato's versus what Acorn and Cold have managed to do in this game. And this is why you're seeing them push up with such confidence. However, we do know these are all players that are very much qualified to be here, quite literally and figuratively. So you cannot let your guard down. One mistake and it'll be the end of your game, that's for sure. Even now, Cold and Acorn say, hey, you know what? You have the high ground. You defended well. We're going to back off.
Sato and Andalex are definitely hoping that they'll be able to turn things around here in match 4, but at the very least, they do know that they'll still have that opportunity for VOD review, maybe reconsider exactly what their plan of attack might be, but Flixie and Vico already making sure to tear apart everything that resides at the bottom. They know that they're gonna have to deal with some other teams soon, but they like their position of control right now.
Got to get that medal one way or another. For Thomas HD and Queasy, they do the same, scrapping every opportunity up here. And you know, Thomas HD and Queasy, we kind of talked about their drop spot being so desolate, right? There's no teams nearby. It really is such a significant difference, I would say, between, you know, how their tournament is going down here versus the likes of really any other team. Another team that had a similar position was Booga and Aviv, but we haven't even been able to see what they can do. Because if we were to look north, they have a similar situation, really no one nearby, but what is it that's missing there, right?
Yeah, they kind of have to forge their own path, create their own engagements, essentially, and hope that teams are willing to even bother with fighting back, because so many different circumstances now. We've seen teams just immediately go on the retreat, go on the defensive, not necessarily looking to be as aggressive, and that has definitely resulted in some teams struggling with their surge. But Peterbot Pollo, reveal medallion as well. Plenty of ammunition as well inside of that Striker Burst assault rifle, so Peterbot Pollo hoping to secure this forecast tower for themselves.
See what happened there, though? They stepped to that forecast tower. Vino and Clicks is like, oh, time to go. So we saw in the interview, Peterbot was willing to call out Clicks and Vino and say, I dare you to come meet me, but we all know it's probably not a good idea. Rise and Yuma, however, from second place, they fall down 5 placements after last game because of an early game fight. This time, after weighing even what happened there, they feel like it was worth it. And they're coming back into another pretty battle here.
But for Yuma and Rise, already running relatively thin as far as their material count is concerned. And it seems like Yuma would at least prefer to disengage for the time being, but a shot from overhead, Swizzy in the distance, but thinking Walks still behind. Yuma and Rise might find themselves unintentionally pincered here. Slurp Trek gonna buy them a little bit more time though. They'll at least be able to box up, hope for some safety net to come into play, but at least with the shield refresh, now they're hoping to maybe take that fight because at the very least they need the Siphon materials.
Yeah, they'll need to get the damage. They'll need to get active here. Muzz and Epic Whale on the move right now. What we've noticed about this team is those mid games. Really, really, really tough positions to be in as they found themselves in just a jam. It really feels like from time to time, but they can just overcome that. See what they did right in game 1 and mirror that performance. We'll see them jumping right back up into the conversation in no time.
And something else that's important to know, you have to keep in mind, Muzz and Epic Whale, they're kind of landing at that same drop as Reet and Ritual over by Doomstot, except Reet and Ritual, they are fully in control of the Mysterio, and they like to collect that mythic Sovereign shotgun. That's the most important aspect for those two by Doomstot. So for Muzz and Epic Whale, I think at times they may have considered, do we want to challenge for that Mysterio bot and take over the goods that Reet and Ritual have essentially been hoarding all to themselves, but at the same time, that's not going to be an easy accomplishment. It seems as though Reet and Ritual got the advantage there.
It's not looking good right now. Teeny is here, Chop is here, and they take down Murstache and Malabuka, but not before Chop gets finished there. And it seems like there was another team. Is that Rise and Yuma that just stepped up out of nowhere? No, it's DT Rise and Cooper, the A players. Agers and Rise obviously playing with one another. Cooper and Kanata, they're in the distance, side by side.
This could be a big moment though for Rise and Agers. They've been trying to claw their way up the leaderboard essentially, and the same could be said for Cooper and Kanata. And Restored Real is bound to draw a little bit more attention. Look at Teeny just trying to squeeze his way out of there, fully understanding
he gets out.
It is not worth sticking around at this point. Too much attention having been drawn.
Take a look at this. The open edit Malabuka Murstache falls, so Teeny still earns a little something here. It's not for nothing, but losing his teammate in the process, we're not even sure if he gets the reboot card, so we'll see how that develops in the coming moments. But first, Reet and Ritual have a big task in front of them, and that's currently escaping the grips of Asia's Yoda and Mipoli, who's hunting them down right now, all in efforts to fight for the bunker. These bunker fights have been not going in the favor of Reet and Ritual. I think they're realizing, like, this is a little bit more difficult to do on the global stage than it is on just the NA region. Some qualifications and armored walls to secure the win here, forcing them into a bad camera angle. Reet has to think twice about doing that again.
Reet just trying to make sure that he can actually escape, recognizing the fact Juice not worth the squeeze at this moment. Sharam, Zagu though, seemingly in control of the weapons bunker for the time being. Zagu already at the bottom of it. He's gonna make his way over to that weapons mod bench as well. Make sure to prioritize exactly all the little goodies he would prefer, but Reet, Ritual, they've had an opportunity to recuperate, feeling healthier. They're ready to re-engage with Sharam and Zagu, but they have to be careful. Reet fully understanding he can't just recklessly spin corners.
Ritual looking for an angle here. Armor Wall's gonna put a full-on stop to that and force to the outskirts here. Another wall comes down. Zagu and Sharam are really, really tempting them now, baiting them into these terrible, terrible peaks, and they're winning every single trade here. The one downside, though, is that they're running halfway now on armored walls as they've used half of the reservoir, but they own the bunker. Who cares at this point, right? This is a full-on refresh opportunity now.
Slightly better situation, at least for Sharam and Zagu, and Reet and Ritual. They've spotted out our material count. It's entirely too low. We weren't able to capitalize on finding an elimination or two, so now they have to fixate on just rebuilding their material count in the first place, and that as well is bound to cause a little bit of, you know, trickle effect damage toward Reet and Ritual's game plan long term, because they're missing out on surge tag damage time.
Speaking about Aviv and Bugha, they've taken now Reason, now looking to see if they can claim Vadil here, just outside the Doom's courtyard. It's a big rotate in, Vadil left by himself. Everyone decides to back off. Very interesting that two duos shown up, and the two duos are like, wait, there's someone else here. So very unaware of what's happening at the moment. For that reason, they give the respect, and I'm sure Vadil's trying to wrap his head around, where did everyone go?
That's a different level of paranoia altogether. I mean, no one, at least inside of those boxes, and yet Vadil still crouching around, still trying to stay as tucked away as possible. Can't really fault him, though, when you factor in the caliber of player that all of these teams are essentially stacked up against. Yeah, there's good reason to be concerned about which wall you face next, but Vico, Flixie, back into the thick of it. Seems like they've got a slight overhead advantage. Right side peak, though, not going to be there just yet for Vico. Flixie instead, different approach altogether. He's on the same level as Ed and Persa, just putting immediate pressure onto the walls in front.
Any team that can pop off today and finish inside the top 10 will have a real fighter's chance to run away with things tomorrow. Tomorrow's a 1.5x day, so setting up your foundation is so critical to your success. Vico gets just punished by Persa's shot there. Little reset now as Ed tries to get the heals here. They're fully back up into the swing of things.
Definitely a bit of a sucker punch as well for Vico when you really think about it, because the way that he was charging in there, it seemed like he had zero concern that anybody was going to be able to piece him up in that moment. Nearly met his own downfall for it, but Persa, Ed,
oh my God,
they're actually finding the smallest angle, tearing up the toes there from Vico and Flixie.
Very, very important tags. That's going to set them up with a very solid damage lead now. Off they go. Meanwhile, Reet looks like he's continuing to get active, but look, 4th place is out, 5th place is out. The standings now starting to gap away. Thomas HD and company, Trulips and company are the closest two, but our 1st place lead, Peterbot and Pollo here, set up for the Rift Island. They continue to fight for it. It's like you see it spawn and you know, all right, who's gonna be there? It's this team right here.
Nah, for me, it's the fact that Peterbot just lit King up, trying to rip by the side of Rift Island there. And Peterbot, we heard it direct when he was doing that interview with Adam Savage. My aim is on another level right now, and that might be the most perfect example imaginable. He is definitely looking like a bit of a menace there now, with the height leverage as well from the top of Rift Island. Other teams have really got to be wary of exactly how they're choosing to rotate, and I think that this is a prime opportunity as well for Peterbot and Pollo to essentially control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's good that he gets to show it off as well, but talk about controlling the flow of lobby. Reet is keying right now, on the move, on the hunt here. Reet and Ritual continue to find teams to fight. This time, even with a health at disadvantage, they have the height advantage.
Yeah, but Reet, he could get full HP whenever he wanted to. He's gonna go ahead and split a mech kit off with Ritual as well, and they'll take this moment to pause the action, make sure that they are as healthy as possible. We even get an opportunity to hear direct how that elimination went down just now for Reet.
Got it. 140, 140.
Nice. I'm getting it.
I'm jumping in. Evan.
Full box.
On me.
100 dead.
Nice, bro. Chill now. Chill now.
At the body.
The tone set up though. He's like, all right, chill now. Like, let's relax.
It's like it's too crazy.
Yeah, we got it. Really showing us the emotion that happens when a team clashes. Things really peak up.
It's crazy. There's still that was a left side peek through the window edit, and Reed, the fact that he's able to come out on top for that one.
I think that's a problem he's got. We've seen him actually get
he loves that.
punished for that. Jumping to a Jonas and Pixie though. South side here, zone's pulling far north. They notice that they have to move sooner rather than later. This is where strategy really comes into play here.
See that drop in the damage threshold though? 515 above, immediately chopped to 189. It's evident that everyone's kind of picking up the pace here. Janice, Pixie, fully aware of the fact that they've now got a duo right next to them. Gonna be Andalex and Sato even, and Andalex, he knows he's got so much ground, so much time he needs to make up for, but Andalex immediately 180'd upon Pixie, gonna be there for the supportive cover. Now it's all up to Sato to keep his duo's hopes alive, and Sato calls through.
Good tag there, and honestly, it was a combination of the damage Andalex put down. Sato coming in to finish the fight, but someone else has arrived. It's another solo. Just looking, it's the reigning and returning champion Cooper who's here to fight. He's got a huge disadvantage on the HP, but he is still looking to tag, but no. Sato finding his stride in the late half of the tournament after being, again, contested fully up against Acorn and Cold. Come out of that, overcome that drop spot, and now find themselves 3 eliminations in super quick succession.
But even though it's a brief moment of relief here for Sato, the fact that he managed to survive this whole exchange, unfortunately still, it's all an uphill battle. Sure, you've got 3 eliminations, but you are a solo now, trying to make your way out of the storm. Not sure how that's gonna pan out for him, but this is massive right now. Peterbot Poyo, sure, they might have a little bit of a gap between themselves and everybody else on the leaderboard. 56 points to be exact, but at the same time, Peterbot, he's already a solo in the 6th zone.
Peterbot may have his community on his back, but the rest of this lobby, the rest of the world is hoping he does not perform well. Acorn is going to be the resulting team of the reason Poyo is down and out. And this is good for everyone else. Obviously not so good for Peterbot, right? He's got such a strong lead, he could break away with it and nearly solidify a first place to close the day. However, this gives everyone else a realistic chance now that they can take down basically the kings of NA.
And that looked more so like Acorn and Cole delivering a much needed heat check to Peterbot and Poyo, kind of just reminding them, you might be first right now, but if you're not careful, we'll still look to take over. Granted, Acorn Cole currently sitting outside of the top 5 even. They know that they also need some very valuable eliminations and placement points if they want to make up the difference at this stage, but Rise still operating as a solo, doing what he can, but there is just so much that stands between him and his next movement.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now, and all things considering, with 100 damage below, he's got to do something big here. Now, teams are going to start moving, so maybe it's not wise of him to move first just yet, but gotta hit these tags when the opportunities open up here. First one's a miss. No second reveals itself, so now he has to push his way in. He sees Crisp here. Crisp comes in. This is one of his chances, and he finds the tag there. Meanwhile, what's happening on the other side? Clicks also similar pressures, but they find the Asian chance of Bobby on the backside of the zone there, and Larpex, and take them down.
And that was a nice moment as well for Clix and Venom, because as you can see, they are just barely managing to stay above water at this point. 27 above on the damage threshold, to be exact. And Venom already taking note, some teams that might be elevated a little bit higher than their current position, but Yuma has absolutely no idea where these shots are pulling in from. It looks like he's getting lit up from 2 different directions, and Batman Booga actually going to be the one credited for that takedown, but Benno, Clix just chopping directly through the center. They've done a decent job as well of making sure to go unnoticed.
Clix out of ammunition for his rifle. This is the worst we have seen this duo, and arguably the most important game right now. So all they have is each other at this point, and this is why they continue to remain below the surge, is because they don't really have the rifle ammo to find the tags. These shotgun pelts, I mean, they're not much. They're not going to do much. You have to take one of these wall-to-wall exchanges here. Flowberry Fizz comes out. Great catch here. It's Rapid who falls. And I think, again, they lose the elimination credit. However, the damage, though, is theirs.
And the body loot as well.
Very
Benno
nice.
just practically refreshed the max mats. But most importantly of all, MDF, they've got the relief that they needed as far as that surge damage is concerned. Benno clicks on a box up momentarily, but Thomas HD from above. The Monarch pistol just continuing to pose such a massive problem for everybody else looking to rotate inwards.
The power of knowing where the zones are going, it almost feels like they just have it all locked in. Thomas HD and Queasy here continue to do these wonderful rotates. The first to take a stab at some of this positioning, and it's starting to show off.
They've got half of their game plan already formulated in live action. They took height for the time being. Now they just need to not get eliminated. Peterbot as well, fighting his way through this lobby, refusing to budge. You would think that he's still a fully intact duo with the way that he plays. So much swagger inside of his own gameplay. Benno also barely managed to cling on to life, but 5 eliminations as well for Clix and Benno at this stage.
I was gonna say barely holding on, but Benno was there still. Just Flowberry Fizz, the refreshes now. Things are starting to come together. Peterbot's got his eyes on the prize here, though. This is the villain arc for Peterbot right now, unfolding before our eyes here. He continues to swing his way through this crevice here, but no! Doesn't take the first shot as a warning, and that's a huge mistake now. The first mistake we have actually seen from Peterbot right there. He should have known better.
Clix on the other hand, he's gonna get credit for Gadu. CM might still be kicking somewhere, but at least for right now, Clix, Benno, they're managing to find the refreshes when they need them most. Flixie and Vika, though, they've taken note of the team across the way for their current position. They're looking to try and get the chop from secondary height. Flixie, in fact, even hoping that he continues to build up. He's trying to cut off Queasy, and he finds him, falling straight to the ground.
Queasy jumps up and just gets melted there. That's the problem with the Flowberry Fizz. Unfortunately, now Vico and Flixie have a real opportunity here to take high ground, secure it, solidify their spot straight to the end game. Meanwhile, noticeable names live. Booga, Aviv, Quanti, and Gone still standing. Ed is in this lobby. Acorn and Cold are still alive.
Wow.
And the save from Thomas HD onto Queasy, though, was definitely not something I saw coming.
Acorn and Cold now, they're gonna opt to layer swap through the low ground, making their way, crossing over all this natural terrain provided by Castle Doom. But again, the high ground, it belongs to Vico and Flixie. They are seeking out full control of this 4th lobby here, and everyone is folding underneath them. Flix down to his final 2 HP. Will he have a moment? Finally gets an opportunity to pop a small shield potion, but again, just scrambling, doing everything in his power to survive. He's got players funneling in ult from every direction, and it's not going to be enough. Clix has been taken out.
He did find Booga there, though. A big elimination for him. Look at this. Trulex and Chicho once again in the end game. Just going for the heal off, looking for a top 10 solidified spot. But it's not going to be easy. This Castle Doom is very hard to navigate across. Remember, these walls are extremely high HP, but look who's back in action. Thomas HD is almost figuratively and literally putting Queasy on his back this game right now, and Queasy gave him the credit last round, and rightfully so. We're seeing him really work for it. Acorn falls now. Booga, Aviv still alive here. We couldn't have found a better time to talk about them. because they've managed to rat their way through the castle here. And now finding Max to stay alive and get back. Meanwhile, Flixie and Vico jumping their way back up into this top 5.
Flexi and Vico from the rooftops now by Castle Doom. Bugha and Aviv functioning out of the attics exclusively, but Thomas has lost Queasy yet again, only this time no opportunity for the revive. In fact, he's down and out for the count as well. Skrull doing everything he can to just try and make it back into zone, but it's all up to Vico and Flixie to hold their ground. They're gonna cut Skrull off in the process. Vico nearly gets credit for the knock, but instead we'll have to watch that one slip away.
Vico finds that extra elimination, though. They are slowly cutting down the poles here, getting closer and closer to the roots. Give a look at it. 7 elims for Flixie and Vico. Bugha and Aviv not looking to jump up into the flames that are Vico and Flixie. Give it a second, though. No match. They have to continue to farm here. And like we talked about, this building, very, very interesting to try to navigate through. Armored wall comes in. At the very least, Bugha's trying to, make this a war of attrition, and they find an elimination. Another big one here. More points here. Vico and Flixie are coming down. They had enough of the weight. They find Aviv on the backside there. Vico losing a lot of HP to the storm, though.
Vico nearly getting trapped in the process there, but unfortunately for Aviv and Bugha, they're going to get caught inside the structures. They're trying to work their way through. Aviv nearly has it, but Vico and Flixie, just a little bit more HP to work with. They bring this one home.
And it's almost like they just keep doing it now. Vico and Flixie, a very, very clearly strong duo here, showing up in spades, putting up the performance, and you can see the look on their faces is expression of pure excitement. They're ready to.
Alrighty, would you please put your hands together for your game 4 winners? It's Vico and Flixie! Come on up here, boys. Come on, enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment. Unbelievable there. You guys are always so smiley, so happy, and you must be very happy with the Victory Royale. Talk me through the moment there. We saw that taking the high ground, Queasy goes down, courtesy of beaming out the sky, your partner in crime here. That was the goat right there. That was a big moment, right? Capturing that high ground really made that game yours.
Yeah, exactly. We just decided to key forecast this game, because we said if we get forecast, we just guarantee win, because we needed a win to get comeback. So we just decided to play high on that, and then yeah, they just counter sprayed, and Felix just said just spray, and yeah.
It was pretty special.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk us. You came very close. I think it was game 2. You guys came second place as well. You had a really really tight go of things there. But eliminations are working well. Standings too. You guys are really flying up the leaderboard again now. Flixie, what's it been like first 4 games into global championships for you?
It's feeling really good, and yeah.
How have you been navigating these last zones as well for you guys? How are you kind of working together to make sure that you always get into that end game?
Well, we always look at the zone each other, and then we just talk about it, how we're gonna rotate, if we're gonna early or late rotate. We just look at the zone, and then from the zone on, we just decide what we're gonna do, and we talk about each other. We're not doing single decisions.
Obviously, this being day 1 of 2 as well. 2 games left today. What is the aim, the end goal for today? What would you be happy with finishing up? Is it absolutely top of the leaderboard, or there or thereabouts kind of in the? What do you guys want to do these next 2 games?
I think if you're top 5 after the first day, you can easily win, because it's 1.5 point, but I want to be first after first day.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, Vico, I know you like being out in front of a crowd here, you and Flixie. How does it feel to be out here in Fort Worth enjoying? In fact, make some noise for Vico and Flixie, everyone, please. How does that feel when you got the crowd behind you as well?
It feels great. I couldn't be more happy about it. It's just I feel the need to perform better,
You just got a Victory Royale.
Exactly, but
this guy.
Better. I can always do better,
This is it. They can always do better. They're striving for the very top. One more time, please give it up for Vico and Flixie. Game 4 winners there. We're going to take a very short break. 2 games left today on this day 1 of FNCS Global Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second's time.
Welcome back to the FNCS live from Dickey's Arena. Every time we get that countdown, everyone in here starts to count down, and that's how we know. It's like, oh, time to focus back up. We are back in it. Now, after game number 4, Vico and Flixie pick up a victory royale. Guys, that was just a crazy game that for like a moment I really believed was Thomas HD and Queasy's game.
Oh,
and then they just said, nah, Height's ours.
Exactly that, right? Me and Levin were like, oh yeah, this 8th zone position from Queasy and Thomas, they had the entirety of that hill/mountain kind of covered. It was like, wow, they have so much terrain covered, and that's going to grant you free high ground for the rest of the game. Flixie, though, gets ahead of the moving zone. Queasy jumps just a little too high with that Flowberry Fizz activated, stuck in no man's land all the way up there in the sky, and what a great bit of shots from Flixie to kind of secure the high ground for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably not the best there from Queasy, right? Obviously, they start getting sprayed, so you know there's a team applying pressure on you. You fizz just in case you get chopped, but then you ain't got to jump, man. You jump and they instantly beam you, punished right there.
Is it one of those things where that last game where they had the high ground, right? They didn't really get pressed for it. This game, they are getting pressed for it, right? Do they kind of like forget that can kind of happen?
I'm not sure if they forget. I think it was one of those ones where you maybe just slip up in the moment, right? It's a very minor mistake. Unfortunate to get caught out by it. But from there, right, when Vico and Flixie went on to take the game, the crowd in here, they were rooting for one team and one team only to win that one, right? Everybody wanted Booga to win. You could feel everybody was getting ramped up every time Booga was on the screen. But Vico and Flixie ruined that party, and you know, they've been ruining a lot of parties for people this year. These guys have been setting the lobbies on fire that they've been in, and it's good to see them get a win here.
Crazy as well, they call out that forecast, right? Just allowing them to kind of have knowledge of where we're going next. That's just one less thing we have to think about. Now all we have to do, ruin your game plan, Booga. Nice try, man. I know where you're going. I'm going to make sure you get boxed out. And then, of course, on the other side, right, you're looking at Booga, and it's like, I have to navigate this building. I'm running on fumes, and these guys are just sitting up there waiting for me to come around this corner.
Yeah, the castle was playing a big part of that. But yeah, me and Levin were like, wait, they're at a forecast tower, and it's not the one over by the railway.
Right,
so some adaptations, right? Maybe that's what we kind of can see from that halftime coach cooking something up.
I mean, yeah, that was a big shock to me. We've all been discussing where they're going to fight Bryson Bolts for the forecast near Reckless Railways. They said, forget that forecast. We're going to head over to, you know, Reels and fight over at the Reels. I mean, they took down, I think, Malibu Kamasashi in that game, right, which is a team that's been fighting for that a lot as well. They really made waves in that game, and if they're going to keep on just going for whichever bunker they see fit, I mean, those teams are going to have to really struggle to get a grip on the game.
And we see, because of that game, now 1 point behind Peterbot and Pollo, right? And just being on the flip side, for a moment at the very beginning of the game, we tuned into Peterbot, and you called out something specific. Wow, 600 above Surge. Yeah. This is kind of crazy. But then it all falls apart for Pollo, right? And then Peterbot's put in that situation. He has to solo clutch. And he does put on points, and he's kind of keeping them just at bay. But now these guys are neck and neck.
I mean, what a crazy thing, right? That game was going so well. They were just max. The storm surge is going well. I myself have no idea where Acorn and Cold came from. The decision to just land on a duo right there is an incredible one by Acorn and Cold. Worked out for them. They picked up Pollo right there, and 5th place for that duo, actually.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, I'm looking at those two teams at the top, and the parallels, my mind instantly goes to the sort of narrative people were building earlier this year. Peterbot and Pollo dominated. You know, everybody was looking at, is this the new formula to have two amazing fraggers with each other? When Vico and Flixie joined forces, everyone said, are they trying to replicate that dynamic? Are they the EU, you know, Peterbot and Pollo? Even, you know, Vico's acknowledged those comparisons himself. He said, hey, look, we still got a bit more to do to get to that level. But right now at the Global Championships here, 1 point between them, they're clearly at that level, it seems.
Just a crazy situation to look at. And of course, I wanted to highlight Booga taking it there to placement, right? They only did manage to pick up the 2 eliminations, but they take it to that 2nd place. That's a bunch of placement points.
Something about Booga, right? And this usually happens on a seasonal basis where it's like the start of a new season is usually kind of slow for him when it comes down to tournaments and everything like that. But then whenever it comes down to the actual FNCS, which of course happens towards the end of the season, he always picks it up, I swear. And I would love to kind of see that trend over the course of these 12 games. Have that happen at the Global Championships. A slow start so far. Let's pick it up.
I mean, again, really unlucky at the end there, right? With the way the zones pulled through Castle Doom. Yeah. I think my biggest critique of Booga over the last sort of year or so has been, he's really great at just being able to get his team into the top 10 consistently, right? But when it comes to win condition, putting his team in a position to actually win the games, sometimes it's felt a bit lackluster. In that game, though, it was excellent, right? The way they claimed low. And again, if it wasn't for a bit of unlucky zone pulling, they might have a chance to actually really win that game from Vico and Flixie. So really impressive from Booga.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to talk so much more, but we got to get back into the action. Game number 5 is upon us. So, Monster D Face, the best taco. Take it away.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think that went totally different than what I expected. Obviously, given that Peterbot and Pollo fell early, now we have 4 teams in the race that are really close.
What really got me though, Monster, was hearing the way that the Dickies Arena just erupted the moment that Peterbot actually went down and Peterbot and Pollo were full-on eliminated. It's crazy to think that they're actually trying to battle against all the odds here.
Yeah, like I said before, it's everyone against everyone here. Match 5 is right. Match number 5 is kicking off here and now, and the standings couldn't be more closer. A couple of teams, though, are starting to find their strides, right? The top 10 ever evolving. A lot of those notables jumping up a significant amount now, really solidifying themselves in somewhat of a healthy position. Even if all things end now, the amount of points that teams like Acorn and Colt and above have earned is looking pretty good.
A little bit more respect here coming out of Huddy and Kovacs, though. Sky Scroll, they're actually going to take over the second floor here at the mansion at Rebels Roost. And the biggest advantage right now for Sky is the fact that he's managed to find Sovereign Shotgun, but at the same time, there's a hammer pump here for Kovacs. And both of these duos, I think, acknowledging the fact that if they take a little bit more time to loot, it could go slightly better. But this could be disastrous. Murstache, Malabuka, they already started to get a little bit more caught up than they would have liked. They dropped 3 placements after the results of that last lobby and find themselves currently situated in 8th. And Alex Worthy, they're trying to make them sure that they're the first team to fall even.
Yeah, Alex has a lot of HP here, but Worthy's a little worse for wears. Worthy falls, and we've already seen one 1v2 today. Let's not make it another. Power Alex is already pushing the agenda here. Well played for Australia's Alex and Worthy from Team Power, putting up the numbers. And you know, if things continue to go that way, they'll see themselves in a good standing. But you can see it's not easy by any means to get the first drop in the first weapon. And talk about tough fights that could have went any way. Acorn and Cold seem to have had things slightly favor them this time around.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cold losing Acorn and Alex Sensado may have done just enough damage. Fortunately for Cold, he is looking relatively undisturbed here at Brutal Beachhead, but if any of those other teams lingering around that southern zone and desert area happen to catch wind of the fact that Cold is a solo and the reboot ban might be the biggest heads-up opportunity there. Could be disastrous, but Alex, Worthy, the Power Fellows, they don't even get to rejoice in their celebration of coming out on top because Agers and Rise have arrived to the party.
So have Batman, Booga, and Rapid coming from the high ground there, finding tags onto Rise, almost saving the day at this point for Team Power. Agers, DT, Rise now have to back off, unaware of what all happened here. Meanwhile, Alex saves his trusty teammate here.
He's got the stairway to heaven up there, though, man. That's kind of insane. Restored Reels certainly getting relatively active, but Alex Worthy probably just happy about the fact that they're going to have an opportunity to keep this one going. Stronger in numbers for sure. Pico and Flixie, though, they seem like they've really been heating up. Shadow hoping that he can cool them off, but Pico at the same time, he knows so much damage has been done, but he's going to find himself on the receiving end this go-round. It's all down to Flixie to clutch up.
Flixie's very good, but going against Shadow here, I do think Shadow is an extremely strong box fighter. The edits come in, though. Look how fast Flixie manages to respond, but still Shadow with the better shots overall. And now a time to heal here. Flixie has to respect this duo now, and I think he knows that. Tries to go up to find and secure his elimination. Can he track it back here is the question. Seems like he knows where it is, more or less.
At the very least, I think Flixie wants to ensure that whether or not he wins this exchange between himself and Shadow. In fact, Virgo had all the goodies that Flixie could have possibly wanted. It was a med kit that came out of the body loot. So pressure is on now for Shadow. Very high likelihood that Virgo was able to communicate. He got my med kit. And so that means that Shadow has got to act fast if he wants to prevent Flixie from reaching 200 HP again.
He also gets the material, right, which Shadow only has 2 mats of now. So what was once a very promising situation for Shadow is not looking like that anymore. 2AM Shadow gets the first tag put on him. It's not looking good anymore. The jump shot is no good, and Flixie clutches up. And there's not a duo in sight at the moment, so he should be able to save Vico. And I know we put the focus on Vico and his potential, but now you can see he is equally met with a very strong partner.
But you know that every single one of these players has got their eyes set on that elimination feed as well. So for Peterbot and Pollo, they might have at least some slight indication that there's been trouble, at least in match number 5 here for Vico and Flixie. They could look to try and circumvent this route that Vico and Flixie traditionally like to go after and potentially cut them off, maybe even look to ensure that they can maintain that first place position if you take out second.
This update right now that we're getting onto Clix and Vino, who's on the move here, just north of the Sandy Steps, but they're seeming to double back. Something wasn't right up there. They're backing on off now. A lot of material to make up for here, so bit of a scrappy start. No eliminations tell us that the Australian team of Damo and Resigns escaped the drop. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper possibly in a fight against Chapentini here shortly.
Wow, talk about Medkit Nation though for Victor V. Chapentini are gonna have their work cut out for them if they wanna take up an exchange here between Paper and Victor V. But most importantly still, Paper and Victor V, they have amassed so many boxes surrounding this forecast tower. Chapentini were looking to try and take down for the forecast keycard first, but immediately Paper, Victor V looking to collapse Chap. Fully cracked Victor V. Paper, no, they've got the advantage. Teeny actually gonna get pincered instantaneously, and now Chap trying to see if he can save his own life.
Almost put through a full edit course right there. Victor V at 3 eliminations right now. Flexing how good of a player he really is. Don't let his face fool you. He has experience under his belt. Chat, clearly better on the standings at the moment, but not by much. It's a point separating them now, as these 3 eliminations have really jumped them up. And look, it's all for everything, right? They have the card that they need for the rest of the Storms here. Chap has to just back off at this point, otherwise he'll start to lose his tournament opportunity here. Game 5 being very late into the day. These are the last chances to set yourselves up for points here, so you got to put your ego aside.
Well, you say Chap might need to back up, but with the way that Rise and Agers are closing in, Paper, sure, he's going to confirm that forecast for himself and Victor V, but at the same time, if they're not careful on the disembark from the forecast tower, Flaming Boost Tube could pose some issues. It seems like Rise and Agers were setting up in a position to try and protect it, try and maybe get a knock-on elimination for any teams looking to take it.
Now, all things considering, the point gap between 6 to top 20 is very, very close. Things start to jump up towards the top 5, so even a team like Paper and Victor V have a lot of opportunity here to really ramp up. Meanwhile, Thomas HD just giving us a show, showing us what he can do with that Monarch pistol. He does it without the scope this time around, so all the more impressive.
That makes me sick to my stomach watching Thomas HD use any sort of sniper-esque weapon, you know? Even though it's the Monarch pistol at the same time. He's just so pinpoint accurate, it's ridiculous, but Batman Booga, Rapid, they're trying to get a little bit of an uprisal here, and Rapid, he's got visuals in his sights, beautiful right side peek, perfect moment to open up, but visuals immediately looking to retreat, and he's gonna go side by side, hip to hip one more time with his duo.
Great tag there for Rapid to set them up, a big 108, but Visuals climbs his way back into a fighting stance here. Clearly, they're not content for fighting for this position here of the bunker. They back off. Booga and Aviv, we get the early update with them for the first time to really see what is unfolding for Booga. No shotgun. Oh wait, yeah, he does. Got a little loadout going on here. Aviv as well on the move right now.
It's a nice rotation so far off the launch pad from the peak of that mountain, but the main difference that I've noticed in Booga and Aviv's game in comparison to what we saw, for example, coming from NA Major 3, typically they like to be aggressive towards the team that is landing on Piney Lane, but that has not been an option for them this game because Toyota and Mifali, they're just not willing to take that exchange. They're bailing, they're getting their loot and immediately looking to rotate out, so it's not really leaving Booga and Aviv anyone left nearby. They're having to forcibly create these storm surge situations, and it's not easy to acquire those tags by any means. You miss one shot, that could be the difference between above or below that damage threshold.
That is true, and speaking about big differences, Peterbot and Pollo just got their hands in on that bunker. Let's not forget the bunker will give you access to that modification bench to change your weapons, right? To get yourself nice and comfortable. And now that they have that, they'll likely be looking for the Rift Island to go ahead and take a fight. Meanwhile, 8 Splitsy and Ovation Vico back in the game, as healthy as ever when things were almost fading away for a moment there here in game number 5. But they're in first place, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty situated now.
And they're going straight back to home base. Little do they know, though, King Phaser could be a very problematic circumstance, depending on the approach there for Vico and Flixie, but still inside deep the storm. Muzz and Epic Whale. Decent amount of material count, though, but it looks like Muzz is gonna have to lose at least one of these medkits along the way, fully intending to just locate what he can inside of the bunker, maybe even make use of that weapon mods bench.
Back on over to the other draw spot, though, with Vico and Flixie here. It's the landing home. Let's see it, though. King and Phaser playing the low ground right now instead of opting for a little bit of a stronger position. So I'm almost calling bait here, but given his stance, all of a sudden, yeah, things switch around really quickly here. King looking for an opportunity, but no. Drop, trying to run here. Phaser must have called back off, and it's not working well. Not right now for them. Vico and Flixie still on the pulse here. Phaser barely gets up to that next layer.
Every shot that Vico lands, it's almost like he's directly telling whoever he's up against, scram. But at the same time, where can King and Phaser actually run to? They are trapped. Vico and Flixie know Reckless Railways like the back of their hands. And sure, I'm aware that King and Phaser, they're bound to have good knowledge as well of the POI, but to the same extent as Flixie and Vico, one of the main takeaways that I got from last night listening to Vico in the player room was him saying, nobody plays Reckless Railways right. We are the only ones that understand this POI, and when somebody is that confident in their knowledge, that's a serious threat.
Yeah, you saw he had every angle. He knew where to cut them off, basically within the building, the structure, and they knew better than to push into the railway itself, given all the cover that's there. So happy with the damage. Meanwhile, Clix and Vino, though, on the move here. Again, no strangers to the storm here. We saw them double back after going north to try to find some tags. Now they're looping their way, again, south and then into the new zone. Everything's starting to piece together. Meanwhile, the standings, one of our top 10 teams are down. Just for that update there, Malibuca and Merstache is that team. Look at this, though. Swizzy, Jacko, from a dub into a fight here, landing on visuals and braids now. Looking for the big shot, didn't quite get the maximum damage, but still gets the finish off visuals there. And all that material, they are right back into it.
The most important part as well for Swizzy and Yapko is that time to elimination was so fast. It's not going to give a real opportunity for, say, somebody like Yuma in the distance to actually have a chance to play catch-up, look to third-party opportunity, because it appears as though Yuma might even be in that solo situation, and when that's the case, you're always hoping that you can kind of just stumble upon an engagement already taking place, maybe get some shots in that might allow you an opportunity to go for a little bit of siphon materials, a knock, elimination, points, placements. is really what everybody is after right now.
Thomas HD and Queasy, damage numbers looking phenomenal right now. I don't think there's anyone beating them in the game here at this given moment. Moving around though. This is the Mount Olympus, right? Home of Quanti and Gone. Should very likely be up top somewhere. Look at this. You got Janice here. You have Kramsu. A lot of the Brazilian teams there. Persa and Ed.
A little bit of a giggle because if the one surge base wasn't enough, Trulix and Chicho have evolved yet again into maintaining 2 separate surge bases even. Meanwhile, Aviv Buga tangled up a little bit here right now with Swizzy, but we've seen Swizzy perform already once today, MDF. In a 1 versus 2, and this time he's still got his duo with them, but most importantly still, Aviv Buga, they're trying to do what they can to break through some of these builds, but they're just gonna find themselves cut off. They're not able to actually cross the gap just yet because Buga also needed ample opportunity to make sure that he could regenerate his shields off of what heals they have left, but that's gonna be more than enough room for Yapko and Swizzy to just full on disengage.
Buga and Aviv don't chase either. They just let them go, so it's telling. It shows us that they want another one of those end games. They need another one of those end games, and they can't toss it away. It's a chance for them to go ahead and do just that, but they do need more damage, but talk about that. It seems like Swizzy rotates right into Bryce and Bolt, so not too much longer do they fall, but Peterbot and Pollo, the Rift Island, we already know. They hit the mod bench, they're set up, and then straight to the Rift Island every single time here. And now Shari is so low. Storm Surge gonna be giving them a big, big problem here in the coming moments.
The worst part is knowing that it's Peterbot and Pollo. Every time that reveal medallion goes off, it's every 50 seconds, by the way. And again, teams are marked, players are marked for 15 seconds after the fact. That is so much information, and in the hands of somebody like Peterbot and Pollo, it can be devastating for the rest of the lobby, but Cherry, he's managed to find an isolation moment. Worthy trying to do what he can, but the Storm might take him out as is. Instead, Cherry diverts his attention to another Oshi player, and he is going to find Damo in the mix. Couple of knocks, couple of eliminations. Couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Look at this, though, the setup from Aviv and Buga after rotating. They find Swizzy again, so Swizzy was knocked, picked up, and then ultimately falls back to the hands of Aviv here. You can see, yes, 2 eliminations, so starting to really heat up now. Buga and Aviv come the late half of the tournament. Wait a second, though. Storm Surge is active now. Damage is starting to add up here. Even with that elimination there, they will need a single tag. These are the chances, and when you miss them, it does end up catching up to you. Down goes Buga to the Surge. The next tag will take down Aviv, and you know it's over.
It's a tough break. Devastating one potentially, but at the same time, the mental bounce back, the mental fortitude that players like Aviv and Buga are sure to compose themselves with. See how they bounce back in the final match of day 1 here today, but more importantly still, all these other duos, all these other players that still remain, Monster, Scroll, Sky, trying to scale their way down, but crossing bodies of water, knowing that there's teams already set up on elevation, shots just pouring in from multiple directions, and you're still trying to maintain focus for an open opportunity. Scroll can't even take any sort of chance to heal. He knows that if he pauses 1 moment too long, that's where he'll be taken down. The build count just not where it needs to be. Handful of armored walls remain now for Sky. He's still trying to see if he can get 1 more shot in. Any sort of a break at this point, but essentially MDF, it looks like they're about to fall just outside the placement point zone.
Yeah, he's got Batman Buga coming right at him as well. Doesn't quite find a chance to find the tag there. Someone else snipes the elimination there too, and all focus starts to aim towards him, but 46 above here doesn't hold on long, and he just gets melted right out of the game. Meanwhile, Reet and Ritual are down. Rapid and Batman Buga don't survive the rotate, as you saw there, and so much of the immediate competition, our bubble teams are falling. That's going to make for a very interesting last game of day number 1, given how close it's going to be point-wise. So we're going to see a lot of changes come that last round, but Vino and Clicks holding on by a sliver here.
This is too close for comfort, though. Clicks and Vano have practically no space to work with. They've got 2 separate teams underneath them. Their only saving grace being the fact that Peterbot Poyo nearby, getting those mark indications from that reveal medallion. That's going to be enough for them to emphasize focus onto Reason's box. But again, Acorn, Cold, directly underneath where Clicks and Vano are currently at, and they are looking to be in a much more situated position here. This is tough stuff.
But look who's got high ground again. Flixie and Vico take the chance here while everyone's playing passively boxed up. They snipe up a strong spot, and they already have the marker set up for another high ground spot. And you can tell they're playing for wins here. This is all win condition setups. Meanwhile, Vino and Clicks struggling here below the surge, need damage, they need health. And it's a very healthy Vico and Flixie above them, so not an easy duo by any means, but they don't have that information.
Veno knows that they don't really have much of a choice at this point. They've got to jump into just about anyone's box if they want to keep this Game 5 run going strong, because a refresh is a necessity at this point. The material count entirely too low. They need heals as well, and they're not going to find it unless they eliminate somebody else. But overhead, Vico catches a glimpse of Clicks, takes out a huge chunk of his HP, but at the same time, Clicks actually does wind up falling, and Veno meets a similar fate. Just no escape from the top end of the leaderboard.
And it just plays so smart. Vico and Flixie use those armored walls perfectly to bait them around, and then right when you think they're not interested in fighting, they get at the top on the Vino and Clicks there, and you know, it's just excellent defense, and clearly they're playing so well. It's hard to compete against that. And talking about that, Peterbot and Boyo continue to find eliminations. Take a look at the replay here. While all of that was unfolding, they find threats with the finish there. Now that's 3 elims, another end game, inching its way towards them now, as we're almost to zone number 9. Big moves here for Peterbot. They're going to give up the high ground a little bit here to play the low front side. Very interesting strategy, given that they have mats to work with. But too many teams are alive for their liking, it seems.
Also, the natural elevation possibly working against their favor for the time being. They don't want to get caught off guard, much of a similar fashion the way that they've been catching other teams off notice. But Thomas HD, Queasy, they can see all these teams sliding down the mountain face. Trapsu and Clone doing what they can to survive. Similar circumstance there for Cooper, as Peterbot and Poyo continue to pressure against his walls. But just behind, Peterbot saw Victor V and Paper as well. Could be some big fights taking place soon in the low ground.
Let's not forget Kovacs and Huddy were taken out in the drop last game. They were in 4th coming into that round before slipping down the standings now, showing us just how consistent they really are, coming right back into things. Meanwhile, Queasy pushing their way through. Down goes Cooper, looking for the finish. He'll get it. Kanata forced to run up to another layer here. And they might not be in a spot to win the game just yet, but they are racking up a lot of points now once again, coming into the final rounds here for day number 1. Chicho and Trulex, another end game for them as well. Teams just showing their stride. It's very clear who's had good performances here today. Acorn and Cole get chopped out by Flixie and Vico. They are just the talk of the town right now.
Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Poyo, they just seemingly operate at a different level altogether currently, and everybody else just trying to play catch up. Chicho, Trulex, they've caught wind of Epic Well, but Epic Well doing what he can. It's an even exchange, down to just Trulex versus Muzz. But the question is, will he even manage to find that? Instead, Kovacs gonna opt to play the medkit. It's all down to just placement opportunity at this point.
And then you have Boyo and Peterbot still alive right now, still kicking here. This is the only competition besides Acorn and Cold who can obviously rack up enough points to give everyone a run for their money. Bryce and Bolts are setting up for the high ground win while Boyo, Peterbot, Vico, Flixie are fighting for eliminations closer to the low ground now. And they might just clash here in the moments to come as they're standing on opposite ends of the low ground position here. Boyo pressuring everyone nearby. Flixie down, Vico down as well. To the hands of the teams on the other side as well. And look at this, the low ground spot for Peterbot and Boyo, just so content, but now they're looking for high ground.
But the real winners of that exchange, Queasy, Thomas, Vico, Flixie, they all eliminate each other, so now it's just up to Boyo and Peterbot to see what they can do. Bolt and Bryce, though, firm grasp of the high ground, doing what they can to just try and shred through the players underneath. Dukes scrambling, barely managing to throw up some wood above his head, keep him safe for the time being. But at the same time, Peterbot and Boyo, they are titans on this low ground currently.
So Peterbot has to get an elimination here and then go for high ground if he wants to do something, but these teams are not making it easy. Meanwhile, Wox and Pings are getting active for the low ground, though the shots are coming in. Peterbot and Boyo find the first few, and there's still points to be earned here, and Boyo wants them all. It's gonna make a huge, huge difference here. Secures the material count as well. That's gonna set Peterbot up for just enough. Bolt and Bryce have been here before. Bryce specifically has won games in person on land. I called it before, this is the team that you have to look out for. They are so talented. However, Peterbot and Boyo just, I mean, they've been ahead of the pack so far.
But Peterbot and Boyo, they got the most recent refreshes.
Boyo's
Granted,
going up.
everyone's building, everyone's burning through it, but Boyo strikes first. Bryce is gonna fall. Peterbot understanding it's all down to Bolts to try and clutch this one up, but it's Peterbot and Boyo after all.
Bolts has been here, though. He knows what to do. Don't give him a chance to heal. You have to fight back. Armored walls come out. They have a little bit more math, but Peterbot has too much to work with. Another armored wall. Bolts has an angle. Can he get it? No! Peterbot won't drop it twice.
Peterbot and Boyo strike yet again on the day. Match number 5, and the victory royale belongs to them. First place continuing to extend itself, and that is the real difference maker here today, MDF. We can see our big winners on the screen right now, and Adam's there.
Would you please, Fort Worth, make some noise again for Peterbot and Boyo! Do you know what? I love those moments because this crowd wanted that to happen. Boyo, the Flowberry push there. You guys were low ground, you pushed on through. Talk us through the moment there and when you make that call and how that happens between you guys.
Yeah, I think it was the zone pulled back, so we had like all builds to use to go up, and I was able to get like a good angle to kill one.
Elimination-wise as well, you guys are consistent there. Standings as well. Peterbot, how would exactly, I'm sure there's so many aspiring FORTNITE players here as well. It's just constant for you guys. Major wins. What is the magic, the secret sauce that is really making you guys, ensuring you get to these top spots right now?
I'm not gonna lie, we have the Mythic every season, you know what I'm saying? And me with the Mythic, I'm just unstoppable, you know what I'm saying? I get so many eliminations and stuff, so yeah.
Dangerous out there. As well, I'm going to talk about there being this experience right now because you guys have been consistent. We're going to see, I'm sure, a lot more over the course of this weekend. Boyo, what's it been like for you as well? You feel the crowd there. One more time, Fort Worth, let them hear you guys. It's for you, buddy. They're amazing, by the way. And I mean, this must be a lot of wind in your sails as well. How does it feel to be performing in front of this crowd here at Global Championships?
It feels amazing, especially getting a win. It's like hype, and then like on the walkout, everyone is cheering for us. Yeah, it feels great.
Okay, and I want you one more time. Anything you want to say to people, to the crowd right now, to get them even more hype than they are already?
Hey, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we're winning this right now.
There you go. Give it up for Peterbot and Boyo! GG's, fellas. Again, lots more to get excited about here. These guys crushed it. I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Lots more games to go, though. One more left today. After the break, it's coming your way. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS, and a big welcome back to Kelly, Link, and Mini Miner. Game number 5 goes to Peterbot and Poyo. My goodness, just so much went right for the duo in this last game, from the Rift Island to the bunkers to just being stacked in 8 zone. And now, somehow, we've given them a victory royale. Who let that happen?
I mean, we kind of saw it happening a little bit in Game 3. We all thought that that game was going to go their way.
Yep.
But getting second place with double-digit eliminations was only the start for this duo. Peterbot and Poyo showcasing once again why they are the demons of North America. Chopping out Acorn and Cold right there. Being able to chop out Height and then not even claim it as their own. I thought that was going to be the follow-up, but instead, staying on the low ground and then finding so much loot there, giving them the advantage in the final moments.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is actually their 10th victory royale this entire chapter. The only duo to get double-digit victory royales this entire chapter. The way they went about it was really, really impressive. All of those refreshes, as you talked about, Kelly, was so vital. Using those armored walls to protect themselves, and even just keeping themselves using that Flowberry Fizz, ensuring that they keep that mobility, and that was crucial to this moment right here for Poyo. Popping that Flowberry Fizz to give him that little bit of extra mobility and jump high just allows them to close out the fight really well. I mean, they were on low ground. I thought, Bryson Bolt surely should close this one out here, but Peterbot and Poyo. Poyo in particular there, what a clutch.
I mean, typically when we see these low ground teams, they try and stay there as long as possible, and it's usually the high ground teams that have to drop down low to face them if they don't have the heal off potential. But not when it's Peterbot and Poyo. No, they're going to go up and they're going to fight and they're going to win.
That's right, and we can see those highlights presented by NASCAR. My gosh, I love too the fact that when Adam goes in for the interview, he's like, hey, Poyo, talk to me about what you thought. The fact that Poyo had just these disgusting angles on these duos, and a lot of those circumstances, you're not thinking there's like a duo like in this weird angle. Poyo's just like, hello, here's my shotgun. I want a victory royale, please. My gosh, just so well done. And the fact that they also had the heals. If something crazy goes on, they're like, we got a couple med kits if we have to push it to that point. We also have a listen in from that last game. Take a listen.
Look in front. You see us solo? We're just going left of him. Come. Come up. Come on, low ground. Come.
I'm with you.
We're just a duo. Let me go back to our tarp then. Go back to our tarp.
Nice.
We're singing on each other.
I can go up.
Throw all the way up.
They don't know.
Get on me. Chill.
I have no growth.
Chill.
Look up.
100.
He's dropping.
We're good. Chill. Stop. Here, take my kit.
He's dropping. 20, he took 24.
Let's go! We're the best, baby!
That's like, what,
Come
13?
On. Bro, we're the best, bro! Oh my god! Let's go!
10. It's fine. 10
Good job, bro! We're crazy, bro!
Yeah, they're super funny. I love too in that moment. He's like, dude, 15, like, to him in that moment, he's just eliminating everyone, right? Like, it's all happening so fast. Just so well, expertly played from the duo. And again, to see them playing from low ground just so well, like, if you said, yeah, they're a low ground team, I'd be like, yeah, but that's kind of not what they're about.
The thing is, they're an everything team, regardless of the situation, regardless of if they have the mats for high ground, or if they're going to stick to the low ground, they are going to come out on top. And look at that distance. We saw after game number 4 that it was Vico and Flixie in first place by just a few points. Now the lead stretching to 50 points for Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, Vico and Flixie were looking really good there as well going into that game. That end game was really solid for them, and just up until they went down there at that point. And of course, that just gave Peterbot and Poyo the green light to make sure they could make the most of that game. Even in that listening right there, they were saying, how many eliminations? Oh, 10? Yeah, it's okay. Most teams were like, we just got a 10 elimination victory. Oh, let's go crazy. But these guys, that's just another day at the office for them. Something else I'm noticing about this as well. Look at that, Bolt and Bryce moving up 19 places up there into 8th place. Huge performance from these guys. The way they held height was really good as well, using these armored walls to ensure that people couldn't chop them down as easily. And it's just this constant pressure. Look at Bolt's inventory. He's used pretty much everything. Only one big pot left to make sure they hold on to that height and maintain it. Really well played from these guys.
And we also saw them on Rift Island as well with Peterbot and Poyo, but choosing not to engage in that. Instead, just using it as a little bit of an advantage, seeing where the rest of the lobby is landing, making sure that they're able to be put into an advantageous position, and that is what allowed them to grab this high ground. 8 eliminations before Bryce went down. Bolts, though, doing his best to try and fight him out, but when it's Peterbot and Poyo that you have to 1v2 against, there's not much you can do.
And it's nice to see them making these end games as well at the the beginning of the show, we were talking about this sort of contestation with Vico and Flixie on that side. How's things going to go there? What's going to happen? Is it going to be one of those teams making it to endgame and the other one maybe not? It seems like they both sort of found a way to play their own game. And of course, Vico and Flixie making that more north rotation, finding some other forecast towers if they need them. And then Bryson Bolts are able to make these end games consistently as well. So it seems to be kind of working out for both duos right now. And if Bryson Bolts can continue to do that, I expect him to finish in the top 10 towards the end.
Fantastic stuff. And I love, too, kind of what you called out, the fact that we're Rift Island, they kind of go up to fight Peter Bob Poyo, and then they go, whoa, Peter Bob Poyo, my bad. Peter Bob Poyo then just like, they just blaze a trail, and they're like, hey, well, they've already done all the work. Cool, let's just follow them, right? And then they end in second place.
I mean, even if you aren't able to claim Rift Island, just by getting the material, there is also that weapon mod bench that's in there. And also, you get the great rotations from the static launch pads or the rifts from around you. Also, a lot of other teams are going to be using the rifts. So if you do need a few tags, well, guess what? A lot of players are going to be rifting around you, and you're going to be able to get those tags. Speaking of a great performance, Acorn and Cold just going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is really, really nice to see from these guys. A little bit of a better performance than we have seen in some of the games, but it's one of those where they tried to take that high ground, got chopped out. We saw Acorn going down right there, but it's all about Cold. I think Cold can clutch up in those situations. Didn't quite make it happen right there, but this is a team that won't let that affect them. It seems like Offspawn right now is being so much more of a breeze than we anticipated going into the show, so they're able to make these end games consistently. They're going into it with decent loot as well. Even playing for height there, didn't quite work out in the end, but this is a duo that I expect to see in more of these end games, even in day number 2.
Absolutely. I'm getting word. The last game of the day. I don't want it to be over, but we are prepared. It is time. After this game, we go into tomorrow's 6 and a 1.5 times multiplier. These duos need to do everything they can to solidify today. One last ride. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. They have to secure the lead now and or jump up, right, and have a chance for tomorrow.
Yeah, you always want to make sure that you finish strong on day 1, heading into that 1.5 times multiplier for day 2, MDF. But at the same time, you still know that you have 6 more games to work with, so it's not the end of the world by any means, just in case day 1 was a little bit more of a bust.
That's right, and there are teams now getting close to those back-to-backs on land. Talk about Peter Bob Poyo. Let's see it for the last game.
Just like that, we are back in it. Game number 6, day number 1. And Monster, we have seen some pretty crazy 50-50 off the drop. But again, taking a step back now, looking at a team like Pixie and Giannis landing at Redline Rig and currently just fixated exclusively on trying to maintain the most optimal loot path possible.
You know, what I'm really excited about, or what I'm happy about watching play out today, is that all the rumors were true. Everyone who said, I'm landing on this team, I'm taking that fight, they meant it. And they're showing up just like Power Alex and Worthy here, who takes down Merstash for his 2nd game now, back-to-back, and Malabuka left in the courtyard here to run for himself. Worthy doesn't want to peek as he's got low HP, but so does Malabuka. Alex says, screw it, I'm going for it. Finds one tag, can he get the 2nd? Of course, he can, and he secures the dub there. Back-to-back now on the drop.
Better late than never, after all. And as far as the Power Boys are concerned, Alex and Worthy have finally woken up when they needed to most, MDF, because first few matches of the day, certainly not going their way, but to close out here, winning it out over the likes of Malabuka and Merstash of all teams, that's a huge confidence swing.
Very, very well played there, but hold up. I'm holding my breath for a second as Kovacs and Huddy have almost not learned any lessons as far as respecting Scroll and Sky are concerned. It seems like when they get the drop and they have the high ground, they are all action and no fear here. Last game they survived the drop, they made something good out of it, once again making it into the end game. It's very clear that if Huddy and Kovacs perform the same tomorrow, they're gonna be up inside that top 10 with a very hefty chunk of money, given that there is $2 million+ of prizing available here in the tournament. So much more to play for than just the bragging rights, of course. 6th place now for Kovacs and Huddy as we get the standings update. And look, the game that Sky and Scroll survived, though, they made something great out of it too. So these are clearly 2 very good teams.
without a doubt. More on that later on, though, because right now it's all about Clix and Veno. They have full-on trapped Damo and Resigns inside of the tunnel now. Here next to Sandy steps, Resigns trying to do it again, but Veno is relentless with the pressure. Clix, on the other hand, eats way too much damage. That could be so problematic. Damo and Resigns, they're gonna manage to escape because Clix has to fall back. There is no other option. They cannot afford to fall here. They are still maintaining a position within the top 10, but the fact that they've managed to fluctuate outside of top 5, that's a position that can be really difficult to come back from, especially when you remember tomorrow's 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, very scary now as tags come in from the distance as well here. Damo and Resigns are starting to surge with confidence as they push off Clix clearly, but Veno is there to defend. Now, Resigns looking back, not sure if there's a team potentially sneaking up behind them. You'd be right to assume so, can't let his guard down just yet. There is danger lurking everywhere, and it looks like it's about to go down there for Damo and Resigns at the hill, but give it a second here.
The other issue, though, that Veno and Clix have now encountered, though, is that this exchange has drawn out for far too long. The launch pad positioning that Veno and Clix like to try and set up for high elevation, try and look for some surge tags, it's going to be cut short. It's going to be stretched out for far too long. And other teams are now having the opportunity to make their approach instead. Peterbot Pollo already trying to converge onto this location. Forecast Tower in sight as well, potentially, but Aspect, Kazi, they've got to be careful. Lingering around Snooty Station, they don't want to get caught off guard, and sure enough, Peterbot Pollo, it's all about making it to the launch pad hill.
They're on the high ground right now. If they just peek over, they'll see that there's a lot of opportunity below them starting to develop, but Peterbot's got his attention on the far eastern team here. Glances over in Veno's direction, takes some tags, doesn't quite find them just yet. It's Gyros and Sherry, though, who's building up the high base here. There are roughly 6 teams in this area, all with sight lines on Veno and Clix.
And it comes as no surprise considering that it's the Forecast Tower that everybody was hoping to potentially get their paws on, but instead, we'll have to sit back and wait to see what happens next here as Clix, Veno, again, they were just prevented from getting optimal positioning to set up for the Forecast Tower and launchpad plays, and now they've lost that position entirely to the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, and they know it as well. So at this stage, the only option left is for Clix and Veno to confirm these 2 eliminations now onto Damo and Resigns.
Yeah, they're starting to push here pretty aggressively. Clix doing much better job now as he's side by side his teammate Veno. The opponents, Damo on the run now. Built out to the side there. Clix still curious to the fact that he owns some of the territory here. That's going to be a small victory for them in the time being.
Keep in
Up
mind,
and over they go.
This is where they had initially trapped Resigns and Damo, but at the same time, Damo managing to sneak around out back, but it's only because of the fact that Giras, Sherry, they have moved in to the vicinity. And now Veno Clix, fully aware of the fact that there is just too many numbers surrounding them. It's too close for comfort. They've got to find another way to escape. And the other thing that could potentially be threatened at this point for Clix and Veno is the vending machine. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible for them to make their way to those resources, but at the same time, how do you break through all these duos already surrounding you?
Yeah, and again, more points lost as well. It's not just, of course, the game starting to slow down for them. It's the points that they're not accruing because Giras and Sherry have effectively taken those eliminations now. Even Aspect and Kaz are just off in the distance. They're listening to what's happening. Jumping on over to other very familiar teams here. XX Ritual, Reet as well. Kind of inside the Doomstat, but you have Muzz here waiting, almost combed up. Slips out the side there. He's very fast. It's not going to make it easy by any means. Out the wall he goes, but it's a 2v1. What can you do? Reet takes him down without a sweat.
I know it's really interesting to actually see Reet and Ritual clashing this early on with Epicwell and Muzz. A passing comment that Reet made in the player room last night was You know, we missed out on a Cash Cup, most recent one. Epicwell and Muzz, they were able to get Mysterio uncontested and all the little goodies that he has to offer. And so, have to wonder now, you get a taste of that kind of power, and you want to keep going back for it. So Epicwell and Muzz, that might be a fight that they find themselves caught up in for more than just today.
Yeah, that makes sense too, right? You get that false sense of security, like, oh, Cash Cup went great. Let's
Well, it was uncontested, right?
do that again.
You're feeling good. And then Reed and Ritual, though, there to remind them, no, this is still our territory. But again, it could be a clash of the Titans for sure.
Well, Chicho and Trulux have continued to show us that they have what it takes to find their way up the standings here. They've really fought their way up the rankings almost unprecedentedly. No one saw it coming here. But when they make it into the end game, they're just an unstoppable force. You don't really know what to expect from them. You'll find them in the mid-ground, sometimes on the height. And all of a sudden now, they are just there.
Trulux and Chicho just have a way of kind of just going unexamined, essentially. Like, it almost seems like they have a very seamless transition from their early to mid to late game, and a big part of the reason for that is that they are just a team that is notorious. They go for the surge bases, they go for the reliable surge tag damage as well. They are just excellent at bottlenecking teams into a certain flow on the map, because wherever they surge base at, you know it's going to be an optimal position that's going to prevent everyone else from participating.
And we did notice that they have the storm information as well, just given to us from that update there. So they know exactly where they need to be, where the next zones are going to be moving towards. Vico pushing in on Virgo. Not looking to let them have this for free, but there's armored wall there. And oh, he's serious about it. You know he's serious, and he's willing to break this one down.
Might be here for a minute. Depends. Imagine another one goes up right after the fact. And sure enough, just in case you thought they were done, Vico and Flixie, they're going to be pickaxing for a hot minute to get into this bunker. Virgo and Shadow know that they are functioning with limited time here. And every second just means one more opportunity for Shadow and Virgo to continue to strip the weapon bunker of all its valuable resources, but this is about to be an all-out brawl here for Vico and Flixie.
Not looking good for Flixie. Shadow and Virgo were ready for the fight there. And another armored wall comes down, so those armored walls are instantaneously put at maximum HP. They clearly have 3 or 4x the health of a metal wall, so it's a good way to slow a team down, especially the second place one. But let your guard down, and now look, team is flying in very, very fast here. We'll get their names shortly. Flixie and Vico is in a world of trouble here potentially now.
I'd say even they're lucky that it seems as though Virgo and Shadow were just out of audio range to hear those shields getting cracked.
Well, they gotta get past their own armored wall,
yeah,
right?
It's true.
It's a two-way street there.
It is a two-way street for sure, but at the same time, I definitely respect the decision there from Vico and Flixie, because that fight back that we saw from Shadow and Virgo defending their position inside of the bunker, despite the fact that it was Vico and Flixie, they did not care in the slightest. And I love that out of Shadow and Virgo, because they're a team that's coming in here, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily have many expectations for them, but the confidence that they compose themselves with, even on socials, they are here to try and actually shock the world.
Yeah, they really have matured as players, but look at this. Vico and Flixie now find Jerome and Zagu above them. You know, you take us back to the invitational window where Zagu really put up a performance and won over the hearts of the NA region and honestly the global fan base of FORTNITE. Bring him here. He's got a lot of work to do coming into tomorrow alongside Jerome there, but the VODs will tell the story. The practice will show. Vico and Flixie's preparation clearly coming out in spades here, as is Peterbot and Boyos, and we all know they're guided by the same person.
But at the same time, you have such a strong day one performance. You got to be careful that you don't let that confidence transition into overconfidence. And Vico Flixie, I don't want to call it an overinvestment just yet, but they got a whole lot of nothing after investing a decent bit. I mean, they were practically max mats before leaving that weapons bunker position. They were trying to see if they could wait out Shadow and Virgo, but those two were not willing to budge in the slightest. And now Vico, Flixie, they didn't have any other options but to leave in a totally separate direction after acquiring nothing out of it as well. I mean, I get it. You're feeling good, especially after the performance they've had today, but moments like that could be disastrous in day 2.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, it's surely confidence, right? Pushing in like that, but give it a minute here. Acorn and Cold now pushing Zagu, or sorry, Rise and Yuma actually. Rise and Yuma, who started off so hot today, have just dropped their mid games for 3 games in a row now, and it is really weighing in on the standings. They're gonna have to hit the drawing board big time now, as they have went from 2nd place all the way down to 14th now, and that just shows you how good of a couple of games they did have, given that they're still inside a very respectable position on the standings. So everyone who falls now, everyone you see getting dropped here, that's gonna be the end of their day 1s.
Poor Bolts, man. He's just trying to break through the armored walls that Kramsu and Clone keep throwing his way. And not only that, but he's got to make sure that he keeps tabs on the team that's also based up on a hill behind him. Bolts, Bryce, they're not trying to get greedy by any means here. Pixie and Janice are definitely posing enough of a threat that they are trying to be tactical in the approach here. They just want the immediate fight up against Kramsu and Clone instead, but Kramsu, Clone, at least for the time being, they've got the health advantage.
Flixie, though, finds himself below the surge. It's all making sense now as to why they realize they have to push a team. Gon and Quansi at the Railways are going to be meeting the team that is the king of the Railways at this point. And this is the 2nd time now, right? Almost deja vu here. But this time, Flixie and Vico need the damage and the elims to go with it. Flixie gets shot first. Gon puts up a great tag there. But the edit comes through, and Vico is down at the bottom to catch him there. Fox running out, though, here. Can the make it come in time? Sure can. So Flixie and Vico have a moment here to breathe.
But again, this all kind of stems back to that bunker fight for me, MDF, because they spent so much time that now they are scrambling to try and make up for what was lost in the mix of it. Because they did not get the surge damage that they would have hoped for. They lost a decent amount of their resources, and now they're just praying that they can come out with even more refreshes after the fact, but they've got a long ways to trek through some of that storm as well. All the while, teams like Queasy, Thomas, a little box fight of their own up against the likes of Analex and Sato.
And that really shows you the significant difference of having a strong early game start versus a slow one. When the surge turns on, it is really, really evident how far behind you can be. For Queasy and Thomas HD, they're kind of on that line as well. They survived the first hurdle, but this next one that they know is looming nearby, they will have to stomp past. Andelix and Sato here have had a very difficult day 1 up against Acorn and Cold, only surviving the drop 3 of the 6 times so far, this being one of them. And now they're met with this almost brick wall, this force that is Queasy and Thomas HD. Meanwhile, Quansi ultimately does end up falling here, but not before claiming Vico and earning some points.
And sure, there might be a chance for the reboot ban play to come into effect, but it's likely still going to leave Flixie and Vico sitting just underneath that storm damage threshold, if not even more so piling up against them. All the while, Peterbot continuing to claim as many eliminations as possible throughout the course of the day. These guys have been leading the charge here, and Peterbot goes for another one.
Oh
it just doesn't seem like Analex was prepared in the slightest.
I can just hear the reaction through the headphones of what's going on here in the arena. Clearly the crowd is starting to rally with Peterbot now. Just take a look at that. And the first emote of the day as well. So confidence surging, right, that we've seen.
Flixie trying to stock up as best he can in the Grand Rail Station, but a couple of med kits. Still might not be enough to deal with this 2-tick zone. He's doing everything he can to make his way across. Bolts in a similar situation, but in fact, it's actually Veno and Clicks on the receiving end, and they're the ones under the most duress here. Veno, he's got a little bit of shield, but underneath that damage threshold, their final lobby of the day is not gonna pan out the way they were hoping. 9th place team in trouble.
Kind of crazy. Clicks and Vino fall. Bryce and Bolts jump up above them, and they were neck and neck on the leaderboards, on the standings. So a very, very critical set of eliminations for Bryce and Bolts, and now Vino and Clicks are set back home, basically having to think about today and figuring out how to patch up their gameplay to close out in top 10 performance for tomorrow. But Bolts and Bryce heating up in the back half of the day here. They almost had that victory royale last game, dropping the ball there, which again, to me, I didn't expect it. I really thought Bryce and Bolts had that in the bag, had it secured, but Pollo was just incredible with the angle finding. Hold up. Acorn and Cold now find Hiras and Shiri. They've almost fouled each other from the south side of the zone somehow, swinging all the way here to the north side.
At the same time, though, they need to find some closure on some of these box fights. Spinks, Dukes, just all a couple boxes away. Thought they were a little bit closer. It's actually going to be Batman Booga and Rapid who are directly next to them. Siyun and Caddy, though, they don't waste any time. They immediately aggress into Rapid's box. They're going to find one elimination there already. Batman Booga struggling with the surge as well, trying to do what he can to play for the medkit, but he won't get the chance. Taken down by the last surge tick.
The Elim credit is going to go to Bolts, given that he did the last bit of damage there, but in the end, now there's a lot to worry about here. Siyun and Kadu obviously looking to fight back because they need a little bit of damage as well. Kado's going to fall there. Siyun's going to fall as well. This is to the hands now of Dukes and Sphinx. Where did they come from? Dukes showing up here to jump into the fight out of nowhere.
It's incredible how quickly they were able to close the gap between themselves. They overheard the box fight commotion, and they knew that's their prime opportunity to strike. Bolts as well, finding Felixi, the dominoes effect. They started off so strong here with the forecast availability as well, and yet find themselves eliminated way outside of where they'd hoped to be. And Thomas and Queasy, this could be a huge moment. I'd say everybody inside of the top 5 even. We're looking at Trulex and Chicho, Cold and Acorn. But again, all eyes on the Queasy and Thomas HD currently. They've been doing a fantastic job skirting their way through these seeds.
All I can think about is that Peterbot and Boyo are starting to run away now, having a chance here to really take the lead on the scoreboard. Second place is down and out. Queasy and Thomas HD have to stay in the running now to keep this one close. Meanwhile, look who's running their way on up. Sphinx and Dukes from the back of the line, starting to skip and hop their way to the front here somehow. Bolt still getting active. Nicely done. Finds Zagu. A big elimination for him there. Armored Wall comes out to protect his flank there.
The problem, though, is that Bolts has likely been recognized as a solo. That reveal medallion definitely in range for Peterbot and Pollo, and they're the ones that were shooting from behind alongside Cooper and Kanata. Bolts, he was already running low on his material count, even transitioning to this point, and now his final 10 builds, hoping that he can scramble into something, anything. Finds a couple more just laying on the ground, but he's been marked yet again. The pressure just continues to bubble in to his builds.
That's the best part about it, is he just keeps getting marked every time he finds a new spot.
That's so depressing.
And everyone's like, oh, a solo. It's Bolts just trying to work his way through. Back to the armor walls he gets, though. Very nice here, and it's obviously Peterbot and Pollo. Like, they are just almost toying with him at this point. They could have pushed at any given time if they wanted.
Look at the duality of the loop that they are functioning with. Queasy as well. He's actually got no builds.
No build.
Queasy is just running it at this point. These walls might not even belong to him. Thomas HD in a similar position, trying to climb up over. See if he can find any kind of elimination. At this point, a refresh is the only option.
Queasy found one. Look, he picks up the Elim, gets a little bit of mats there, splits it with his teammate, but the shots are coming in from the front side now. Has to burn what little bit that he picked up just to stay alive right now, and They are nearing the top 15, the next threshold there. Down he goes, all up to Thomas HD now to keep the dream alive, to earn as many points as possible here. But what is humanly possible when you barely have anything to work with?
He can just break into the top 10. I think Queasy and Thomas HD be very happy with the closure on their day one performance. Even more so still though, Thomas HD, he keeps looking every direction, every second. It's so difficult to maintain this level of composure, but even as a solo, Thomas HD might be able to make some magic happen.
Up above though, the scanner is still coming out for Peterbot and Pollo. They have all the information in the world, top 15 now, 28 below, down body there. Those could be mats, but no, he needs more than that. He needs to drop teams for placement at the very least, if nothing else.
Wow.
Honey falls there. That'll be full credits, I think, for him, but even if it's mats there, some builds too. Gets up on the second layer, shots come in from everywhere, gets a couple more placement points, and it's something. But now look at this, Kanata Cooper in the end game, Trulex and Chicho once again here, alive and healthy.
Even more importantly still, they're applying a little bit of pressure here onto Pollo and Peterbot. They are actually forced to just try and punch their way through the mid-ground. You can tell Pollo, Peterbot, they want to maybe take a jab at the height, but Azers and Rise currently in full control and continuing to ramp upwards. A couple of armored walls expended as well, just to ensure that it's not going to be easy for them to get chopped anytime soon. They've also got the Flowberry Fizz as that emergency exit plan, but Pollo, Peterbot across the way, spotting out Kanata and Cooper. The reveal medallion just doing so much as far as helping them to establish exactly which teams, which players they want to aggress.
They are strategically choosing who to target, given that they have all the information that they need. Meanwhile, Geras and Shari are saying, oh, we have a chance to win if we can get out high ground. And they look up. Peterbot spots out Kanata inside the zone, gets a little bit of damage, figures the zone will do the rest. Now focus comes in on the low ground, and it's so smart for them to be down here. They're just earning so many points now that they are jumping towards the 400-point threshold here.
Just in the eliminations alone, they've got 7 between the two of them. Geras as a solo, bound to be marked any second here if he hasn't been already. Pollo, not even gonna bother, instantly goes with the left side edit peek, gets all the credit onto that Geras elimination, and now just a raw 2 versus 2 up against the likes of Azers and Rise.
Peterbot and Pollo went from second to first, and now at minimal a second place, but Pollo is always the first to kick off the fight, and he does it in spectacular fashion. Now Peterbot steps up to the plate. Azers is hurt. One edit, it's all it's gonna take here to put him down, but Armor Wall comes through to get his teammate the full reset here. He says, hey, let's not rush it. And then they jump down, focusing up to high ground here shortly. Give it a moment now. Peterbot and Pollo side by side here. Rise and Azers starting to fizz it off. Pressure coming in from the low ground. They're running out of materials. Armor walls are done. They're depleted.
Still decent amount of space for Peterbot and Pollo to work with. Keep in mind,
Wow.
Pollo also still has those 4 armored walls, but as far as the health bar is concerned, Peterbot, Pollo, they are fully in the driver's seat. But that doesn't mean that Rise and Azers couldn't turn this one in their favor. They also need a massive game here to finish strong on the leaderboard.
Definitely, this is gonna be a significant moment now. How do you close out day number 1? Second and first, very impactful differences here. Peterbot and Pollo start to swing their way up. They get the angle that they're looking for. Pollo, once again, doesn't quite find it. Peterbot's hurt, though. It's a low ground attack. Pollo by himself here, but the trade from Peterbot up top, he has done what he needed to. And Pollo takes down Azers and clutches out the win from the low ground with back-to-back dubs.
Pollo said it himself. I don't need to worry when I've got Peterbot next to me, and Peterbot could say the same fashion. As long as he's got his duo Pollo, these two can always try to reestablish control, and they took this last game by force.
One more time, back-to-back victory royales. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo! Fellas, I seem to chat to you a lot on this day one of this competition, and I'm loving it because what we're seeing out there, doesn't matter if it's high ground, low ground, mid, you guys are in control. Pollo, walk us through the last part of that game there. I mean, it just seemed that, you know, even though you were on the low, you managed to control things perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it was like last game too. We waited for old builds, and then we went up. We were able to like crack them. Peter got a kill, and then the other one just 50.
I mean, we celebrate. Glad there's people really screaming your name over that. Someone literally shouted Peter, the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. And rightly so, by the way. Obviously, Poyo as well. Let's get the credit where it's due. A teammate like Poyo, what's it been like competing in this year, in this competition? Give him his props. How great is this as a duo teammate?
I mean, he's the best teammate possible. I mean, he gets eliminations. He's like a good like IGL when I need it. You know, like we're kind of like, we both make calls, and you know, like we're like the best team.
We're looking ahead to tomorrow now. Today, I mean, you guys have cemented yourselves top of that leaderboard. It is looking mighty fine indeed. What do you do tonight? How do you guys kind of like regroup ahead of tomorrow? I mean, do you need to regroup at this point? Are you just going to play it exactly the same way? Poyo, how do things happen tonight? What happens tomorrow?
There's always room for improvement. We're going to look like games tonight and then see what we can do tomorrow.
And Peterbot, you are steps away. Tomorrow, someone's going to lift that trophy. How do you think it's going to be, you guys? How close do you think you're going to come to it?
That'll be us. It won't be close. I mean, we're ahead by a lot, and tomorrow we're going to come out winning.
Fort Worth, do you think Peterbot and Poyo could go all the way? Could they go all the way? I think they think that you could. Look, congratulations again. Fantastic way. One more time. Our Game 6 winners, Peterbot and Poyo! What a way to wrap things up here on the main stage today. Back-to-back dubs for the guys here. Who knows who will get that tomorrow? We'll have to find out. For now, though, back to Zeke and the gang. What a day one.
Game 6. Peterbot, Poyo, win.
What's that, Zeke? Is it? What are you writing?
This is the global script right here. You can see that? Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah. No one's supposed to know that's a thing. I didn't write that. Guys, what have we done? How did we let this happen? How have we allowed Poyo, Peterbot to get a second place, 2 victory royales on the day in the situations that they have been? This reminds me of Major 2 when we set a 1,000 record, right? It went absolutely crazy for them. They went off, and now they're looking to do the same thing, but not only in just NA. No. They're looking to show up every other region.
You ask how we let this do it. No one can stop this from happening. This is what we've been talking about for the last year. Peterbot and Poyo have absolutely dominated. They have become the demons of North America. Yep. They have broken so many records this year, and they are here to finally put out all the doubt, to show everyone that we are the best. This isn't luck. This is ours, and we have deserved it.
And yet again, they're playing the end game so well. You saw Poyo talking about it right there. Another very similar end game to what we saw last time. Going into this, Peterbot and Poyo were the team that held hype for the longest out of any duo this chapter. It seems like they've changed things up a little bit here. They're more than happy to play those low ground layers, finding those eliminations. And I said it to you, Kelly, I was like, how are they always getting this this medallion, this assault rifle? How are they getting it every single game? They're making the most of it in day number 1 as well. It's all about day 2 now, though. Are they going to be contested for it? Is someone going to throw a spanner in the works? Let's wait and see.
Well, when you asked me, I was talking about Grim Gate, and when we saw Acorn and Cold, one of the best duos in the world, try and fight Peterbot and Poyo for that spot, and they lost and they left. Acorn and Cold, who is one of the best teams contested, left Peterbot and Poyo. No one is going to be fighting for this. We might see some things change for Major 2 or for day 2, because anything can happen in the FNCS day 2 competition, because it is that 1.5 times multiplier. But not just going for the coin, for the mythic weapon, not just going for the forecast towers, but also going for bunkers, going for the Rift Island time and time again, and sticking to the low ground so that they get those refreshes. They get all that loot, finding splashes. Zeke, I heard you losing your mind when they found those.
I can't. Like, you know, that's the second time now. The game before, they run in and they find the armored walls, and that was a difference maker. Here, they find the splashes in a situation where they're thinking, okay, we've cracked them. They're on whites. They're out of shield. And then they're like, yeah, splashes. We're both up to 200 again. Good luck. We have a listen in from that game-winning moment. Take a look.
Spray this.
Give me coin. No, I don't think we look for a kill. Okay, 120.
Ready? Body here,
I'm done. Chugs, get the chugs!
Where?
Chugs, chug us.
I have
build.
6, bro, 6.
Nice.
I got ammo, I got ammo. Take.
Reload your guns and stuff.
80.
I'm dead, Pry. Pry. 100 on both! Both one! I'm not giving... One, spray out!
Dead,
Let's
bro,
go!
let's go, bro.
You're the best, baby! Let's go! We're the best players in the world on my life! Let's go!
Man, just an unbelievable performance here in day number 1. And again, this isn't just like a major, and this isn't just a major self-contained to its own region. This is the peak of Fortnite. This is the toughest lobby we should see ever, right? 6 regions, the very best of all regions. And yet Peterbot and Pollo are performing like this. Mini Miner, I'm terrified going into day 2 and a 1.5 times multiplier.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who isn't terrified. Peterbot and Pollo.
Of course.
Right there in those comms. Just when you watch them play, it looks so hectic. It looks so crazy. It looks like they're having an absolute madness on the comms. We do a listening right there. Very, very calm. Pollo's doing such a great job at listening to Peterbot. You can tell he's sort of the more vocal player in the duo, and the comms are so precise. It's something we don't really get to talk about too much because we don't get to listen in too often online and stuff like that. But just the art of communicating is so understated, and for these guys, they do it so well. Every single thing that they say is containing some value.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Wow.
That is a 150-point lead for Peterbot and Pollo. 45 eliminations. That is 18 more than any other duo on this lobby list.
I want to point this out, and I know you guys at home aren't in the stadium and you can't see this. All I did was just do a quick 360 to just look at the faces of the people in the crowd, and they all had the same reaction. No, there is a 150-point lead going into tomorrow. And all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they're doing, and those points will start to add up. They'll start to get out of control. Someone has to try and stop these guys.
You know when you see a king and all the subjects from around the land slowly come up and pay their respects, kiss the ring. That's what we're seeing here right now. Every player coming up to Peterbot, everyone giving him like high fives and handshakes and stuff because he has earned it. He has earned the confidence. And I also love the respect for his own duo mate, Pollo.
Yep.
This isn't just the Peterbot show. This is the Peterbot and Pollo show. And Peterbot knows that. He knows how good of a player Pollo is. The best teammate he could have had. And here they are showing up on the biggest stage in the world.
That's a fantastic point, right? I think a lot of times we tend to talk about Peterbot, and it's not because we don't know that Pollo is just like an incredible kind of pairing with him. It's just a lot of times Peterbot's doing these kind of crazy things. So I love in this last game, we get that Pollo clutch, right? We get to just put a nice little stamp on it. Don't you ever disrespect Pollo because he is also just as strong on this team. I wanted to take a look here at some stats from the day. We can bring those up. Yeah, so let's just see. Oh yeah, eliminations, solo impact points, builds place, and damage ratio. Crazy that Peterbot has 2 of those stats, eliminations and the damage ratio. He's been putting in some work, Kelly.
2.74 damage ratio is absolutely insane. Mini, I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I mean, damage ratio, for those that don't know, it's all about how much damage you're doing versus how much you're taking. So that means he's almost doing 3 times as much damage as he's taking from other players. I think a lot of that is down to that Mythic Assault Rifle, knowing exactly where those teams are with that medallion as well is going to play into his hands, but just the aim that he's able to display is absolutely incredible. And I mean, this is someone that, you know, we've talked about how an incredible year they've had. Was it second, first? To top it off with a global championship, this would be the best, most dominant year of any duo in Fortnite history.
Easily.
I don't even know. I don't know. Why do tomorrow 1.5 times? I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. Okay, let's take a look at these standings one last time before we start to wrap up the day.
We have to talk about other duos.
I know we have to talk about other duos.
Yeah.
Just pretend Peterbot and Pollo don't exist for a moment there. Thomas, HD, and Queasy currently sitting at 295 points as well. They've been performing fantastic throughout the day. Obviously, we've seen a couple of gatekeepers, right, to the duo, and that is, in fact, Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah.
But when they're not in the mix, Queasy and Thomas have taken height, right? They've had these really beautiful rotations. They've been putting on a show, It's just, you've got Peterbot and Pollo in your way.
Wouldn't it be their destiny to have an incredible grand finals, but still end up in second place? But still, Queasy, Thomas HD showcasing just why they are such incredibly respected duos here, the communication, the synergy between these two players here. And obviously, this day probably didn't go as well as they wanted to, but still ending up in second place is a great performance after day one.
And now for these guys, I know even more than anyone, they'll be sitting in the VODs. I think they're probably already in. They probably just ran out straight to the VODs because second place, although it's good, it's a good situation to be in. These guys are winners. They want to make sure they put themselves in the best situation possible to find themselves in a better situation tomorrow. I think they're a team that can benefit from these that 1.5x multiplier. I'm really surprised and impressed as to how well they're playing, being able to use that launch pad to rotate on out, finding Storm Surge tags. I must highlight Thomas HD with that pistol. We gave a little bit of a preview to it earlier. Every single time we seem to switch to him shooting that pistol, it seems to be connecting with the other players. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, Queasy said it himself. He was like, on one of the post-game interviews, he's like, yeah, I did like 200 damage. Thomas is doing like 600, 700. I'm just here following and making sure to lead the way. So it's a really nice dynamic between these guys, and I hope to see more from them tomorrow.
Another duo that I'd really like to talk about on the leaderboard there in our top 10, representing the Asia region.
Yeah.
It is going to be Koyota and Mipoli. And we actually thought it was going to be Rise and Yuma currently. They were in second place, third place at one point earlier on in the day. But jumping up into the top 10 at the end of day one is absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, really, really insane. And on that note, another team that I'm really excited to see up here as well, Hutty and Kovacs in that 6th place position. Funny story about this as well. Kovacs is a player that didn't make the last Globals. I was lucky enough to be at the Global Championships last year. Speaking to him behind the scenes as well when he was in the audience, he said to me, he said, Minimana, I will be on that stage next year. I will be competing, mark my words. Here he is. He's not in the audience, he's competing, and he's doing incredibly well out of that Rebels Roost drop spot as well. It seems like they're navigating it really well. And that's the sort of thing that this game's all about, right? You can just think yourself, right, these guys are on that stage. I want to be there. He put in the work, and he's seeing the rewards. Really good start from those two.
Two more teams that we didn't really give too much credit for at the start. CZB and Nathan doing a great job right now in 8th place. And Dukes and Spinks, a lot of us, and myself included, I don't know why we don't give them the respect. They're multi-FNCS winners. They've done time and time again, especially at a LAN setting, they've performed really well. So to see them currently in 9th place, I love to see it.
Absolutely. Day one is all about setting kind of ourselves, right? Because when we come in tomorrow, we've got that 1.5 times multiplier. Have some of these duos done enough, right? Because if you're at that deficit, you have to work that much harder going into tomorrow. But for someone like Peterbot and Pollo, they're so far ahead, they could look to take advantage of that. So how do we look to approach that tomorrow?
I think it's possible. I mean, with a victory royale and 10 eliminations, that garners you 160 points, which would be the separation. Obviously, that means that Peterbot and Pollo have to go down off drop, which I don't think is going to be happening. But I mean, when you look at day 2 teams, historically, Acorn and Cold perform absolutely insane on day 2, and they are currently in our top 10 list. I think that they may have some secret strats. There's also probably some teams, like you said, that are going to be VOD reviewing, looking at their replays right now, and kind of seeing, is there, like, you know, a little hitch in the armor of Peterbot and Pollo?
Yeah, and I think what's most important for Peterbot and Pollo